Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 94th episode from the Misfit Gamers Studios. 94th episode? No, that's not how we do things here. Technical difficulties always make it different. Let's try that again. Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 94th live stream from the Misfit Gamers Studios. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's Homebrew Showcase, not Homebrew Review, we have a Homebrew Showcase today. We have our revised version of the Godly Entertainment custom class coming from the custom setting submitted by Hizboar. So we are going to be going over this. Now, at a cursory glance, we did receive a changelog from Hizboar, which, as nice and detailed as it was, at a cursory glance, it looks like enough has changed that it's probably not going to really be beneficial to go over that changelog. I think too much has changed, and trying to do a comparison from the previous one to the new one is going to take us a little bit too long. So we are just going to leave it as a revised refresh review that we haven't seen yet. So we're just going to kind of see as this refresh, and we might be able to remember a little bit of what we said before. But again, I think enough has changed in it that it's going to be a really good review just as is. But we do have that previous episode available on our VOD channel if you want to go do a side-by-side to see exactly what was said before on this class and what has changed, directly. But I think we're going to have a lot of fun rereading through this one a little bit. Besides that, a little quick, update for those of you who have only seen the Homebrew Review. So Homebrew Showcase is a little bit different than Homebrew Review. Instead of trying to come at it from a point of view of balancing through player and DM perspective in order to be received on a more general basis, be able to be received by other gaming groups and other campaigns, showcases are going to be a little bit more of a reaction from our player point of view, being that these the showcases are typically not things that you would be able to find in a custom game or in a typical game. These are usually from custom settings, or they are very specific to situations and scenarios that wouldn't fall in a normal campaign, and therefore we kind of showcase them as their own thing. We have been talking about this episode, about showcasing for a while. It is something that we're going to continue to do for a little bit. We do have at least one or two other showcases on the books right now. Not only do we have Godly Entertainment from Hizboar, but we do have another one that we will be getting to. But figuring out how we want to be doing showcases in the future might be changing. So keep up with all of those updates, and you can do that via the Discord. So I'm going to go ahead and pop a link to our Discord in the chat if you guys want to join that. You guys can join the community, chat amongst yourselves, and you can also use that to submit ideas as well as your own homebrew for us to review and us to showcase. But otherwise, I think that's all the main updates that we have. I have finalized the names for some of our future episodes and how we're going to be branding things as we open up YouTube as well. So I'm working with Kage right now on making the polls look really nice, so we can at least have my first polls were kind of just basic through the bot, but we're going to look at making those a little bit nicer and sound a little bit better. So keep in mind that we will be having polls probably over the next week regarding some of the name changes that we want to do for these episodes. So hopefully you guys will be there for that. I already see that we have Hizboar and Cosmic in the chat, which is fantastic. So those are all the updates that I have for you guys. I think it's going to be, I think we're going to be able to get right into this pretty quickly. But yeah, let me get Kage in here. How's it going?
Shalom, shalom, my friends. I'm very excited to be here, as always. I have been looking forward to these re-reviews for a minute because as I go through these things, again, I try to, as best I can, not actually read through everything that's going on in there. I try to just kind of, only read the bits and pieces I need to make sure whatever we're seeing makes sense, right?
Get the formatting down.
Exactly, So, and so I know that there are elements that are going to be very different about this, and I'm very excited to see what these changes. Hizboar's been hyping me up about it, so I'm here for it.
That's good. Gotta change my camera here a little bit. I messed this whole arm up over the weekend, so
I probably messed my own arm up. I'm not even gonna lie.
All my camera angles are all off, but that's better, I think. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay.
All right. There we go. So, I'm actually really interested in this. I'm really interested also in the future of what we're going to be doing with showcases too. We're in the discussion of figuring out how we want to shift our showcases, because as fun as they are slightly out of the realm of what we originally intended for homebrew review. And with the new name changes, it's just kind of becoming aware that it may be something that we have to start expanding and finding other outlets for that. So I am really excited to kind of see where our roadmap leads us. We've already started with some of the changes. You guys will notice that the Twitch channel has officially changed, so it's no longer branded as me, Vortex. It's basically just going to be branded as Misfit Gamer Studios from here on out. This way, it's going to make it a lot easier transition from one social media to the next, going from Twitch to YouTube and back and forth. And that way, it also just clears my name up for just gaming purposes. I mean, really, Vortex has always just been my gamer tag. It's not really the brand of all of this. I'm just a participant. I'm just the host. I'm the DM of High Point. But you know what I mean? Like in the grand scheme, but in the grand scheme of Misfit Gamer Studios, I am but a participant. And so really it didn't make a whole lot of sense to keep the branding with me. I'm just, the front runner for it, but that's you don't need to name the band after yourself. If you're the lead singer, everyone knows that you're the lead singer of that band. But the idea is you're not the band, right? So that's kind of where I'm thinking of, is like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if I'm gaming online. I'm the only one using these accounts. So it's like, it's going to be obvious I'm going to be on there, right? It's like, you're probably not going to see Misfit Gamer Studios without me. I mean, maybe one day, I don't know. But as of right now, it's like, I don't need my name in the title of everything when it's like, it's obviously my thing. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of liking that. But, with that, with thinking about how we're going to, roll things out on YouTube, how we want to run the live stream, how we may want to expand. We're considering a third day, but that's probably going to be sometime next year once our schedules can accommodate that, and this becomes a little bit more, beneficial for us. But we also are thinking, once we get the YouTube channel launched and I start learning more about editing, which I will be starting hopefully this coming weekend. One thing that I'm hoping that we can start to do is shift to non-live content, or essentially considering doing additional content on our schedule that won't necessarily be part of the Twitch stream schedule. We might still do it on Twitch. We might still do pop-up episodes. Right. But the intent will be doing these additional episodes outside of our normal stream, which we can either do via Discord or we can do in a myriad of ways. But the idea will be those will be more edited content, and then those will be up on YouTube. So we can do a little bit more. And I'm thinking, showcases might end up there, or we might be able to do just other TTRPGs and things like that. Just expanding beyond D&D would be kind of nice. But for the live stream for D&D discussions, I know one of the things that we've been talking about a lot is just how do we stay on brand, and how, what exactly are the topics that we want to do. So I think with the YouTube channel, we'll be able to spread and do a lot more, which is what we're really excited to do over the coming months, is open up different opportunities for that and different types of episodes that we can do that will be more catered for YouTube content. And of course, if things go well and we get a decent amount of support, there's always a consideration for doing something along the lines of like a Patreon or a members or a subscribers only content that we may be doing. I'd really like to do something like once a month. I would love to do a private events, once a month live stream or something like that, where it's just for a select few of you guys. But that's all just kind of dependent upon a lot of ifs. and right now it's basically, I mean, we got 2 days a week, and I got a YouTube channel that I have to start learning editing from. So, let's be realistic here. Let's not shoot for the moon too far, and just realize that everything is baby steps, and we are at the very first.
We getting started, but we keeping our eyes out for the future. I like it.
But let's see what's going on here. The compendium, what compendium?
That's Hizboar's. They call it the half-assed compendium. It's very cool. It's all of the classes, the items,
it's the whole setting. It's the whole setting from where these are coming from.
It's very similar to what Pokéniner submitted. Their
Gotcha.
entire
It's the collection.
Yes.
Of all of this.
The compendium.
Because we haven't really had a name for it yet. We haven't heard of like Cineverse, High Point.
Right.
We haven't really had a name for Hizboar's
realm.
Yeah, for the whole setting thing yet. Okay, but the compendium is everything. That
is everything that's been created so far. Yeah.
Wow, that sounds like a lot. Because what is it? 194 pages.
Yeah. That boy's beefy. But they got a lot of good content in there too. So
well, and it'll be cool to see what they do with it. I mean, if it ends up getting published or at least put out somewhere to have people play test, because that'll be the big thing. Yes. Is like when you start, that's something that I've always thought about in High Point is what is that end goal, right? Because there's either the goal just to do build something on the side that you like, and then there's the idea that you can actually build out something that other people can use, and making that leap into putting it down, documenting it well enough to get other people to use it. It's a huge step that I don't know if I've ever wanted to make with High Point, because again, not a lot of High Point really works as static rules. You know what I mean? I don't really work a lot on a lot of static rules.
Yeah.
It's the static rules are there to guide you in how to play the game, but it's there. I don't really have the static rules that I feel the general community needs in order to play like a High Point level campaign.
Right.
Not saying that like the High Point level isn't a more difficult, but I don't think people can typically play a High Point campaign on the rule sets that I have, because my rule sets are there to make foundations.
They're to facilitate you as well as a DM. They're what is optimal for you to be able to run a game of this magnitude.
And exactly,
with such
right?
Consistency.
And again, it's much more, mine's much more about the story and the journey than it is about the mechanics and the rules, right? Like I let the players do what makes sense for their characters more often than we worry about, what exactly does the book say that you should be able to do or what you should be able to get. But again, that's completely, that's all about, approach for DMing and everything else like that. Actually, more classes. Okay, you have 2 more classes that you're interested. That would be Hizboar. Definitely keep sending us those. As of right now, we're not really sure. Like I was kind of saying in the intro, not really sure where showcasing will go in the future. But definitely keep sending us ideas, because until we figure out exactly what we're going to be doing with that, we do want to have that content ready to go. So whenever we decide whether it's going to be like a YouTube exclusive, whether it's going to be a Discord exclusive or a Patreon exclusive, it'll be nice to have that all, packaged up and ready to go. So yeah, keep letting us know what you got. YouTube is overrated. I disagree. YouTube is where the money's at, and that's where the growth is at. So we will... like honestly, if you're not finding good stuff on YouTube, you're not trying hard enough. YouTube is expansive, ever changing, and constantly growing.
YouTube is weirdly its own Google.
It really is, and it's truly necessary. I mean, for anybody serious in Twitch, like YouTube is absolutely necessary. I mean, it's funny how weird the multitude of social medias are for content creators, and just the layering that's needed for all of them for a good amount of success. So yeah, I would disagree. YouTube is definitely not overrated. YouTube is absolutely at the forefront of content creation, and is pretty much like, I think, number one in terms of not only discoverability, but just number one in terms of personal content creation, like people being able to create content and go out there.
I do wish they would stop gatekeeping content.
The algorithm is very difficult.
It's so
the algorithm is a constant ebb and flow. But one thing I will say about this, at least YouTube does have a good pulse with their primary content creators, like their master ones.
Yes,
they have a great program with their YouTube management. So when things start to ebb in the wrong direction, the content creators do have a good say and actually do have a good shift with that. So there is a benefit there to where it's, yes, the algorithm will ebb and flow and typically ebb in its own potential, its own positive direction of making money. But at the same time, the content creators are able to rein it back and get it back on track. So it's really it's interesting of this back and forth play, because the content creators are a lot of the times at the whim of the algorithm. They have to keep up with what the algorithm is recognizing as popular. But then again, that's also a combination of what other creators are doing and what the audience wants, right?
More with, I can type word for word a video that I want to go look at and it won't show up.
And that's
bro,
just
let me find. I know it exists. Do I have to have the link? Do I need the URL?
And
usually,
and yes. That really is, unfortunately, with the algorithm, there are some things that are still being worked on and still fought for, because that is a big deal. But it is just, the unfortunate part about it is the reality really of why that happens is you kind of need it to, in the sense of, imagine how many people start a YouTube channel every single day and how many videos go out every single day, right? Like, there is a turning point at which you just can't feed people everything, every possibility of that keyword, right? There's a point at which the machine just has to go, look, there's 10,000 videos that have no views. Like I'm not mad at it, right? Like my video has 9 views, and there's 100 other videos that have over 1,000 views, over 10,000 views with the same title or a near title. Mm-hmm. I can understand, why would it, like, literally, why would it ever be programmed to give you me? Like, it because the program, of course, is not there as a Google search. It's not there to give you the best content.
That is fair.
It's not there to give you the most accurate content. It's there to give you what is the most likely that you're either looking for, but more so than that, what you're going to watch. Because realistically, if it knows you want B, if it knows you're looking for B, but it's like, I'm like 99% sure he would watch A, it's going to give you A first. Because in reality, yes, it's still going to show B in the list, but in reality, it's not there to give you what you're looking for. It's there to give you what it thinks you're going to watch, because that's where money is. And so it's like, there's a weird logic to it. I'm not saying it's great, but it's the game. And that's why I've been so hesitant on starting YouTube, right? Because if you get buried in the algorithm early, you never come out. You know what I mean? Like, it takes a very big viral movement for people to get out of that buriedness, right? And I'm not saying that we're going to start out strong with 1,000, views every episode, but consistency is huge. Being able to have any level of consistency can help you out. Life. Yeah, you don't get buried as much in the algorithm, because if the algorithm sees that you haven't posted in like 6 months, it will immediately bury you. It'll just be like, look, we don't care. But if but if you're not popular but are posting every week, it's like, okay, I'm going to give you a shot, because if you do catch on, people are going to keep coming back, right? It's that weird thing of, there's a lot going on with the algorithm the more you research it, and it's weird. It's a weird beast that we've created that we don't deserve it, but at the same time that we have it, and then we have to deal with it.
Yeah, it's here, and it ain't going nowhere.
I did look in the player's handbook. Warbow is not listed.
Who?
Is War? Well, in 5th edition, I'm assuming.
Wait, what are we talking about? Warbow?
I don't know. Cosmic just mentioned that they looked up Warbow in the player's handbook. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if a warbow is I mean, I know, short bow, long bow, crossbow.
Oh,
I don't know
that kind of warbow. I thought you were saying like a person's name.
Oh,
like,
no,
I'm warbow. Like,
I'm thinking like there is
guy.
technically a hunting bow, I think, in like supplementals, but I don't think a warbow is an official. No, yeah, I don't think that would be an official one. That sounds more like either a supplemental, like you would find in like Xanther's Guide to Everything, or yeah, I don't even think that's in an earlier supplement. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Interesting.
All right.
Did I? Oh. I did. Did I? I did not, because I am a goober.
What's that?
Nothing.
Oh.
I am Yeah.
All right. Well, there's our complimentary, wasted time.
Introductions.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, we should get down to business because I think we have.
Down to brass
I mean,
taxes.
what do we got here? We got like 6 pages.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we got 8 pages. I mean, the last page.
The last page is nothing.
Okay, so 7 pages, 20 levels. All right, so quick little preference for y'all. So again, homebrew showcasing. So we are going to be going over something that is a little more custom outside of the typical campaign that you would find in either 5th edition or in any edition. So keep in mind, as we're going through this, we are not looking to be as concerned with things like balancing as we would normally as DMs and as players. This is going to be more of our reaction and not so much of a review as players coming into this, fresh, being having this basically be presented to us as a brand new TTRPG, and seeing how we would feel about it. What are our questions? What are the things that interest us most? What are the things that make us cautious or that we may not, we may like or dislike? Areas that may, drive us to ask questions, things like that. Basically, that's kind of the difference between the showcase and the review, which is, again, kind of why we want to maybe split it off from the Mondays, just because it is, it's a little bit different of an approach. So we're not really sure where that belongs. But yeah, we want to continue with this. We've already looked at this particular one. Again, this is the class, the what you would call the main character of this particular TTRPG. So it, as a quick summary, as a quick refresher, the primary concept of this TTRPG setting is that you have 2 main characters, or you have a main character and their sidekick, their pet. The main character is this class called Godly Entertainment, and then they have the Heavenly Imp as their pet or sidekick. And these 2 characters are going about in a world not so much like a D&D campaign where they're going and exploring dungeons and fighting monsters and getting loot and leveling up. This is a higher tier level campaign where level 1 in this campaign, I believe the author Hizboar has mentioned that it is around a 14th level, give or take. So this is definitely a non-standard progression. So you're already starting out really strong. And I think one thing that we've coined, the way that we've represented these classes is, unlike a traditional D&D encounter system where you are concerned about winning, this game, it seems as if when you're playing these particular classes, it's not about whether you win, but it's about how you win. And in that sense, or with that, it's because the reason why we say that is these are the 2 main characters that you would be seeing as the players, but there are also deities, several played by the DM, but at least 2 of them played by other players as well. And in this particular TTRPG setting, the deities are there to make wagers and bets for or against these 2 particular players.
So there is a quick update in chat from Hizboar about the main characters.
There is no main character aspect anymore. 2 classes as PC and 2 gods as PC. Remove the main character stuff, though Heavenly Imp is still kind of a pet. Okay, excellent. So it's basically just it's not a main character. It's just you have 2 mortal PCs, 2 divine PCs, player characters, and a DM playing the other, deities and everything else like that. So I guess I still kind of consider that like a main character, because you really do have
a lot of the story is centered around
because even the deities are wagering against them. So I still kind of see it as a main character, but I see what Hizboar means by taking out the features and aspects that make them a main character.
Because usually these the combat PCs, the imp and the entertainer, they are usually serving one of these gods. So the other 2 PCs is one specifically the god of these 2, and the other is just associated with them, or are they both related to both of them?
My original thought was the DM played their god, and the other PCs are playing other gods that are against and or for them. So that's what I always assumed, is that, but it may have changed.
So you said the DM is...
I always took it as the DM or Hizboar would play the main deity of the Godly Entertainer and the Heavenly Imp, and the other 2 PCs were like contrary gods, like the ones trying to get in the way, trying to bet
Gotcha.
against them. That's what my interpretation always was. Okay, so it can be that way or it can be different. So it's a mix or match. So basically, it seems as if it's just basically intended for 2 divine players, 2 mortal players,
And you can kinda figure
and
out
you
how
can
you
mix and
wanna-
match who is who. But the intent is the deities are there to make wagers that will affect what the players experience. And again, it's not so much about whether or not they win these combats. It's not like life or death, but it's the way they go about it, right? Whether the wager is, something about, how much life they'll walk away with, or how many hits does it take, how long does it take, whether or not they'll kill them or, let them live. Like, I'm sure you can come up with so many different ways to wager to make the game more unique and interesting, right? But how you go about doing that, I think, will really be along the lines of how the players, want to do the divine level, right? I think that's going to be a much bigger challenge, is players having that mindset of what wagers can I make to give the DM challenges to give the players, right? Because that's what I feel like it is more, because I don't assume the DMs are going to, or the deities, the PC deities are going to be very interactive with the player character indirectly in terms of the game. So I have a feeling that it's more going to be I'm going to make this wager giving the DM a chance to put an obstacle in their way. That's kind of how I would assume that level of gameplay goes.
Interesting.
Or, maybe they're allowed to summon NPCs and play them, right? Like maybe the DM would give them hey, here's all the minions you can summon, and in a fight you control them.
Entertainment and okay.
Or you just give them cue cards and be like, hey, that's how you can fight that monster. That's how it can fight when we go into this encounter. Those are the ones you control. So there's a lot of different ways you could do that, and it would be really interesting to see if we could even just get a quick write-up of just the in general overview concept of how a game plays, right? Like a one or 2 page write up of just how is it expected to play these characters, play the deity, play these two. Like, what does a gaming session look like? What does a round look like? What's everyone's involvement, right? Kind of a bird's eye view of what a session would look like.
Interesting.
So yeah, Hizboar, if you haven't done that yet, that would be really cool. Just a 1 or 2 page write up of just kind of a bird's eye view of how all of this interacts with itself. But yeah, so that is the setting that we're going to be reviewing in today, and then we're going to be primarily looking at the Godly Entertainment class that has been revised. So this will be our second review on it. Actually, I'll be starting to write a Creative Divine Being section of the compendium tomorrow. Okay, cool. Fire. Awesome. More stuff. So, and actually, before I do this, I'm going to step out real quick, and then we will get started. Second, y'all. Yep, give me 1 second, and then we will jump right into this, because I know we have a lot.
We are gonna get it. But yeah, I'm very excited about actually both of these. I actually have had to do some reading when it comes to the Heavenly Imp, so I've spoiled a little bit of what's happening in this class, but I'm kind of very interested to see how it all fits together. Like I see the big pieces, if you know what I mean, Hizboar. I see the big pieces, but I really want to see the details and how they actually connect and how they actually work synergistically with the character when it comes to the Heavenly Imp. There's definitely a lot there, but I'm interested. I believe you will love the Heavenly Imp more than the Godly Entertainment. Interesting. Okay. I'm optimistic. I'm very optimistic. I think it'll be interesting. And I'm very interested to see what Vortex's take will be on it eventually. Just talking about preemptively the Heavenly Imp.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
When we do that next time.
All right, so let's check this out. All right, so we have, bam, there we go. Godly Entertainment Revised. So this is a sublist class. So there are no subclasses. So it's not gonna, roll out like 5th edition would. This is gonna be actually a lot more in line, kind of with some of the older editions in the way that they used to do it before we really got deep into subclasses.
Okay.
So it's going to be a lot heavier.
That's fair.
That's fair. I think it's every like 3 levels we get something. So it's going to be a little bit heavier
like
in the beginning as well to kind of really stay, to make them shine. And again, keep in mind that with this particular read or with this particular build, the base level of 1 is more equivalent to a base level of 14 in a standard campaign. So we are going to be starting at a much higher a gaming plateau. So just keep that in mind as we go through this. If it sounds OP, it's meant to.
It's meant to.
Yeah.
Very much so.
So we have to reserve our judgment of balance, again, because this isn't meant to be picked up by any particular type of campaign. And I think we have more lore on this one. It seems like we have more lore bits.
I believe so. And I believe that's actually, it might be all throughout as well.
Okay, excellent. So we'll see how well that builds up the idea of it. All right, so class description. Godly Entertainment. They are the masters of the battlefield, sculpting the human form with unmatched precision. Virtuosos of the battle axes, they weave symphonies of steel and bone. Artists in their own right, they paint the ground with the blood of foes and compose melodies with their shattered remains. Some even fashion sculptures from the skin and sinew of fallen adversaries, creating works of haunting beauty for their patrons. No need to rise. I come and go like ocean waves on sand. No script shall remain, no memories linger, but the gods' awe-filled applause. Interesting.
Very interesting.
From what I remember, I don't know if that paints a better picture or not of my expectations now. Based on, what we originally had talked about, or at least on the original idea of what the Godly Entertainment was. I don't know if that actually paints a better picture or not. It's definitely giving me Warlock. It immediately gives me Warlock vibes. Like I just patron.
Yeah.
Also, just like more of a sacrificial aspect, like doing things to gain favor.
Yeah.
So that's where it's leading me to, is either I immediately think Warlock or just a much more sacrificial nature. So I would, reading that, I would almost expect, my first expectation would be that I'm gonna do things to get things from my god. Not just an instant, or not just like a Warlock where I have a patron, they give me stuff. It just immediately kind of triggers like
almost a transactional relationship.
Yeah, so it's like in battle I could do certain things to then gain certain things, right? So that's kind of just where it's already giving me so far.
Okay.
Okay, and we got a little bit more. So there is a big show, said the God of Life. They say it's incredible. Rumor has it the lead performer is crazy talented. I heard once you see them, it's impossible to call love again. What do you call it then? Answered the God of Death, with a hint of confusion in his voice. Nothing. They say after seeing them, you understand what true love is. They are the only beings that the divine can feel this way about. The God of Life, alive as others call her, was extremely excited and amused by the idea. That sounds more like obsession, though, whispered the God of Death to himself. Alive frowned. I'm pure. I won't feel barbaric things like obsession. What could go wrong? Come on, let's go watch them. At worst, we simply crush the actor's dimension and return to our duties. One more question before I decide. Alive, said to the God of Death. Who told you about this you can't love anything else nonsense? Alive was easily distracted and had a bad memory. She turned her eyes to a random world, preoccupied with the question, trying to remember who it was. When she was just about to give up, a voice, sweet as the purest of nectars, answered instead. Me, said the unfamiliar voice. I told her about it. The God of Death was annoyed. And who are you to tell gods how to name their feelings? The being chuckled. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself, O Lord of Death. But please believe me, I know one or two things about feelings, especially a specific one. Death was getting more and more annoyed. He cut off the ongoing monologue and repeated himself with an impatient tone. I ask you who you were, impudent one. The being in the receiving end smiled, made a mockingly wide bow before answering with a soft whisper, and then he answered. It was the only word that escaped his lips. Love. Okay, so...
Interesting.
So we have
interaction.
So we're trying to build the gods pantheon here, essentially. I can't say for me that it's immediately captivating, but I think that's just the way that I'm just weird with when I approach deities. It's just it's a very weird interaction for me.
I think I know where you're coming from.
I don't know really where to put my finger on it. It's like I don't know. Maybe the idea of like I don't know how to put my finger on. It's
weird,
just
but
it's
I think
missing.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's missing mystique. It's missing an air of. Why can't I name what's going on here?
I really think English is deficient in words for moments like this.
Yeah,
I really do.
It's just. It's not that it's like badly written, you know what I mean? Like it's not that it's like in any
honest,
way the way that it's written. It's just that for a presentation and a setup, I'm just not immediately wowed. I think I have more questions. You know what I mean? And again, we don't have a lot of pictures of this world, but I guess it's the.
And there might be more pretext that comes before this.
There's probably a lot of pretext. I mean, you got to think this is a whole TTRPG, right? You would probably know way more about the setting before you would know about your character, right? So adding this here, I mean, I see the interest, but
you think it might be better placed elsewhere.
It may be that. Maybe it's also just a little bit too much. It's a little bit like. It's almost like halfway through reading this, I feel like I'm being. How do I put this? Like, how do I like articulate this? It's almost like, you know, those jokes where like halfway through the joke, you're realizing the joke is telling you it's a joke and you need to be laughing right now because this is a joke and it's funny. And you know, we're not done with the joke, but you should be laughing right now because the punchline's coming and you know what the punchline is because this is a joke. Like it's just one of those things where I feel like I'm being spoon-fed interest in a place to where it's like, I'm talking about my character here. I'm already sitting at the table. I'm ready to play this game or I'm ready to learn. Why am I still being fed interest, right? It's like, or like almost like that scene at Night at the Roxbury. Remember Night at the Roxbury?
I love that movie.
Where they finally get picked up by the two girls like that are trying to scam them.
Oh yeah.
And they go to the hotel and all they're doing is still giving them pickup lines while they're like
it's like you already got us in.
That's almost kind of how this feels. It's like I'm ready for this character and I was down for the class description. Like, I kind of got a little bit with this, but this is now feeling like a little out of place and a little out of like okay, what does this have to do with my character? You're just once again telling me I'm here for their entertainment.
I think that connection
maybe
is,
that's what
is
it
where
is.
it's happening because for me, I really liked the dialogue. I actually enjoyed the picture that it painted. I do see where you feel like, for me at least, the interaction feels kind of out of place for gods.
I'm trying not to be that judgmental with that part because I also know that I deal with deities differently, and this definitely doesn't feel like a conversation I would imagine deities having. But that's where we can't really go into that because it's a custom TTRPG. But yeah, I think
why in general, like I said, I liked the interaction.
I think the interaction is like best if we were looking at a section of like the world or the campaign and not the character. I think the class is not the place for this because
that's what I meant earlier when I was just like maybe it should be like placed in a different like section of like say this was a player's handbook
exactly
and like it would just be sooner or something to that effect. Something that's like, oh my gosh.
And
I
think I know the other reason, literary wise, why it doesn't captivate me is there's too many, but just one more step. Like, if that makes sense. Like, it's the whole, there's this big show. They say it's incredible. Okay. And then what's this big show about? It's impossible to call it love. Well, okay, well, there's this big show, but now we're redefining love. Okay, well, what do you call it? Well, you call it nothing. Wait, so we have this interesting show. You've redefined love,
but we don't have to keep track of a lot.
It's like you keep egging me on, and then it's like, well, then who told you about this? Hold on. So now there's this interesting show. There's a redefinition of love that doesn't have a name, and then there's another person. Like it's like everything I read, it's one more.
One more thing to be interested about.
But come closer. But one more secret. And then again, it ends with, but one more question. Okay? Who told you about this? And then it's just this whole, no offense, but as a reader, I'm death right now. I'm getting annoyed. Like again, I'm not trying to comment on people's writing here. I'm not saying that Hizboar has a bad writing style, but in the sense of if I'm trying to get this information, this is not the way I would want to get it. Because at this point, I've been asked so many questions and I'm asking so many questions, I'm losing my place. You know what I mean? Like I'm almost just at that point to where I'm like, so wait, what do I care about the show? Do I care about the actor? Do I care about love? Do I care about who the god of death is talking about that is love? And then is love saying that love changed love's name after seeing this show? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I'm now more confused, and I don't know if that's intriguing information enough for me to be like, oh, I need to figure out what's going on here, right? So I think that's maybe it. It's wrong place for being with the class, and then maybe it's just it's almost too many things being hit all at once, right? There's like too many questions being asked right out the gate.
I don't know what specific part this was referring to, but Hizboar mentioned that a part of what you were talking about was happening on purpose, and it might be revealed a little bit later when you keep reading.
Okay.
So
and that might be fine, but just keep in mind from like a player point of view.
For sure.
These are the ebbs and flows I'm going through. So if I was given this, it's kind of like I'm already
this is where you're feeling at this point.
Yeah, I'm just like this little bit was kind of like, okay, not as enticing as the last time, and it kind of tells me from a re-review that we're going in a different direction. But yeah, all of this is maybe just too much background for me trying to prep my class. Like I said, like you said, different place of the handbook, right? But we can keep on moving forward. And then we do have a warning here that we kind of already covered beforehand, that this is designed for advanced gameplay at higher levels. At level 1, it's nearly as powerful as a typical level 14 that you would find in a standard campaign. Definitely suited for sessions for 2 players to wield 2 custom classes, and at least 2 players who are deities. Now it says while numerous divine beings, 2 of whom are players. So I don't know if this is fully intended to be a 4-player plus DM only, or if it's a minimum
4 players,
2, 2 and 2. So I don't know if it's meant to be a minimum or if it really is just designed to be DM and 4 players. And then with a number of divine beings, 2 of which are players that wager for or against the 2 classes, and it's not suitable for regular sessions or one-shots. So this really is kind of like, I like that he puts this here, that it is just hey, this is a custom TTRPG setting. It's not really meant for your standard D&D,
right.
Your standard D&D game.
In Hizboar, just that little piece of art, that was just me randomly needing a spacer for my formatting. That's okay.
All right, and then we get into class features. So kind of just always nice little list, kind of looking forward to seeing what we get. Right. So you must have a charisma score of 16 or higher in order to multi-class in and out of this class. So I find this interesting that we're in a custom setting, a custom TTRPG. Mm-hmm. There aren't class options. So I'm really curious, how does this play into it? Like, Hizboar, how does multi-classing work? I'm assuming that there are other classes in your setting from your compendium, because it sounded like the idea was it was supposed to be Godly Entertainer and Heavenly Imp. So if these are being played side by side and these are the only 2 choices, how does multi-classing work? So that you're going to have 12 classes. So you don't. So Heavenly Entertainment is only going to be a choice. It's not going to be the required one. Because I always thought that these two were required for the game.
It's just these two.
That's what I always thought. I always thought Godly Entertainment and Heavenly Imp were like, these were the purpose of this campaign.
Okay, so we got more than that. So there'll be 6 classes.
Okay, so there's just gonna. Okay, so this is just a class that you can choose in this realm. Okay,
Gotcha.
So that was a misunderstanding for me. I always thought that this was just like what you had to be.
Weird question: did the God PCs have classes and level up?
That would be weird. Because I mean,
yeah, they might. It might not, because there won't be like actually being in combat.
I'm also really curious that he mentions that these aren't necessarily for one shots. I'm really curious how long a standard campaign is expected to last then.
That's fair.
I mean, you're supposed to get to 20 levels in this, but I'm really curious, like, how do you progress this? Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see like what they do for their rule sets and everything else like that. But yeah, so I guess multi-classing will be an option. That's gonna be a dicey process because we already know how complicated these classes get.
Bro, combining some of these abilities, it might break my brain.
I'm concerned about that. I'll be completely honest. I'm actually really concerned about that. As a player, the complexity of these things are already pretty high up there. A multi-class, I don't know how approachable that will be. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's already going to be a lot of work to handle a single class.
It's got to be a labor of love.
Exactly.
It's got to be something you really, really want to do, and you really enjoy doing that.
And if that's
stuff.
the case, and to be completely honest, because I've asked myself this with High Point. I mean, you remember my custom character sheet that I butchered because I finally just said, "Fuck it, we're done." I tore it apart because it was like 90% of it I just never used. Amazing mechanics, but I never used it right. And that's just a question that I always have is like, if it requires a labor of love, is it a mechanic that I don't want to say is worth the time, because obviously labor of love is always worth the time, but the idea of, is it something that you should bother trying to incorporate if it's going to cost that, right? Because again, it's that cost value of, you'd have to get enough interest in your setting to have someone dedicated enough to then go and want to do it.
I mean, so in this situation, I feel like the only thing would just be like whether you allow multi-classing or not in your game. And so in this situation, to be like, listen, I'm going to be straight with you. If you try multi-class right now, it's going to be a Charlie Foxtrot. You're going to have a whole lot to deal with, and we're not going to like sit around and wait for your turn because you're trying to figure out how your power works, right?
And that might be fair too. It may be something that
it just be like, if you really want to do it, go for it, but be prepared, because
multi-classing is always just. I mean, we've talked about multi-classing multiple times. It's messy. There's very little. It's very difficult to properly do multi-classing. Like, the way I would really like to see multi-classing done, to be completely honest, is something like from the ground up. You choose that you're going to multi-class, and then every time you level up, whenever there's something that you would get from that class, you choose one or the other, and then you're stuck with that one until the next level up, right? Like, that would be a better, more equal way to level up. Because a lot of times leveling, multi-classing is like you're further behind than everybody else who's single classing, right? They go through theirs usually a little bit quicker. I just think it would be cool to you have one level. Everyone always has one level, but if you have multiple classes, like let's say you reach 5th level, you either choose the thing you get from Fighter or you choose the thing you get from Rogue. And that's it. Then you have to wait till, 7th or 8th level to choose again from one or the other, right? Instead of...
Would you ever be able to go back? Like, if there's like a 2nd level Fighter feature that you really wanted, but you took the 2nd level Rogue feature first.
I think it'd be more fun not to. I think it would be the idea that it would be a completely different approach to multi-classing.
That's very true.
But I think that would be really more in tune with what you would expect to, like, not min-max it, but to get the best of all of the features at certain time frames. Like, I think that would be a lot more interesting, is to be able to just, whenever you level up, it's basically, instead of calling it like a multi-class where you're going to just collect a bunch of shit, it's more like you're just getting to choose. You just get to double your options. You're just choosing from all of the list of fighter stuff or all of the list of rogue stuff. You know what I mean? Instead of it being like a bunch of rogue abilities and a bunch of fighter, it's like just as you level up, you just get to choose from both lists, and then customize your character from there.
Interesting.
I think that would be a unique way of doing it. But yeah, I'm curious how multi-classing will happen in this. Now, Hizboar does say that there's a little bit more streamlinedness going on here, so we'll see as we level up how that might look as a multi-class feature.
Fair enough.
But looking at the class levels, we do have 1 through 20th level. We do have proficiency bonuses 2 through 6, which looks pretty much in line. 3 at 5th level, 4 at 9th level, 5 at 13th level, and 6 at 17th level. Sounds fantastic. I do see some new names here for some new features. I don't even know what that word is.
I was not 100% sure either.
Peregrinato? Is that?
Yeah. It was new to me. I remember later in it, it had like a little accent over it, or maybe that was from the other one.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what that is. We've seen Curtain Call before. Holy Performer seems to be new. Oath of Perfection is new. Play Dead is new. Musical Critical is new. Interval is new. Curtain Fall we've seen before. Applause, I think, is new.
No, Applause, we had the last one.
Oh, did we have Applause?
That was
that's the Godly Applause.
Yes.
That's right. We did have Godly Applause. Okay, so there's a couple new ones here. We have Curtain Calls. Okay, so we still do have a point system here for Curtain Calls. Now, last time Curtain Calls were like a rage. It was this version of raging. And then the plot twist points were the things that you could do while raging. So like a Curtain Call, you could do that twice.
Right. Yes.
And then every time you did that, every time you curtain called, you'd get plot twist points to use on something.
Kind of like a mix of rage and key points.
So that's how it happened last time. So we'll see.
So, yeah.
We'll see how well that shapes up this time. Okay, so hit points, we have a 1d12, and we know that this one's kind of meant to be,
fairly beefy.
Yeah, fairly beefy. So that sounds about right. Hit points at first level, 12 plus your Constitution modifier. Hit points at higher levels, 12 plus your D12 plus your Constitution modifier. Okay. No armor proficiencies. So again, very much like a barbarian that you would expect. Simple weapons, martial weapons, hand crossbow, short swords. Isn't short sword in martial? I thought short swords were martial weapons. And then short bows. No tools. We have charisma and constitution saving throws. It is a martial weapon, yeah.
Well, to be honest, simple weapons and martial weapons covers almost everything except for ranged weapons.
Which is why you would want the hand crossbow and short bow. So yeah, maybe short swords just was an oversight. Not like a big deal, but
yeah.
And then skill. So choose 2: insight, athletics, persuasion, performance, perception, and religion.
I will say that that's low for a skill choice count. Like, usually every class gets at least 3 here. And a couple get 4, and I think, like, rogues or bards get 5, something stupid like that. But yeah, so just having 2 here, that's something that's a little bit less than the majority of the classes out there.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe going to 3, but again, it could be balanced. I mean, the idea could be. I mean, again, it's not really a D&D build, so could make a little bit more sense. So insight, I think, works. Athletics, I think, works. Persuasion, I think, works. Performance, obviously. Perception and religion. Yeah, no, I think those are. I think that's a good overall skill list. Whether or not it's 2 or 3 is kind of just depends upon how all of the other classes are balanced out as well.
Right, for sure.
Let's see, equipment. So, other than the equipment granted by your backpack, you get a great axe or a martial melee weapon, 2 hand axes or a simple melee weapon, and an explorer's pack and 4 javelins. Gotta love my javelins. Love those things. Yeah, I'm curious if there's just any logic behind why a great axe. I just don't know if, like, because typically what I always imagine is when you see these equipment lists and you're given them, I've always imagined when I read them, it's like the first option is that, if they say this option or any localized weapon. I always imagine that the reason they're doing that is to give you a base idea, right? Like if you're a fighter, it's going to be a sword, right? Like the idea that you want to, what is the thing that makes them not stand out or unique, but what identifies them, right?
Right.
So when I see this and you say great axe is like the first example or any other weapon of your choice, it's like, was great axe intended to represent something, or was it just an option?
I will say it does kind of fit with the barbarian theme we've been talking about,
and that's what I'm wondering is like is great axe an intended default weapon, or was it just chosen by random, right? Because again, I always look at it as when you see that it's typically here's the default weapon to represent what this character is all about, but go ahead and customize as you wish. So
interesting, yeah.
Because then you also get the 2 hand axes again, and I think that's very barbarian-esque. This gives me barbarian vibes.
For sure.
All right, so Peregrinato of the Entertainer. I'm gonna say what it is. Peregrinato.
I'd say go for it.
Or it could be Peregrinatio. Like I don't know if it has like the extra
little accent.
I don't know. But basically, it stands for leaving one's homeland and wandering for the love of God. So it's almost like a
pilgrimage or something.
That's a good thing. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Okay, so pilgrimage of the entertainer, as we could say. I think pilgrimage actually works for what we're going to talk about. Not saying that you have to update it by Hizboar, but
Hizboar's already doing updates.
Yeah, but pilgrimage. If you're looking to get a word that most people would notice right out the gate, I think pilgrimage of the entertainer would immediately give the same.
I feel
concept.
like Peregrinato is like a version of that word, but in either some other language. Maybe it's like a French version or something like that.
Probably.
And it might have some significance in their lore or whatever.
Yeah, basically it's a pilgrimage. A pilgrimage is a journey to a holy place, and Peregrinato is the same thing. Basically it is a pilgrimage. So you could just interchange that if you wanted to make it a little bit more immediately recognizable and universal. But if you want to make it sound a lot more fancy, Peregrinato sounds a lot more fancy.
Hence the class.
All right, so at level 1, you get this feature. Are we calling this a feature?
Yes, these are class features.
Okay, so there's a class feature.
Class features.
So the Pilgrimage of the Entertainer, so you get bonuses. So gain experience at a rate 4 times faster than other mortals. Okay, we'll come back to that one. Ignore item level requirements. Engage in divine challenges and observe godly wagers. Furthermore, upon successful completion of a challenge you participate in, your hit points are restored to their maximum value.
Interesting.
Any deity that is currently watching you might grant you the ability to eavesdrop on a divine conversation, allowing you to overhear discussions among the gods. This ability extends beyond the conversations of the granting deity. A deity that is currently watching you might grant you the ability to eavesdrop on a divine conversation, allowing you to overhear discussions among the gods. This ability extends beyond the conversations of the granting deity, basically meaning this deity can give you access to any other deity's conversation.
Interesting.
The heavens will watch every action you take, every decision you make. They will watch you breathe, sleep, eat, fight. Do not tease them too much, gladiator, since a god's fantasy is cursed with obligation to become reality. And unlike opinions of the mortals, not all fantasies are enjoyable. Okay, there's a little bit more. Let's finish this up. Limitations. You are unable to acquire, steal, or utilize items untouched by gods.
Acquire, steal. Like steal as in take.
Yeah.
I totally thought that meant like steal, like the type of metal.
No. Yeah, you can't.
Steal?
You can carry ordinary items acquired through methods other than purchasing or stealing.
So like if you found it in like a cave or got it in a treasure chest, something like that?
Listen to them all gossip about you, creating needless scene, a bunch of starving rats. Disgusting. Okay, so let's unpack this real quick. So this is your class feature. Okay, so right out the gate, we have to realize that this should tell us that this is absolutely the dividing line between any other class. So remember, this isn't the only class you can choose, but this is going to set this particular class completely apart from the rest, right?
Yeah.
So, Pilgrimage of the Entertainer. Gaining experience at a rate 4 times faster than other mortals. So, my first thought to this sounds more like a mechanic for this entire setting. And my first gut instinct was like, that sounds like this should just be a base rule. You know what I mean? Like, you guys, the playing group of this game are going to
level
excel
up 4 times faster.
Yeah, but having it as only this particular, again, this goes back to my question of how these gameplays work and how like you expect a campaign, like a session to go. Is if that's the case, how is that really going to work with a party? Like if you have somebody leveling up at the normal speed and you have somebody in the party, one of the two, select this one. I mean, they're going to be level 4, level 5 by the time you're level 2. They're going to be level 10 by the time you're level 3. Like, how fast is this game going? Like, you know what I mean? Like how fast are you progressing through? Because either one of two things is going to happen. If you have a person who's leveling up super slowly, like 4 times as slower, you're basically either going to have one player who, for half the game, is way too overpowered, waiting for the other player because to level up, so they can get to the end game.
So they can actually help.
Or you're going to force another player into late game, end game stuff way too soon because you have a player who's level 20 at level 20 before the other person's at level 8. But if they're level 20 and you're leveling the game up and the gameplay and based off of what they can do, this is a wordplay about heavenly imp because peregrination means wandering from your homeland for the love of God, but peregrination means slow and long journey. So the heavenly imp way is called peregrination of the pet.
So this is kind of like a quick glance forward. The heavenly imp also has a feature with this same name, except it's slightly different.
Right, meaning a longer. Okay.
Yes, and so that's kind of the play. It's like this one's this version, and that's.
But that's good if they are paired. Like if they're intended to be a pair. But again, without knowing how the other ones level up, it's just. I'm very concerned about how that balancing with the party because again, 4 times faster. Again, if I'm going to be level 15 before you're level 5. What does that mean?
I will say this. According to Hizboar, apparently that specific piece is balanced by the curtain falls effects. So perhaps there's something where when something happens with curtain fall, like your XP drops, or maybe you can go down levels. It maybe something like that is.
So we'll see
to mess with it, but.
Okay, so gaining experience 4 times faster. There's just there obviously without knowing what the other ones are. There's just obviously a concern there for how the party is going to work. Ignore item level requirements. Again, kind of felt like that was already going to be like a basic for this high level gameplay
in general.
But it I guess it kind of makes sense because you are on a higher level gameplay. You are at the mercy of the gods, so you are being given the boost. So engage in divine challenges, observe the godly wagers. Again, it sounded like something that sounded more specific to this, so I don't know how that looks.
Yeah,
because in terms of like,
I 100% thought like even in the description that we got at the beginning from Hizboar, like it felt like that was just like the setting. That was the standard for what everyone's going to be doing.
So I don't know if that means that the other classes aren't going to be as involved with the deities. They're going to be more at the mercy, and this is the only one that's kind of like has an inside look.
Because
that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, so you're like elevated a little bit.
I'm thinking it's like this is like the favorite, so the gods are like the one god is like, hey, you're like the focus right now. Again, kind of like what they were saying in when he was bringing out in the the dialogue between the gods of like, hey, this one's like the one you want to watch. So it would make sense that this one has a little bit more interaction, but again, that kind of felt like that was going to be a standard of being able to be part of the wagers.
I'm curious if love is supposed to be portrayed as a godly entertainment.
No, I think it was supposed to be just one of the gods, and it may be like it almost sounds like like the godly entertainment is love's. Like love is intended to be your patron.
Okay.
And then love's like, hey, go out and wow them because I want to spread my idea, and that's why Love is there giving rumors of, hey, go watch this one, right? So it sounds more like that. It's a standard, but most classes cannot see exact exchanges or challenges. Okay, so this one gets to actually understand what the challenge is ahead of them. Kind of like so they have some meta knowledge of the challenges. That's interesting. Okay, so engaging divine challenges. Furthermore, upon successful completion of a challenge, your hit points are restored. So again, because we know that this isn't about whether you win, it's about how you win. That just again goes back to,
it doesn't feel like it gives you really anything.
No, not just that. I'm confused. It just immediately makes me confused on how does that again work with the other classes. If I'm already leveling up faster and my health is always being replenished, it's again looking at party balance. How is that represented with another character, right? If I'm another character who's leveling up slower, who doesn't get all my hit points back, how often are these gaming sessions? Like how long are these gaming sessions? How many times are we losing hit points, right? Are these gaming sessions all about encounters? And again, if they aren't, what's the point of this ability? Like, why does this character need to get its health back, whereas the other characters don't? Or are they going to be at a debt? Like it's a bigger question of overall balance. Because again, when I was looking at this originally, it was like thinking, okay, I walk into this, I get to choose to be either the entertainer or the imp, and you would choose the other. That's how I thought it was. Like you and I want to play with Hizboar. Yeah. He gives us these two. We go, okay, you be the entertainer. That sounds you. I'll be the imp. But now that I know that there are other classes, now I'm just more like, how does that work? Because if there's just a pair, that's the intended pair, that kind of makes sense, right? There's going to be a lot easier way to balance all of this stuff. But now that I'm looking at it, I mean, I know there's only supposed to be two, right? It's only supposed to be two gods, two playing characters, so it's not supposed to be like a group of six. But with it being just a pair of people, why would my health need to be reset and not theirs? So it's either, is it necessary or is it going to give me too much of an advantage? You know what I mean? And then what are we going to see in those other classes? So it just, and again,
to be fair, it might be a really, really lightweight ability. It could be
it could be
fairly
nothing,
especially because it's the level 1 ability.
Exactly, and that's why I'm trying to understand like how this works. Because again, it's not so much I feel like it's too OP for a single character. It's just more of as I'm reading this from a player's point of view, I want to know, how does this work with my party, right? How does this work as the whole gaming group? And it's hard to see how this would not basically immediately take all of the show, because it's not just that the other people can't have similar things, but it's kind of telling us right out the gate, only this class has this stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it just tells me that the other things are either going to have to really come out and give me a good show, or it makes me question, what's the purpose of this? Is it more just for explanation purposes of why you guys can just keep rolling through situation after situation, or again, is this in fear of just basically taking over every gaming session, right? So just initial reactions, because we don't know a lot. We really don't know anything more than what we see. Hizboar gave us some updates though. So one of the bonuses from the other classes, for the point of comparison, you may use the word change once every time you succeed a godly challenge. The explanation for this effect can be found as the ability reverse, as it has an ability typically reverse for the DM. The word change, metatextual power. The word allows the DM to interject. The word allows the DM to interject you by saying it, prompting you to alter your character's actions or responses. So, for instance, if an NPC inquires about the well-being of the PC, you initially respond with, "Yeah, I'm fine." Why? The DM may invoke change. In response, then you must entirely revise your reply, perhaps saying, "Oh, I'm feeling quite under the weather." Should the DM persist with change, you must once again modify your response, perhaps to a more dire predicament. "I'm in agony. I need urgent assistance." Should the DM continue to request changes, your character may even turn its back on NPC and flee from the scene, therefore perceived as a true freak.
So that is basically, I've seen that on like TikToks and shit. Like that is a thing that people do in what is that shit where they improv. improv like classes and stuff like that, they will go up and they'll be like enacting a scene with each other. And
Yeah.
somebody off to the side, after somebody says something, will say change, and they'll just have to redo what they just said, like their last
Right.
statement.
It's an acting technique. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and so like that's exactly what this sounds like. But is that in this class?
Well,
Is
it's
that what's being
he says that another one of the classes can use that term. He just says that this is another ability from another class.
Okay.
So another class, I guess, has the ability to just say that. They just can say change and force anybody, the player, the DM, to change basically what they said.
Interesting. Now, it might have limits.
Yeah. That sounds that just sounds messy. Because I mean, like, you're fundamentally changing, like, you know, again, depending on how disruptive it can be, that's just that can just be messy to force someone to, like, on the spot rethink of how to play their character. You know what I mean? Now, depending on who it's used on.
Now, I'm curious. I'm curious if it's more of like a compulsion, not necessarily like this is your character just articulating themselves, but it's almost like they have to like spit out something other than what they just said in response to that question. Like,
and that's the other thing too. Is this retconning it? Like, is the change basically saying that wasn't said, say something else, or is it
That is a good question.
Or
is everybody seeing you just re-answer this question?
That could get a little weird. That could get a little messy of being able to like. Yeah.
Especially if you can do that to the DM.
Yeah,
just like
you know.
It's just like a.
And to be completely honest, I'm not sure how that.
Imagine if you're asking somebody how much this is, and then they say it's 1,000 gold. Change.
It's 5,000 gold. Change. It's 10,000 gold. You want to keep playing this game? Like, the change, you don't get to control the change.
I mean, that's very true. That's very true.
Or that'd be hilarious. Like, it's 100 gold. Like, change. It's 10,000 pennies. Like, you wanted it in change. Okay, so again, my only concern is not about it being OP. It's just I'm having a hard time seeing this work with a sense like the party with like a gaming group. So that's my only hesitations there. And then any DD watching you being able to eavesdrop on themselves or any other conversation, that actually sounds like a really cool concept. I see why it's a class feat, because it's only going to happen for this class. Mm-hmm. So it's weird to call it a class feat, but there really is no other title for it. So it really doesn't get a knockoff of that. And I do find that interesting. I think having a class or a character that has that kind of I think actually is cool concept. That one I think nails it solid. The other ones, I don't understand how it's going to work because I don't see the rest of the game. So I'm hesitant on the first three. But being able to have like something like that's kind of cool. I do like having like an in with the gods.
Right on.
Now let's go into these limitations, right? So you were unable to acquire, steal, or utilize weapons untouched by gods. So basically, if it's not handed to you or created by a god, it's useless to you. And it says that you can carry ordinary items acquired through methods other than purchasing or stealing, but acquire basically means obtain. Like, yeah. So really you'd have to say you can't steal or purchase. Because again, it's basically you were unable to purchase, steal, but then why say utilize? So I can carry it, but I can't use it. So are you just saying that I can carry it just for the purposes of selling it? And
transportation, perhaps.
And yeah, and it's like, okay, so I'm really curious what the purpose of this limitation is, right? Like what this limitation reminds me, or what makes me think of, is it makes me think that at least one of the other classes, one of their abilities should be that they can turn any mundane item into a magical weapon just by wielding it. Like, if there was a class that just any weapon they wielded automatically gained a +1.
That would be some cool shit.
That would make sense for this, right? Because you can have one class that can't touch mundane weapons and can only find divine weapons. And then you have another class that could say only use mortal weapons because they give them a plus. But if they touch a divine weapon, it like goes negative or something. You know what I mean? Like it actually drops in power. So it's like if you had it like that would, this tells me that I would expect another class to have the opposite of this, right? Because again, the idea of balancing out my selection. If I'm going to choose classes, I need those other classes to have an equal and opposite effect. Otherwise, why wouldn't I just go with the guy who's going to level up 4 times faster, immediately always get my health back? Like that's what I mean by when I think of like how's this going to play out is what's going to make me choose this over the other classes, and when we're playing together with those other classes, how is this one not going to stomp out the rest? And that's kind of what you have to ask yourself every time we review one of these as a group is how are they going to work with the other ones? They have bonuses and limitations brought by pack-like things. So you remember the bow that caused the explosions of characters, ending, curtain call, and bowing. I kind of remember that one. So yeah, we'll kind of get into a little bit more about like where these might balance out a little bit more. Okay, so interesting on the limitations. I'm really curious how and why this is supposed to play out with untouched weapons, right? These ungodly weapons. But again, this is supposed to be kind of like the front runner, right? This class is supposed to get the attention of them all. Okay, so now let's get into...
That was Cosmic's item. Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
No, sorry, go ahead.
All right, so let's get into the next level set. So we have, so still at level 1, we have the next ability called Curtain Call. So last time, this was more like a rage. So we'll see how this works. So on your turn, use Curtain Call as a bonus action. I think it was like it was last time.
Yep.
To gain the Covered in Blood condition and stage offers. Okay. So just first reaction, it's very complicated. So I have ability that I can do at first level and I activate, but then it gives me 2 things. So it's going to be a lot again, but
I'll say, imagine Curtain Call is just activating your rage, and Covered in Blood is just your raged condition. It's what you get as your raged condition.
It's just
the names. Yeah,
it's just it can be a lot when you have to remember all that of like I'm going to activate Curtain Call, but now I have to call it Covered in Blood.
No,
like
Covered in Blood.
It can be a lot when you're trying to manage all of that. So after using Curtain Call, which would be Covered in Blood, the specified number of times as indicated in the godly
the table that we went over.
Right. So after using it, that number of times, you must complete a long rest before using it. I think that could be written a little bit cleaner.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's just because starting off with after using Curtain Call a specific number of like. Why not just say
you can only use it X amount of times before you take a long rest?
Yeah. You can use Curtain Call a number of times equal to indicate.
Chart.
Yeah, there might just been a better way to word that. And then you can't use Curtain Call while under the effect of Covered in Blood conditions. You can't stack it.
Re-rage while you're raging.
Yeah. Okay. So I would just say that you can't. That this effect doesn't stack.
Okay.
That would be a little bit easier of a way to just say, Curtain Call does not stack. Just kind of shorten it, not so much, not so wordy, and kind of more to the point. Okay, so Covered in Blood condition. So this is when you activate Curtain Call. You also get stage offers, which we haven't seen just yet, but I don't want to forget about those. So Covered in Blood condition. While you are covered in blood, you experience the following effects. Skillbound. You get all of these effects. So Skillbound. If you lose this condition, you also lose access to the stage offers. Well, that would make sense because if you run Curtain Call, you're getting access to them. So if you drop Curtain Call, you lose. Okay. I'm not really sure that needed its own like thing, but I mean, it's good to note that. But I kind of assumed that was going to be the case. Dice linked. Do a performance check at the start of your turns. Okay, so at the start of each turn, do a performance check. If you fail, you lose this condition. Okay, so you basically have to do a performance check to maintain.
Interesting.
Every time you want to maintain this. Okay.
So you're constantly checking to see
if you can maintain this ability.
If you're holding this. Okay.
Requires fresh blood. You will lose this condition if you remain out of battle for more than 10 minutes.
So it's like a lesser version of the rage, because like raging will go away if you don't literally hit something every round,
right?
Or take damage in a round. And so this one you just have a little bit more time. You got 10 minutes instead.
10 minutes is a long time.
10 is a long time. It's a long time, but
this one is really interesting too, because this is so like. This is just where my mind goes when I think of like consideration of like what's being said here is as a bonus action at any time I can do curtain call and I get covered in blood. Where does the blood come from? If it requires fresh blood, am I cutting myself? Do I have to damage myself, or do I have to like? I'm almost thinking, should this have said after you take damage or cause damage, you may activate this? Because realistically speaking, if I haven't taken damage and I haven't done damage, where's the blood? How am I covered? Am I getting a nosebleed?
I mean, you could get real angry.
And I'm just saying, like, I mean, so again, I just look at words, right? I look at how things are presented. So my thing here is if I can do this whenever I want, then I don't know where the fresh blood part comes in. But if the fresh part is not just a visual, but is also like a mechanic, then part of this should be after taking damage or dealing damage, you can activate this as a bonus action.
Okay.
Because that way you at least can justify on a successful hit as a bonus action, you can activate this and use the blood splatter, right? Like I just feel like if it's important enough to name, it should be part of the activation mechanic.
Hizboar agrees.
Yeah, and again, it's just more of I get the idea, I love the visual, but for me it's like if I'm the kind of person that if I'm going to put that visual in there, it needs to make sense, right? Like if you're going to be covered in blood, where'd that blood come from? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like,
give it a reason.
I mean, even, again, just because he also mentions he's using the fresh blood as a mechanic to drop it. So again, to me, that means it sounds like it's more important. It sounds like it's actually important of a mechanic to pay attention to instead of a visual. Because if it's just a visual, it doesn't matter, right? But I think it's because he's adding in this part that makes me feel like, well, then where'd the blood come from in the first place?
Right.
Plot twist. Okay, so real quick here. So again, this is where it gets a little confusing sometimes because we know up here that we have a certain number of curtain calls that you can do, and we know about plot twist points. But by activating this ability, we know that we get stage offers.
And we've only ever heard stage offers mentioned. We
right
don't really
there.
know what they are yet.
And now we're getting to plot twist, which we know we have plot twist points. So it's like, this is almost where that whole thing of like, I'm not really being led to the information in as linear of an order as it could be.
I will say that is possibly my fault because of my reordering of how I had to format things. So it's possible that they were all together. But yeah.
Okay, and that's just one of those things when you're trying to read this too, because you've made mention of this thing that I get with curtain call, and there was plot twist points before that, but they haven't really been like tied in officially until I just now I'm at a plot twist. I had to remember that I had plot twist points, right? So it's just one of those things. Those callbacks, those how to read that again may have just been our formatting too. But now we get to plot twist. So when you acquire this condition, you gain a number of plot twist points dependent upon your current level, the exact amount shown as in the table. Okay, yeah, that basically says what you need it to. I might reword that just a little bit to make it, to clean it up. But I mean, rewording is just to the individual. But okay, so you gain a number of plot twist points equal to that indicated on the but on the table. So again, now that we know we gain plot twist points, we already kind of knew that. I would expect you to tell me what a plot twist point does now. Like I saw it on the list. I'm now being told I got it, and I still don't know what a stage point is. I still don't know what a plot twist point is. I know I have them, but it's just that whole thing of like I'm being fed information without resolution, and it just keeps stacking questions and confusion. And for someone, and this is mostly a personal thing, but the more of those things that stack, the less interested I get, because now it's a homework to remember all the things I need to answer.
And I will say, again, because of how I edit this, again, this is like the majority of this is likely my fault.
Okay,
because
and if that's the case, it's not like a harsh review then.
No, yeah, it's just because when I'm looking at how to organize what's being presented, right, I want to make sure that it does go in as linear a direction as possible. But there are some times where it's like, okay, if I need to describe the covered in blood condition, what actually counts for the covered in blood condition, do I want to put all that in one place? Or do I want to put the fact that you get these plot twist points over here with the description of plot twist?
And that's fair too. That is totally fair.
I did my best, especially without reading all the details and like knowing how left in the dark you are about these things.
And that's fair too. I mean, again, and formatting is not what we're here to really judge on. I'm just trying to give my idea of
For sure.
I would have, and again, that happens all the time too, where you do get told you're going to get something and it doesn't immediately like tell you. Like spells, like it says, hey, you'll get this list of spells, or in the beginning you get the table that says here's all your abilities, but you don't know what they are yet.
Right.
You just know that they're coming and you'll get them explained. So yeah, I totally understand that we need to know what Curtain Call gives us, which is stage offers and plot twist points. And that, I guess, that's just a difficulty of when you make a book. Like,
for sure.
Where do you put that information? Okay, so moving on from that. So now we have also better attacks. So when making an attack or damage roll, add your charisma modifier and proficiency bonus to your rolls. I don't dislike that as a class feature. I think that works when you're kind of in this rage moment.
Right.
Better looks. Add half of your charisma modifier rounded down to your strength and dexterity saving throws, as well as strength and dexterity checks.
Your looks make you stronger?
I was trying.
Is that what's happening?
Like, it's a charisma modifier rounded down, but so it's your strength and dexterity, but it's only with saving throws and checks. My biggest thing is like, I get the intimidation factor. I get like you look badass and all of that kind of stuff. But is strength and dex, like, again, it's more about the mechanics of what you're going to run into. I'm just wondering, are strength and dex the saving throws that should, like, fix? You know what I mean? Like, I can understand maybe dexterity. I guess it is a strength saving throw because you are adrenaline pumped. You're covered in blood. You kind of like, you're in a rage, essentially. Right. So no, I guess saving throws and dex. I guess strength and dex actually do make sense. It is a little bit weird to call it like by the looks. Like it's a little bit weird to say that how you look is doing that. But this is you are an entertainer, so maybe it's that whole. If you look the part, you're gonna just get into character more kind of thing. So right. I can kind of dig it. It's a little bit weird, but I can kind of dig how it connects.
No, I feel it.
How it connects.
Okay.
We got some more from Hizboar in chat though. So Hizboar did fix the bonus action. So it is now as a bonus action after you get damaged or deal damage, gain the covered in blood condition. So after you attack or become attacked, and then it also. Usable number of times shown as a table, cannot be used while already covered in blood. Okay, yeah. No, that's totally fine. Is it still
something you trigger, or is it happen whenever you get attacked?
I think it would still be something you trigger as a bonus action. Yeah, because it's still as a bonus action, so you still have to do it. Zenchichi, hello, how are you? First time chatter, what's going on? What is the DC for the performance check to keep up the condition active? Does the check require an action? So that was up here. You had to do.
I will say I don't think it requires an action, but I don't know the answer to the other one.
So it says do a performance check at the start of your turn. So the DC. So what would be the performance check? So. Well, it's not saying it as an action. I didn't touch these. They're the same as before. So I have to fix this. So plot twist. When you acquire this condition, you gain a number of plot twist points dependent on your current level. The exact amount is shown in the Godly Entertainment table. Plot twist points are class-specific resource you use to utilize stage offers. Okay, that's cool. So adding just that little thing of plot twist points will be used for stage offers kind of ties those in together, so it lets you know.
Got you.
And that right there, Hizboar, is perfect. That little tiny breadcrumb just to let you know, hey, you're going to get stage offers and a number of plot twist points. They work together. You will read about them later. That's enough instead of making me feel overwhelmed of, oh, what are plot twist points? What are these things? It's like, oh, plot twist points are used for stage offers. Okay, I'll get to those later. That one little sentence clears up a lot and makes me ready to go read it. I'm actually now looking forward to it instead of, it's almost like now I'm looking forward to when I get to it versus needing to remember, oh my God, where is that? When am I going to, it's a different feel. And I like that. I like how you did that more. Let's see, Zenshichi, keep in mind that generally ability checks are considered improvised actions in combat, so you would need to specify that it does not need an action if you want the specific overruled the specific to overrule the general.
That is generally true. Like whenever you do any sort of like, if you want to do like a perception check on your turn, that's going to be an action. If you want to hide on your turn, that's going to be an action, unless you're a rogue or unless you have the ability to specifically do these things as some other type of action.
Yeah. So, and we're talking about the dice link, right? Do a performance check to start at the start of your turn. Is that what we're talking about here?
Yes.
So the way I interpret that, right, as either a player or a DM, when I think of that, I'm not looking at this as an action as in something that you need to intend to do, right? Like, I'm intentionally doing this. What I imagine this is representing, because remember, we're looking at this as a godly entertainment. We're looking at this as a performer. And we even saw this in the last build, in the original review, right? Where this all was a show for the gods, right? Curtain call. This whole concept, this whole build is about making a show of the things that you do, right?
Yes.
And now that we know it's not the main character, now that we know that there are other classes, this class is supposed to be flamboyant. This is supposed to be boisterous. This class is supposed to be the one that stands out above all else. That's their purpose, right? It's the one that, you know, the god love wants all the other gods to go watch. So the way I look at Dice Linked is not an action that you're intending to do, but it's more of a, you do curtain call, and it's almost like, imagine, like a video game where you do like a special move and you change fighting styles to where you're fighting like normal, but now you're a performer, and now all of a sudden you're fighting like a dancing style. Like now you're doing fluid dancing movements. You know, you're exaggerating, almost like a ballet, right? Like the concept of ballet is you're not talking, you're not emoting, so you have to exaggerate all of your movements, right? That's why, you know, ballet and performance dancing is so vibrant compared to like what you would go dance, you know, to music with, like, you know, just at a party or whatever. It's a lot more expressive. And that's what I imagine this is when you do curtain call, it's not you're continuously doing an action, but you've begun a performance. And the check isn't an action, it's like a saving throw. You're having to keep up this performance.
Yes,
so
I like that.
It's the look on your face.
Yeah.
It's the moves that you're doing, right? You're not moving as your normal persona. You are in this performance mode, and you need to keep it. And so the performance check is almost like a concentration check for a spellcaster. It's not something you're choosing to do as an action. It's something that is being required as an aspect of the condition.
I very much like that description.
And because that's the way I see it, I would say that is why you could get away with not calling it an action, because it's not something that you were intending to do additional outside of what you're doing. It's all part of it. It's a show that you're putting on, and it's a persona that you're trying to keep, right? It's just it's an act, and that's what I imagine it is. It's a saving throw for an act, not an action, if that makes sense.
And I totally agree. I think Dice or Zen is trying to make the point that there are a lot of potential rules lawyers out there that will try and make the case that, oh, you have to do that as an action because it's a check, if it's not like stated, like you were saying before, specific over general. Like
and Hizboar seemed to already fix it, so it just says do a performance check at the start of your turn as a free action. If you fail, you lose the condition. So that fixes it. No more rules lawyering. Sure. But for all of those out there who were wondering about that, I did kind of look at it as it's not so much a direct thing you're doing, as in you've already done the thing. You've already put the mask on. You're already in your performance, right? Continuing your performance is more like a concentration than it is an action, because your actions are part of the performance. But with Hizboar already fixing it, we don't have to really worry about that too much.
Right.
All right, so better looks, kind of interesting. I get it though. You're more in character. You know, it's just maybe your god boosts you because you're doing the performance, and you know there's a lot of reasons why you could say that works. And then enchanting performance. excuse me, when you make a melee weapon attack, make a performance check. On success, damage is also dealt to enemies within 5 feet of the target. Every third attack extends this effect to enemies within 5 feet of those previously affected.
That sounds kind of familiar.
Yeah, there's it's that hint of almost being too complicated sometimes, right? Where it's just like, it's cool sounding, but it's almost as if there's just too much going on initially. But let's say, so enchanted performance. So when you make an attack, make a performance check. So is this a choice? Like when you make an attack, you can choose to do this, or is it just always going to happen, right? It's just always an additional thing your character can do. So that would be question number 1. But the idea is essentially, enchanting performance is essentially giving you essentially cleave and then range. If you're doing these in succession, right? So you make a melee weapon attack. If you do it first time, you get to do splash damage, right? You get to do damage to other people. You're doing cleaving damage. And then beyond that, if you do a third attack, every third attack has the option to go and do reach, but not your reach, it's reach to anybody you hit. So if you're in front of, if you're having an enemy,
so it's almost like chain.
Yeah, it's basically a chain shot. So it's like you get. That's basically all this is. It's basically a chain shot. You hit somebody, and anybody within 5 feet of them gets hit, and then on the third shot, anybody within 5 feet of them gets hit. So it's like, I get it, but at the same time, I don't know if I get it. Like, I understand the idea of wanting to do a powerful multi-hit, because we know that this is the class for that. This is a combat-heavy focus on just taking care of the battlefield, right? We know that. But is this really like the place and time to do that at first level with something like this? Because I'm having a hard time visualizing what this actually does. Like, how does this actually
apparate? How does it display? How do you look at it?
Like what you could do is
I was thinking about like a cone, or
I mean you could do a couple different
AoE.
things, right? Where it's like enchanting performance, where the idea is that every time you hit them, you make the ground, like every time you make a successful hit, you make the ground 5 feet around the target like difficult terrain, and then every third hit the blood splatters even further. So the idea is, like, why is it called, like enchanting performance? Because they slip and they go down to a knee, basically bowing to you for your performance. Like, you could do that. You could do like for every successful hit, you could temporarily blind the people within 5 feet because the blood splatter, and then every third hit you could do like I'm just trying to think of, like, when you're raging and you're doing all of this stuff, what's really happening, right? We've already talked about blood. We already talked about you're covered in your blood or their blood. So it almost sounds like, well, why shouldn't we continue that trend, right? I'm not really sure where this damage is coming from that's spilling, not just from me, right? It's not like I can just hit the guy next to me, but I'm hitting the guy behind the guy I'm hitting, and then every third hit, I'm hitting the guy behind him and everybody near him, right? So I'm trying to figure out, like, where does that ability really come from at this first level? And I'm almost wondering, I do like the idea of having an AoE or this, like, multiple person attack. I don't mind it at this level. It's just that you're basically saying I can do my full damage up to 15 feet away when there's 2 people in front of me. You know what I mean? I just have a hard time justifying how that makes sense to the rest of what we've already seen.
Yeah.
So I kind of like the idea of, we've already seen that you're playing with blood in terms of curtain call. So I'd really be interested to see this ability cult back to that, right? Bring back the blood splatter, whether you're creating difficult terrain and making it slippery, whether you're blinding people, whether it drops their AC for whatever reason, right? Maybe it doesn't make it difficult terrain, but it's like you're covering them in blood and making their AC drop, or I don't know. I would like to see something a little bit more akin to the rest of this ability than just a damage output, because damage just doesn't seem to make sense right now, at least at level 1 and for this ability, right? We already know that I'm here to rage and I'm here to do stuff, but I don't really know where that damage is coming from. Let's see. I'm not sure where you mentioned, Hizboar, that you added it touches the heart of other actors as in enemies. Is that the enchanting the enchanting performance touches the heart of like the others.
Zen makes a good point. Maybe
charisma modifier psychic damage to creatures that see it. Oh, interesting. So do like, just a roll of psychic damage because the performance is so good that people aren't sure if they want to like attack you or not, and then they get psychic damage from it. Okay, so I mean, if you really wanted to, like, that's great, dude. Wanted to go one more step with that, you could either do psychic damage, or you can do like, I mean, you could affect morale that way. What's the other I was thinking of too? You could even add in, because this is a personal TTRPG, you could even swap psychic damage for emotional damage. Because it's a performance, and like that was their buddy that just got hurt. Like you could literally still do damage. It's still damage, but you could even tie in something like an emotional damage, right? That like tears at the heartstring. Like there's something to be had here. I'm not upset about the AOE damage. I just don't think it's being represented. So I want the blood to come back as a secondary option for this. Bring the blood back. Because I thought it was such a cool concept. You're using blood for this. Let's continue using blood for this.
For sure.
So if I added this, is it more easy to understand? Every third attack extends this effect to enemies within 5 feet of those previously affected. Only the damage is psychic. Okay, so this then. Every third attack extends the effect to enemies within 5 feet of those previously affected. Only the damage is emotional. I don't know. It's kind of, I guess it just really depends on like what's the purpose, right? Like it's crowd control. Obviously, the purpose of this ability is crowd control, because you're hitting enemies that are next to enemies. But trying to look at that again, when I look at that from, if I'm a player playing this, this ability, right? And I do curtain call, I'm covered in blood, I'm getting these points that I can do special abilities with. I have to do this performance to keep up these abilities. I'm getting better attacks. I'm getting better saving throws. I guess I'm just not feeling why I'm doing damage. Like, I get the idea of wanting to do a psychic and emotional damage as an option, and I think that's fair. I think I would expect more of a like I was saying, use of blood in more of a environmental effect. But if we are going,
the theme, kind of.
Yeah, but if we're going with damage, if we're really focusing on keeping it damage wise, I would almost say that either psychic or emotional damage is fine, whatever you want to call it, is fine. Ooh, Zen, a fear effect could be good if we're not doing damage. But again, if we're sticking on damage, if we're sticking on damage, I think the problem is coming down to how you're how
it's being represented.
How it's being doled out. I think Zen hit it on the head. I think with this, I think I'm getting caught up on how is it going from person to person. It makes more sense of like what Zen said. It should be line of sight.
Yeah.
It's just, and it makes it more powerful. It makes the performance itself. I mean, you're doing a performance check, meaning anybody watching you should be affected by this, right? And again, that could be enemies. Maybe they're looking at you, maybe they're not looking at you. But I think line of sight makes more sense to do that kind of psychic damage when you're doing this performance and you've attacked one of their allies. Mm-hmm. I think it makes more sense to do a line of sight than, I think that's where I'm getting caught up. It's not the fact that you want to do damage. I would prefer like a high point version. I would probably do an environmental thing, but again, it's not high point and it's not D&D. For a damage output, I think line of sight makes more sense. I think that's where I'm caught up on.
I would say for me, and this is on slightly a different point, but already you're doing a performance check at the beginning of your turn just to be covered in blood.
Yeah.
And now you have to do a performance check for every attack that you do, like
to gain this ability. But nothing else happens if you fail.
I mean, true. But it feels like I'm rolling a whole lot of dice just to take one turn. Right?
You are rolling a whole lot, and if you have more than one attack,
I might have advantage. That's 2 more dice. It just feels like there are a lot. So it feels.
And
like
every third attack is also kind of sometimes can be hard to pay attention to. Every third attack getting an
Right.
additional one.
Right.
That is also yet another thing just to keep in mind. So,
So it feels like there might be a way to get the same effect, but maybe condense the number of rolls you have to do. Maybe put it all like, hey, this is my performance check for attacks this turn.
Or what if enchanting performance is how about this? And you can make it to where, and this would actually work in general. What if you made a class feature? One of the class features, maybe from the original, the pilgrimage.
Mm-hmm.
What if one of your class features was you crit on an 18, and this enchanting performance happens on a crit? So instead of a performance check, because you're like you just said, you're already making performance checks at the beginning of every turn. So why not make enchanting performance what happens when I crit on my attack? And if you give me the ability to crit on an 18 with this class alone, that means an 18, 19, and 20, I'm pulling off enchanted performance, which gives me this AoE effect of extra damage, whether it's psychic, emotional, however you want to do it, Hizboar. But I would say that would be better. It would isolate those attack rolls, like Kage was saying. It would bring down how many dice I'm rolling every single turn, every single attack. But it would give me something to shoot for, and it would make Covered in Blood highlight a crit, right? Because right now it doesn't do anything for crits. So I think it does I'm already attacking better. I get to make an attack or damage roll by adding my charisma modifier, so I'm already doing better on these attacks. So adding a performance check on top of that, I think isn't the way to go. But if you let me do this extra attack anytime I crit, and it was easier for me to crit, that might be the way to go. And then you could justify all of that extra damage without it being an over cumbersome, attack roll. So that might be kind of cool. Okay. I would say maybe consider that. Let's see. So Hizboar, when you make a melee weapon attack, you may make a performance check. Okay. So yeah, always say you may make a performance check. I would say you can always choose to do an enchanting performance. Cool. Yes. So enchanted performance, when you make a melee weapon attack, you may make a performance check. On success, damage is also dealt to enemies within 5 feet of the target. Whenever you crit, it extends this effect to enemies within 5 feet of those previously affected. Only the damage is psychic. Okay, so anytime I attack, I have a choice. I can throw on a performance roll and do basically cleave damage. Okay. And if I crit when I do that, I then extend psychic damage to anyone 5 feet further. Okay. That's cool. Not overly complicated.
That's cool.
That's not overly complicated. That is now a choice for me.
And something happens if you crit.
Now, of course, the question has to be played now is, why wouldn't I? Right? Hizboar, this is how you do it. Because, of course, the question is why wouldn't I just... Why, other than saving myself a dice roll. Right. You want to save the player the choice. Like, you want to save them from over-cumbersome dice roll. But if one extra dice roll means I can get extra damage, why wouldn't I? Here's what you do, Hizboar. Dice linked. Do a performance check at the start of your turn. If you fail, you lose this condition. Add something to dice linked. You must do a performance check at the beginning of your turn, or you lose the ability. Mm-hmm. But what if it's also adding in any performance check? Any failed performance check will end this. So it dice linked, and think about dice linked, right? It makes more sense with the name. Yes, so really Hizboar, dice linked should read, at the start of your turn, you must do a performance check. Any failed performance check during your turn will take away this effect. That's why you said it. You say both things. You say you have to make a performance check at the beginning, but anytime you do a performance check for any of your other abilities, you could lose Curtain Call, which means if I want to do enchanted performance at any attack, I can choose to do it. But if I fail that performance check, I not only don't do that attack, but I completely lose Covered in Blood. That would be the reason why I wouldn't do it all the time. But if I needed the extra damage, I would absolutely try, and that crit would be that much more sweet.
I could kind of see that.
And dice linked,
I kind of see that working.
I think dice linked would make so much more sense because I guarantee you, not only is Curtain Call and Covered in Blood is going to be super important throughout the whole build, but I'll bet you performance checks are as well. And if you state right out the gate that doing a performance check drops covered in blood, I guarantee that would change the face of the rest of this build.
Yeah.
And I think for the better.
So right now, at first level, you only get 2 curtain calls, right? And that's fairly standard for coming out the gate. You will eventually get unlimited. So
at level 20.
You can just keep doing it. But up until that point, the most you can get really is 6, right? And so even late game, you're still not going to be spamming the hell out of this thing.
Because you could drop and then you have to wait another turn.
Have some ability to like guarantee never failing or something like that.
And maybe you could. And maybe you could, right? But I think that would do it because dice linked would make way more sense. It would just because all of your performance are linked, right? To bloody, right? Being bloodied or being covered in blood. And yeah, you would get a great opportunity to, because again, you really have to have that reason of why wouldn't I do the extra dice roll if all I'm going to do is not do the extra damage, right? The only other option you could do, Hizboar would say that for enchanting performance, you can choose to make the performance check, but if you fail the performance check, you miss. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it would have to be, you have to have some reason not to be able to do it, right? Yeah. I have to have some reason to not want to do that every attack. So either I would basically have 2 chances to miss, so I'd have to roll to hit, succeed, and then roll performance, and if any of those failed, so it's basically twice the chance to miss, which is fine, or it should give me the chance to...
so much.
Yeah, or force me to drop covered in blood. I think those 2 are reasons enough to not make me spam it. Right?
Yeah.
Because it would make, because giving myself 2 chances to fail a roll, you know what I mean? Like why if I could get you on a 1 roll, but I could do a little extra damage with 2 rolls. It's one of those things where...
Not to add another element or make this more complicated, but I was just thinking about it, I really think this would be a nice feature to add to this, especially because you're doing so many performance checks. What happens if you get a nat 20 on a performance check? Like, I feel like it would be cool to at least add some kind of something. Maybe something as simple as you cannot lose the covered in blood condition until the end of your next turn.
Or just your next performance upkeep is free. So if you do a performance,
it's a guaranteed success
on the next one. So you basically get a whole free round or multiple rounds. Maybe you get like a D4 of upkeep free. So you can roll. Any critted performance check, you roll a D4, and the next upkeeps are free for curtain call.
Okay, I do like the ability. To, for this turn only, spam my ability and not worry about losing.
And that would be kind of cool, right? Because you can't fail.
Because
if it's like 1d4 turns, like, for the next 4 turns, I don't care. Every attack is going to be enchanted performance because I can't drop curtain call. Because if that's normally the worry, right? If normally the concern is I drop curtain call, if I get a guaranteed 3 rounds of not dropping it because I natted, I nat 20'd on a performance check.
I think something like that could be.
That does get really complicated, but these aren't things that are. I think the difference is it's okay to complicate things in the extremes because they don't happen all the time. Those are the times you're like, oh, I critted. Let's reference what I can do. Yeah. That's the time I'm okay with referencing. What you don't want to do is every turn they're like, wait, okay, so I could do this or I could do that. But if I do this, then I would do that. But if I do this, you don't want that level of complication. But when it's one of those things where it's like you crit, you get extras, that's something you reference when you crit because you're not critting all of the time. So Hizboar, I know we threw a lot at you right there. A couple different ideas for you on how to do that. But yeah, I think enchanted performance, I think you're on the right track with being able to do extra damage, but it would be kind of cool to add some sort of detriment to doing that performance check. If I don't make that performance check, what happens? I think losing curtain call makes the most sense because all of it's a performance.
Right.
So the idea is any performance check that you make for any ability could drop covered in blood. And again, because it's giving you so many bonuses, I think covered in blood is going to be something that you're just always like rage. It's never going to be something you're not going to use.
When you're in combat, that's what you do. Unless you're trying to show off and be like, I can beat you without getting covered in blood.
Yeah. Like, but
maybe that's a bet. It's like, hey, you better finish this fight without getting covered in blood.
Can you imagine like, yeah, or the bet is fine. Like, because you in game, you don't want to meta it too much and be like, you can't use this ability of yours.
Yes.
So what you do is be like, fine, do this battle clean. Like to do this battle, you must end this battle like
Spotless.
cleanly. So that means like all hits have to be like you would have to call all of your shots as like non-lethal.
Oh yeah.
So like basically the entire battle is non-lethal damage.
You are not drawing any blood.
Oh yeah, you can't be like because that's the whole idea is like you can't be covered in blood if you have to stay clean.
Exactly.
Okay, so covered in blood I think is a good starter foundation though. I think it's setting up for what we expect this class to have. And yeah, I don't think it's overpowered any more so than it's intended to be. I just do think that there might be a few things that we could do to just make it more all-encompassing. Again, bring back the blood concept, or at least, add in some detriment to using and spamming enchant performance. Let's see. Note, if the trigger condition relies on damaging something, this area of effect will not trigger the said skill.
So I think there are some skills or some features that get triggered when you do damage to an opponent.
Oh, but if you're doing splash damage, that splash
Yes,
damage doesn't also trigger
yes.
this.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
That's what I was trying to say. Also, real quick, where it says plot twist points, it's also supposed to say it didn't finish typing. It's
stage
also
offers.
to say yes.
Okay, cool. So it's plot twist points and stage offers. So
Yes.
arms exchange. Spend 1 plot twist point to exchange weapons. This grants you a free weapon attack for this turn only. Note, the weapon must be one you haven't used yet this turn. So like your weapon just morphs into something new?
To me, it feels like I'm pulling a different weapon.
So it's
out of,
basically like the Divine are giving you the video game equivalent of a video game backpack to where you're just like, that weapon's gone, this weapon's in.
Like
Okay, I mean, you have Divine intervention, so that kind of does make a little bit of sense. Now, what I'm really curious about, though, is what is the point of this? Because we've had this conversation before. The episode Scaling Mundane Weapons, we talked about this, is what do you see as this? I mean, the only benefit I see is changing whether or not I have reach or whether or not I have range. Like going, you know what I mean? Like going from a sword to another sword or an axe, like those kind of changes. I'm expecting this to be like, I need to either throw something, get a pole to get reach, or I need to go from a sword to a crossbow.
So I will say in this setting, especially because it's high level and because they've already articulated you can't use any weapons that haven't been touched by the gods, you're going to have some magical shit with you. And your magical shit might do some different things.
That's true.
Maybe you're attacking somebody with a weapon that has fire on it, and they have the ability to like morph their skin to be resistant to fire. And so then, boom, plot twist, I just pull out an ice blade, and you're.
So what I would almost want this to be is like the arms exchange could be like spend a plot twist points and you may exchange your weapon with one in your your divine armory.
Sure,
and then basically just have a section where it's like your divine armory can hold up to X number of weapons that have been granted to you by the divine, and it can only store so many, so maybe you can only have 3 in there. But at any point when you use arms exchange, you change the current weapon you're holding for a weapon from the armory.
And you get a free attack with it.
And you get a free attack. And then that way, you get to decide like which weapon it's going to change to. Because now I'm looking at it like, this sounds cool, but again, unless I'm going from a sword and something's flying to be like, oh, polearm, now I can stab you. Other than that,
crossbow.
Or crossbow. What I'm thinking of is like, I'm thinking more of like your situation. Be like, okay, here's my ice knife. And it's like, oh, you are an ice creature? Fire dagger. Like, I'm thinking not so much a different type of weapon change. I'm thinking I want a full-on different weapon that I own. And normally the idea would be, if it's not on your person, you can't carry all of those weapons. So it's almost like I would almost want this arms exchange to be almost like a gift that you were given, to where the divine say, hey, you have, even if it's something small, like you only have 2 slots, which means you can only ever store 2 weapons plus the ones you're holding. So very limited, but the idea is that you can literally fully change the battle by having these like custom weapons that you've already stored away, but you can't carry on you at all times. And that way it also makes you a little bit more balanced in the, like you said, in the magic that you'll have, because you're expected to have a lot of magical weapons, right? So if you're going to be storing these and collecting these things,
almost like your equipment that you go out with.
Exactly. And it's like I would almost want that limitation of I can't just access these at any time, right? Because then it makes it OP. But if I have to use a point to go into my armory and exchange one, at least at any point I can do that, but it still costs me something.
Card, Magic the Gathering, only like special hands can reach at
That's what I'm thinking. So yeah, I love the idea of being able to change weapons. I think from my own point of view, and again, unless I'm regularly going to be fighting in different types of terrain, or because again, I'm just thinking of like, if I have a bow and I have a sword, is it worth spending a point to change it, or should I just spend the action to change it, right?
Right.
Like, unless it's a truly different weapon altogether, I don't know how often it would be worth spending a plot twist point just to change the type of weapon.
I will say, I'd spend the plot twist point just for the free action.
And
for the free action.
And so that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
But it does say, and see, this is what I would want to ask, is it says you can't use a weapon that you've already used this turn. Now, what I'm assuming is if you're doing this multiple times, because outside of, like, if you're switching weapons, like, clearly I haven't used it already. It's a different weapon. But if you're like...
But I think it's more of if we're talking about type. So if I have a short sword and then I kill this enemy in front of me, next round I'm like, oh, guy's way over there, give me a bow. I shoot him, and then I go back to now I need to go back to a long sword because I can't go back to the short sword.
That's my question. If it is about weapon type, then if I have a fire dagger and an ice dagger, I'm never going to carry those two at the same time, because I won't be able to. If I switch from my fire dagger to my ice dagger, I won't be able to attack with it because I've already technically used a dagger.
But see, that's where it's going to be tied directly to one of the two. It's either the weapon you've used before, as in my idea where you store weapons, and then you wouldn't be able to recall the weapon you've just recalled, right? Like once you put one away, you can't pull it right back out. Yeah. But I think the original intent was if you're using just a sword, like a long sword, and you switch to a long bow, if I need to go back to melee combat, I have to go to a short sword. I can't go back to a long sword because I've already used that weapon. Right? It's not a special fire long sword. It's just a long sword, right? And so I think that's dependent upon the power. Are you calling specific weapons, or are you just changing the type? So, and therefore, you wouldn't be able to go back to the same type.
It seems like Hizboar saying it's not type, it's specific weapon.
Okay, so you are able to have some sort of exchange. So I would also put in there, then, how are we exchanging this weapon? Like, where are they being stored? Like, where... Like, again, having that armory or whatever. And I would think having a cap, even having the cap as equal to your proficiency modifier or something like that, something that can scale with you, but just limiting how many things you can store up in there, I think would be cool. But yeah, so it's not type of weapon, it's just you can't resummon the same weapon you've already used this round.
Fair.
Okay. So another one is time exchange. Once per turn, trade 1 plot twist point for 2 action points, or 1 action point for 2 plot twist points. The resources gained this way lasts for 2 turns.
How are we defining action points in this economy?
I would assume a whole movement is a whole movement action, a bonus action, an attack action, a action. As far as I'm concerned, an action is anything that has that word action. So an attack is an action, a spell is an action, a bonus action is an action, movement is an action because it is a movement action, and you can do so much movement in an action, so therefore spending it would double your movement speed. Those are the things that I consider. These are all actions at different varieties.
First off, if that's the case, I'm very glad about the first 3 words in that statement.
Once per turn.
Like, if you're able to spam this, like, because eventually you get unlimited. Like,
oh yeah.
Like that's just stupid. But if
I mean, once per turn, that's actually pretty clutch to say that, because when you have unlimited, once per turn still means nothing. Exactly. Like, because you're only getting 2 extra attacks in an entire turn. That's what, 10 rounds? 2 extra attacks in 10 rounds is fucking nothing. Again, I would almost want that.
Well, no, this is every time it's your turn. That would be every 6 seconds.
No, so once per turn, trade a plot twist point for 2 actions, but a turn is 10 rounds.
I don't think that's the way it was intended to be written, because I think a lot of the people, especially in 5th edition, they kind of lost that piece of terminology. Like, people don't use that terminology.
So a round and a turn is the same thing?
Basically. Like, the only thing you really look at when it comes to rounds is, has everybody had their turn this round?
Oh,
and it's
so
still, just
so
a
an
6
initiative.
second-
An initiative
Yes.
is your turn,
From start
and
to-
everybody's turn is in a interest. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's how they're talking about.
That's the way I think this is being described. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Hizboar. But I think it's literally just like every
So let's just
time.
say turn is 6 seconds.
Every time you it's your
Okay,
turn.
so yeah, so turn is your 6 seconds, and round is all of the. Okay, that's not the way I usually
I know
define
exactly
it.
because the way you explained second edition turns and rounds and stuff.
Yeah, it's all built into each other.
Yeah.
So this is basically literally every turn, and Zen does have an interesting point because it's like, okay, so on my turn, I can spend an action and get 2 plot twist points that will last for 2 turns. My next turn, I can spend an action and get 2 plot twist points, which will last for 2 turns.
What do you mean last for 2 turns?
Because the resources gained will last for 2 turns. So Zen kind of has a point. There is an infinite loop here. You could basically every round or every turn you get 2, and in the next round you still have those 2, but then you gain 2 more, and then the next round you still have the 2 from the for 2 rounds. So basically you do this 3 rounds in a row, and you have at least 6 more points than you normally would. You could just gain a lot of plot twist points this way.
I feel like there would be a maximum you could reach, but it might be a lot.
Well, and also if you think about it, so if I spend 1 action to get 2 more plot twist points, my next turn, right? So so my turn, I spend an action point, I get 2 new plot twists.
Well, the other way.
I spend an action, I get 2 plot twists.
No, you spend a plot twist to get 2 action points.
Or the other way around.
Or the other way around?
Yes, you get 2 action points for 1 plot twist or 1... Yeah, so once a turn, you trade 1 plot twist point for 2 action points or 1 action point for 2 plot twist points. So if I, on my turn A, spend an action, I get 2 plot twist points. Now on my turn B and C, I will still have those because I get them for 2 turns. Mm-hmm. So on turn B, I spend 1 of the free ones to get 2 extra actions. Mm-hmm. Then my next round, I still have an extra plot twist point. I spend that, get 2 extra actions on top of my normal action. I spend 1 of my normal actions to get 2 free plot twist points. I still have my 2 attacks. And then I start the cycle over. I would basically, yes, you basically could have infinite plot twists and extra actions every turn by just mining that.
When I was not aware that you can get 1 for 2 and 1 for 2.
Yeah, it's a 1 for 2 in both directions.
That's okay. So that might be challenging.
Yeah, because I'm thinking because if I spend an action to get 2 plot twists, and then the next turn I spend 1 of those plot twists to get 2 actions, you know what I mean? And so it's like you could basically just every turn kind of just go back and forth. Because one of those actions will generate.
I want it to last for 2 turns, but I
was just thinking, just right there, you just use it up and you get them.
Yeah.
You either get 2 actions this turn, or you get 2 plot twist points this turn. I think it really should be on the same turn. You have to burn them. I think it's a burn in turn. You use them or you lose them same turn. Because otherwise, why save them?
Do you have to use an action point? Or can you use your action?
I think that's the intent. Is an action point is you give up your attack action to gain 2 points.
Okay.
And then you give up a point to gain 2 attack actions, which most people, I believe, attack actions is usually the highest.
Yes.
And then you can downgrade it.
Again, I think that's another aspect because I know that it existed at the very least in 3.5 or something like that.
Yeah, the idea that each action would
people don't use that mechanic traditionally anymore.
That's a shame.
It really is. Like I'm down with it.
I mean, being able to forego a priority action for a less priority action.
And to be honest, a lot of my players, like, they'll ask me to do certain stuff, and I'll just tell them, hey, if you want to sacrifice your action, I'll let you move or whatever.
I just look at it because all different actions, they're just indications of what you could accomplish on your turn based on the amount of time, right? Like, you could move and attack and do a bonus action and take like you could do all of those things. But if you're not going to do all of those things, are you literally just going to sit there? Like, you know what I mean? I always like the idea of action, like economy being able to be exchanged. Okay, so Hizboar's decided to do, so it seems that you can't build it up, makes the limit on plot twist points pretty meaningless. Okay, interesting.
Wait, say that again?
So Zen says, it seems to me that you can't build it up, but it makes the limit on plot twist points pretty meaningless. So yeah, you can't like infinite in the same turn. You can't like infinitely regress a bunch of stuff.
But that was going to be my second point. It's like you're never out of plot twist points ever.
Yeah.
Because any action you can just now I got 2.
Yeah. And once you get to unlimited, you're basically always going to have 3 attacks. Like once you get to that, once you get to level 20, you're always burning every turn. You're burning a plot twist point for free to get 2 extra attacks.
Yeah.
Like the moment you're level 20, you are a triple attack person always, every round.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like so, because the opposite becomes useless. After level 20, you never burn actions. You only burn points. So, yeah, interesting to think about. Like, again, not necessarily game breaking, but I would say that, yeah, I don't mind the burning for one or the other because I do like the idea of the sacrifice. I just think it should be a burn and use at the moment, right? A burn and turn. Like you get them, you use them that turn, and that's it.
And honestly, I might downgrade it to a 1-to-1. Even with this high level, just because the economy that you can mess with a 1-to-2 ratio,
or leave it as a 1 action to 2.
1 plot twist to 2 actions.
1 plot twist, 2 actions, or 2 actions to 1 plot twist, or vice versa. Have it to where whichever one causes 2, it causes 2 to get 1. It should be equal exchange. It shouldn't be 1-to-2 and 1-to-2. It should be 1-to-2, 2-to-1.
It has to last for 2 rounds, otherwise you'll never be able to use plot twist points.
Exactly. And that would be to last for 2 rounds. And that's one thing. I think it should be 1 action for 2 plot twist points, or 2 plot twist points for an action. That sounds justifiable.
I can get behind that.
And I'm even going to throw out, if you do that, if you say it's 1 action for 2 plot twist or 2 plot twists for an action, I will even go out and say you can remove the once per turn. Because if that's the case, at level 20 is when like it gets absurd, but that's the whole point. At level 20 it's supposed to be absurd. But remember, you can have, what's the maximum amount of plot twist points you can have in any given?
Well, I mean, at level 1 you can have 4.
So I can get 2 extra attacks. Like in 1 round, I could just burn all of my, again, without the limit of the 1 per turn. If I can just burn 2 points for an action, at this level, I could just burn all of my my plot twist points, and I get 2 extra actions. That's not a lot.
Well, that would give you 4, wouldn't it?
Well, no, remember, it's 2 points for 1 action. Remember, two plot twist points for a free action.
Right, but if I burn both my plot twist points, I should get 4.
1 action. Remember, it's an action. I'm saying it should be 1 action for 2 plot twists, or 2 plot twists for 1 action. That should be the exchange.
Oh.
And if that's the exchange, remove once per turn. Because even at level 19, I have 6, right? I would have 6 plot points at that point. Or how yeah, like, because I'm just looking at, like, again, if it's 2 for 1, at level 19, I only get 3 extra attacks. I'm only getting 3 extra attacks at level 19 if I burned all of my points in 1 turn. That doesn't sound that bad. That sounds like exactly what you want to do. If you want to just showboat this and be like, I'm throwing it all out at you all at once, you burn 6 of those points, you get 3 extra attacks.
But let me ask you this: how your plot twist points are pretty valuable. Like, if you look at the other things your plot twist points can do, I would never use that for that.
And maybe that's it. And maybe that's it. Maybe you would only ever burn an action to gain your plot twist points for the next turn. And that may be as well, right? Because that would be the other option. You burn the action point, and then the next round you have 2 more plot twist points. That's fine too, because you're literally sacrificing something to do during a turn.
It would be 1 action for 2 points, and 2 points for 1 action.
I think that's a better balance. I think the usage ratio is better, and I think you would be able to take away the once per turn limit, because then at that point it's not any of my concern how many you're burning, because you're shooting yourself, like you said, you're more likely shooting yourself in the foot for burning all of them. But guess what? You're never going to be able to burn more than 1 action around. Unless something gives you 2 actions, like 2 attack actions. You're never going to just burn 5 actions and get a shit ton of points. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, yes, you would normally not want to burn points for the extra action unless you can burn all 6 to get 3 extra attacks, right? There's more of an economy there when you can do it all at once. Versus
interesting. I do get where you're going with that. I would say that the way the direction that he originally had it, well, the 2 plot twists or the 1 plot twist point for 2 action points, that way to me falls a little bit more in line with the overpoweredness of this world, and it makes you feel like you can do a lot more. What you're talking about, I do feel like, yes, it would make a lot more sense and would be a lot easier and a lot better to control, if that makes sense. Just
so
to balance.
If we wanted to keep it with its OP-ness, then you could just say that time exchange, no limit on per turn, but it's a 1-to-1 period. 1 action to 1 point or 1 point to 1 action. That way, again, you're only ever getting that 1 extra point for the next round, or you're getting up to 6 extra attacks. Like, that could be the OP-ness. So
I could see that.
Because like you're saying, like you had a good point. Plot twist points are super important. They're like kind of like the thing you want to keep a hold of. But at the same time, if you could get off a bunch of extra attacks in a flourish, that could also be super dope and beneficial, especially if you have the right weapon. You know what I mean? Especially if you're in Curtain Fall. Like, so different ways to play at Hizboar. Hopefully that gave you plenty of things to think about. And then level 20 would be infinite actions. Yes, it would be infinite actions in a sense, but then of course you could cap it just at a concept of, you know, how many you could reasonably do. Like at level 20, you could just say you are maxed at 5 or 10, you know, conversions.
Yeah, just give it a cap for like that specific thing. Just because.
But at the same time, it's also the idea of, you know, keeping in line with like your level 20 in this campaign. Are you going any further? Like once they hit level 20 and they defeat the BBEG, it's kind of like, yeah, they should just have like, it won't be infinite attacks because you can't fit infinite attacks in a round, but you could say like the BBEG has the ability to like slow time down. So then they have limitations on like how much attacks, like there's ways to get around it, but I do understand. Yes, technically I did recognize that you would be able to do that infinitely at level 20. But at the same time, I kind of realized that would be kind of the intent is you're that strong. And for this kind of campaign, that would be expected that you just are unstoppable, right? And I would kind of assume that the whole point of the end of the campaign is either you get reset out of entertainment for the gods and you go back to square one, or you get elevated to be a god. And at that point, your unlimited attacks don't mean anything anyway.
Gods have unlimited.
Oh, but you do go further. Okay, so he does have further than level 20. So I would just say that at that particular case, yeah, once you reach unlimited points, just cap it at like, you know,
X amount of attacks.
Yeah.
I would say whatever the fighters end up maxing out at. I honestly wanted to look that up.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
Because fighters just keep getting extra attack, and not only that, but they also keep getting action surges.
Right.
I'm like, bro, like, good God, where's your table? So they get extra attack 2, and they get extra attack 3. So at 20th level, fighters have 4 attacks per turn.
Yeah.
Just flat. And they have 2 uses of action surge.
Which is 4 more attacks.
For each one. So yeah, like, so
it's almost like what you could do is, because if you're essentially, if it's like a 1-to-1 or whatever, if you're getting 6 at level 19, you could just say at level 20, you know, you get the equivalent of double level 19.
Remember that 6 you're looking at is not plot twist points. That's
the curtain calls. Okay, so it's 9
for plot twist points.
So I mean, you could even just say 20th level, you could just cap the plot twist points at like, you know, 12, or the exchange of 12 or something like that.
Right.
I mean, you know, these are just alternative ways of going about it. It does make it a little bit more weird, but I think that the idea is good. I just don't know if this 1 for 2 and 1 for 2 is the right exchange. Right?
Yeah, it does feel like a lot, but especially if you're gonna keep it like that, gosh, I feel like it can't last.
But again, it also just depends on, you know, how these combat scenarios are actually working and what, you know, again, the synergy between the other player, like the other partner in this duo. So now we have health exchange as another one. So health exchange. So we have arms exchange, time exchange. I'm kind of liking the theme here.
Cool.
So we have health exchange. Spend 1 plot twist point to gain temporary hit points equal to twice your hit die, plus your charisma modifier, plus your proficiency bonus. Your total temporary hit points cannot exceed half your maximum hit points. Additionally, you gain the effects of the slasher feat for 1 turn, even if you don't have it.
I did look that up. So, the slasher feat says, I'm guessing the increase in your strength or dexterity might not be included, but it might. So you basically get to add 1 to either your strength or your dexterity score. And once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack that deals slashing damage, you can reduce the speed of that creature by 10 feet until the start of your next turn. Also, when you score a critical hit that deals slashing damage to a creature, you grievously wound it. Until the start of your next turn, the target has disadvantage on attack rolls. So, the meat and potatoes is when I hit you, you slow down 10 feet once per turn. And when I crit, you have disadvantage on attack rolls. Until the start of my next turn.
That doesn't fit. That just those two things don't jive.
I included in the health exchange,
in the health
and then why put it in arms exchange,
and then even that though, arms exchange, because you could choose a slashing weapon and then gain the benefits of that. But then why only slashing damage, and then why is your health exchange causing them the grievous damage? I was expecting this to be like an ability to gain life if you hurt them, right? Like it's
right.
Like you're gonna spend you're gonna spend your plot twist point to gain some temp HP, and then you also gain the feat. I would just change that to where you can gain temp HP equal to all of those bonuses, and in addition, if you crit, on your next turn or your next attack, if your next attack is a crit, you gain actual HP equal to the damage that you put out. Like that would be, again, it sounds like that's what health exchange should be, right? If I crit damage when I'm using right after I used health exchange, like within a turn, all of that damage becomes real HP, right? Because it's giving you temp HP no matter what, but it gives you a chance to actually replenish some of your HP. But I'm really confused on why slasher feat would be in there. If anything, I would just remove that, because it feels out of place, and it doesn't really feel like, not just out of place, it just doesn't feel like it goes along with that, and it doesn't seem as balanced. Like arms race, you get to switch your weapon and you get a free action. Time exchange, you get a bunch of free actions one way or the other. It almost feels like the health exchange was just trying to add an extra thing, but didn't really have anything to be added to. Because I just think it's nice to be able to spend a point, get temp HP. I might actually make the cap equal to your max HP. The amount of temp HP you can have is equal to your max HP. Mm-hmm. That seems like it would go more in line with the OP-ness.
That's fair.
Of Godly Entertainment. And it would make them set them aside, because no one else would be able to have that much, like basically double your HP and temp. That would be huge. So I think that could be justifiably used here as well to make this power a little bit more substantial. But
I like Zen's idea too.
I like the idea that goes in arms exchange, maybe gain crusher or whatever piercing damage is dependent on. Ooh,
because they crusher does bludgeoning damage.
So arms exchange, you get a free weapon attack, and you gain either slasher, bludgeoner, or piercer feat for 1 turn. So you get that free attack, and you get that. Oh, and then you could even just tie it to the free attack.
Oh, there is piercer.
So what if you just tied it to the free attack? So you spend 1 plot twist point, you get to change your weapon, you get a free attack, and that free attack has the bludgeoner, piercer, or slasher feat,
depending on the weapon's type.
Because then that just ties all right in. That actually sounds super nice.
That sounds,
because not only does it give you the free attack, but it lets you highlight whatever weapon you just pulled out. Like it's going to do its version of crit damage out the gate. I like that. Yeah, and I think health exchange, I don't mind. I wouldn't mind seeing the temp HP be lifted, but literally health exchange. You're basically saying you're exchanging the plot twist point, but I'd like it to be more of like I exchange it with the enemy. Like I wouldn't mind having like a if you crit.
The idea the either if you crit or your next hit.
Or
Like
just
that.
the next hit.
Yeah.
Or if your next hit is successful, you gain HP equal to the damage you dealt, just flat out on top of whatever you rolled. That would be really dope. Actually, yeah, that just might be it. Just spend a point, you get temp HP, and then the next hit damage is just going to do that. You know what I mean?
I like that.
But wouldn't that be complex? I don't really think so, right? Because you're basically saying, hey, you have X number of weapons you can store, and when you pull it out, you're gonna, when you use this power to pull it out, you get one extra attack, and it's gonna do basically one of these three things, right? And just like that, you just reference it just like that, and it will gain the slasher, piercer, or bludgeoner feat depending on its damage type.
And I'm pretty sure they all
did the same thing, right?
Do fairly the same thing. When you score a critical hit, it deals piercing damage to a creature, you can roll... Oh, no, it's slightly different. You roll one additional damage die for the piercer when you get a crit. What did I say for the slasher on a crit?
They are... they're slow, and they have disadvantage.
Oh, they have disadvantage on attack rolls. Yeah. And the piercer, once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack roll, the piercer, you can re-roll one of the attack's damage die, and you must use the new roll. So instead of slowing them, so the slasher seems like it has to do with controlling your opponent,
right?
Kind of, like stopping them from moving or stopping them from being able to attack very well. Piercer looks like it wants to do more damage, just period. So you get to add an additional attack dice roll on a crit, and you get to re-roll a damage die if you don't like it on your just regular attack once per turn. Which is basically what's another feat that does that? There's another feat that does that, but
yeah, I mean, it would seem like it's giving arms a lot, but I don't think it adds too much to the complexity. If you wrote it out right, where it's basically you get a free attack by changing the weapon, and you either get bludgeoner, piercer, or slasher feat, based on its weapon, right? And it's like those would just be quick little references. It's not like a complicated series of events. It's like, okay,
I mean, to be honest,
chose a slashing weapon, I get the slash.
Exactly. Like, what weapon you're about to pull out. So, like, before your turn is even happening, when you're planning out your
if you know that you're going to use this to pull out your dagger.
Like, all right, what does my piercer do again? All right, bet.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And the difference between adding complexity versus, adding, like, reference points, I think the big difference is again, that confusion level of, if I'm going to pull out the weapon and I know what weapon I'm going to pull out, it's telling me, oh, you're going to get this extra bonus, versus me having to know, all of those bonuses as an integral part, of the weapon choice, right? Like,
yeah,
additive bonuses aren't as complex as like base stats, right? And this is an additive bonus for a one-time shot. It's just basically saying your next shot is going to get this, right? It's not going to be...
It's not something you're going to have to reference for the rest of the game. It's not something you're going to have to remember.
It's not going to fully change everything you're doing. It's just more of a in that moment. It's kind of like referencing for what happens when you crit, right? It's not a huge, complicated deal, but it is going to happen when you do that. So I don't think that adding that would be too complicated if it's written correctly, right?
Right.
Just kind of nice and cleanly. I think you can get away with moving that into the arms exchange and still make that really powerful. And then I think that would open up health exchange to be a little bit more what you have, like, anticipation. So let's see. So we have some updates. So Hizboar is suggesting health exchange. Spend a plot twist point to gain temporary hit points equal to twice your hit die plus your charisma plus your proficiency. Total hit points cannot exceed your maximum hit points. I think that's a correct change. I think for Godly Entertainment, temp HP equaling your max HP, I think is fine. Additionally, you can spend hit points equal to twice your hit die plus your charisma plus your bonus to gain a plot twist point.
Interesting. Oh,
So give up hit points for a plot twist.
You can spend hit points equal to... Interesting. So, first of all, when you say twice your hit die, are you talking about twice the max number on your hit die, or are you rolling a die and doubling?
Because that would be for this character. That would be for 2 hit die. That'd be 24 health per plot twist.
If it's maxed.
Yeah, if it's maxed out, which I would assume it is. Usually, when you talk about hit die, you talk about its max. So, 24 hit points for a plot twist.
Now, granted, we don't know exactly what your HP level is around this point. I don't think.
Well, we know it's a D12. It starts at a D12 plus your charisma modifier.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
So, I mean, you wouldn't want to be using that anytime soon. It's a hefty exchange. I would say it's a hefty exchange, but it could work the health exchange. I could see that. Get health or give up health. I could see that.
And I do like it being tied into your plot twist points, because I really feel like your class features should enable you to use your class features.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, no, I think a health exchange could work for that too. And then arms exchange. Spend 1 plot twist point to change weapons. This grants you a free action for this for this turn only. Additionally, you gain Slasher, Crusher, or Pierce of Feet until the end of the turn, according to what type of damage your new weapon deals. No, this weapon must be one you haven't used yet this turn. Beautiful. That right there tells me everything I need to know. I spend a plot twist point, I get to change my weapon, and I get to do damage. If it does slashing, crushing, or piercing, I I get that 1 extra damage on this 1 attack. Boom, I move the reference away.
Maybe I'll crit.
And then I move the reference away, and now I just have this new weapon. That was only a one-time reference. I don't think that's too overly complicated. I think that reads perfectly. And again, adding in it must be a weapon you haven't used this turn. Like, I think that just adds that tacticalness, right? It really makes you want to know what is in my inventory, what have I touched, what am I doing, right? I think that works, and I wouldn't shy away from that at all. That I think those work a lot better now. Okay, moving on to other methods to lose the covered in blood condition. All right, perfect. I like this. There's like a little section for this, instead of it just being like a tiny little note. All right, slipping. If you're knocked unconscious without any unused plot twist points, you lose all conditions, including covered in blood. So without any, so you've used up all of your plot twist points. If you had unused plot twist points remaining, you instantly regain consciousness and regain 2 times an XD8 plus your charisma plus your X is the number of unused plot twist points. However, you lose all unused plot twist points in the process. Right. So if you have 3, it's going to be 2 times a 3D8 plus your charisma plus your proficiency, and that's how many hit points you get back.
Now,
okay.
The question is, if having those plot twist points, do you maintain the covered in blood condition? Because the first line says including the covered in blood condition, but then it says if you have unused plot twist points, then you get health back. So does that mean you don't lose covered in blood?
Correct. Yeah, you wouldn't lose it because you would.
Okay.
As far as I understand, you don't lose it if you have plot twist points.
Okay.
You stay up and you stay alive. And then bowing to the audience as a bonus action on your turn, you can end the covered in blood condition or end curtain call. If you do, all enemies within 30 feet of you and yourself take damage equal to the combined damage of all your arrows, darts, and javelins in your inventory. This damage is calculated before the condition is removed. The items used this way vanish from your inventory afterwards.
So you were literally expelling them.
Yeah.
I remember this from the last time too. There was this explosion.
Yeah, it was like the ender to it all. So that's interesting. So the few things that so as a bonus action you can end this. I don't mind the idea of trying to do like damage when you end this, like on purpose. You know, you're ending it on purpose. You're going to do extra damage. The thing about this though is like obviously you have to prepare for this. You have to have arrows and darts and javelins on you, and if you don't, you're screwed. Because
if you don't, it just doesn't do anything, right?
That's what I'm saying.
You'll still lose the covered in blood condition,
right? But you just don't get the attack feature. Okay. So it's a little bit weird that you have to kind of like prep for that, and also like being a barbarian without armor, like it's basically whatever's in your backpack. You know what I mean? Like it's basically just a backpack situation. So that is interesting that you have that. It is interesting that you also take damage. Now it says you and the enemies within 30 feet of you take damage equal to the combined damage of all your arrows, darts, and javelins in your inventory. Now it says the damage is calculated beforehand, but it doesn't mention how it's distributed. Now I would assume that means equally, because it's an explosion. Not every dart's hitting me. Not every javelin's hitting every enemy. So it's more of a combined and then equally divvied out, because it says take damage.
So it is divided?
I would assume, right? I would assume that it's divided. So if it's 100 points of damage that I've totally calculated in all the things in my inventory, and there's 5 of us, we're all going to take 20. Because if my backpack explodes with all my javelins and stuff, that would be...
They're not all hitting one person.
That would mean that they're all going through me, then through the enemy, then through another enemy. It's more of like an explosion. We're all just going to take an equal amount. So that's where I'm thinking. So...
Can't think of it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so we've talked about this before. So Hizboar says that it is intended to be equal. So everyone takes the same amount of damage from that explosion.
Yeah. So they would all take 100 points of damage.
Yeah, if it calculates to 100, they all take 100.
Since you can carry or see, this would be the reason for you to pick up and carry
and again,
items.
This kind of makes it more thing though, because you kind of basically said like you can't really ever get them though. Like you said, you can't steal them or buy them, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like, how else do you get something other than stealing it or buying it? Like it has to be a gift.
Okay, now, you know me. I'm loophole. Listen, what happens if I gift one of my heavenly imp some money,
and then he goes and buys it for you? Yeah,
and then he gifts me this. Like that's some shady. Like I'm trying to get around the rules,
right?
Stuff. But honestly, like if people were to just give it to you, or if you were to find stuff, or if you were to come across it, so it would be the type of deal where you would either just blow up whatever you got and use it, or you would have to never bow until you've saved up enough to where it's going to be like super effective for you.
Yeah.
And then the only other way you would lose it is just being out of combat for more than 10 minutes. So when combat ends...
Yeah, you would just stay in it until it... Yeah. Or
you just purposely fail a performance check.
Yeah. I don't know. It's very interesting. I get the idea of wanting to do it. I think I said this before, and I don't know if like the max damage makes the most sense. I think a divided damage would make more sense. But again, it is supposed to be a
big boys
an all-out attack, right? So take that for what you will.
Maybe each arrow is imbued with the power of every other arrow.
I have to step out of the room real quick, and we'll continue this because I think we're on. Yeah, we're almost done. Another option here for you, Hizboar. Other methods, because you said slipping. If you're knocked unconscious, blah blah blah. I'm just gonna throw this out there.
Almost done. Just so you know.
Well, we're on 8 of 7, page 8 of 7, so we're halfway.
Oh, we're on 8?
We're on page 4.
Oh, 4 of 7.
Yeah, 4 of 7, so we're halfway done.
Okay, yeah, sure.
But another thing you could add here, because you have things like prestidigitation and other types of spells, you also have buckets of water. Maybe also other methods of losing covered in blood is if you get cleaned.
Interesting.
If you get pushed in a lake or a body of water.
If somebody throws a bucket of water on you, or just that would be very interesting. If somebody literally just cleaned you off. Zen, I really appreciate you coming to hang out with us, and if you ever want to hang out with us again, please do. We're here every Monday and Friday. Also, we have a Discord, so I'm gonna just type Discord in here in case you want to come chill with us. Yeah, straight fire. Appreciate you coming to hang out with us. But yes, no, I definitely am a fan of this thus far. Let me see. Where was I at? There's definitely a lot you can do with this, and I like the fact that it's all centered around. I mean, granted, we're still only on the level 1 abilities, but it is all centered around the one piece. Like, we got our rage, our curtain call. We are called to action. So No, it's pretty dope. Zen had to roll out on us.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully they'll maybe give us a follow. Maybe they'll jump in the Discord someday.
Yes,
But hopefully we'll be able to hear from them.
For sure.
I don't know if it came through when I was leaving, but yeah, like what if you got pushed into like a body of water, like a river or a lake,
right?
Like that happens to be nearby. Like I'm just curious how messed up that would be of just like, boom,
sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. So interesting though. Yeah, I am liking this so far. It's an invitation for salt. Okay, so Holy Performer. So we're still at level 1. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you, Zen. Hopefully we'll see you around. We're here every Monday and Friday. Mondays, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and Fridays, 7:30.
He's better at that than
so,
I
yeah.
am.
What's up?
I said that as they were leaving, and I was like, he's better at that.
Oh, hey, I just practice a lot.
Facts.
All right, man. Well, we'll see you later. Thank you so much for showing up. Okay, so still level 1, the last level 1 Holy Performer. So every being needs a warm-up gladiator, but in warming up, you cause others to drop their guard. What a scene to behold. Worms squirming in the presence of our one and only chosen, our beloved tease. Ah, what a scene indeed. It's almost like not every apple was meant to be bitten by mindless onlookers. So, when not wearing armor or using a shield, which would make sense because you don't even have armor proficiency in this, so it's going to be kind of a given. Mm-hmm. Your armor class is 10 plus your charisma modifier plus your constitution modifier. Okay, so...
Similar but different to the barbarian. It's about standard for unarmored defense.
Yeah, because constitution and charisma are our two bigger. Okay, I just want to make sure that we're staying level there. And then whenever you deal damage to a foe, gain 1 AC for 1 turn, up to 10 times per turn. And it is within 5 feet of you, lose 1 AC and regain hit points equal to their dice. Whoa, okay, hold on. So every time I deal damage, I will gain an AC for 1 turn. So this is where the knock-on effect won't stack. So if I damage someone and it damages their buddy, this is where it won't stack. But if I could essentially damage 10 people in a single turn, I get AC for 1 turn. I get 10 AC for that 1 turn. Up to, just saying, because up to 10 times. So I'd have to hit 10 enemies somehow. But for 1 turn, I can get
plus 10 to my AC.
Okay, so I don't get it, but I don't dislike just that first part. Like, again, mechanically, I'm not really understanding how that works. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's a fear factor thing. You know, the more people I hit, the more they are harder to hit me. Mm-hmm. But I don't dislike... It's only 1 turn. Mm-hmm. You're not really going to get a whole lot. It seems like it's going to happen. I mean, that's every time you attack. Like, so I don't dislike the idea. It's just that if that's happening all the time, my AC is going to be fucking changing every goddamn turn. Like, think about that. If my base AC is 16 and I hit 2 enemies this turn, then I now have an 18. But the next round, I have 18, but then I hit 1 person. So then the next round I go from 18 to 19, but then in the next round I go from 19 to 17. But then I hit 2 more people, so I go back to 19. But the next round I drop 1 because I only have it for 1 round. So now I'm back at.
Here's how I would simplify all of that. It would be something as simple as, okay, so my base AC without hitting anybody is 17. I can, without using any of my special abilities, do 3 attacks per turn. Okay? So then my base AC is 20. And every time I miss one of my attacks, I take 1 away from that. Because it's only going to last, I'm assuming when it says for 1 turn, it's to the start of my next turn. Right? So
from the start, it would have to technically be to the end of your next turn because you'd have to be able to use the extra.
Well, no. So it would be like when it's not my turn, anyone who tries to hit me, it's like shield.
Oh,
like
yeah, right. So
shield,
right. Okay, so the beginning of your next turn,
until the start of my next turn, it goes away.
So you're basically saying just give them extra AC to start out with, and every missed attack
drops
your AC.
You can increase it if you do something to like hit a plot twist point and give myself an extra attack action, and then okay, now I'm gonna increase it based upon that. But you're only increasing it based upon the number of attacks you do. So it's like, all right, I got a +3 to my AC this turn because I did 3 attacks and I hit all my attacks. That's how I would simplify the logic of it. I honestly think 10's a little bit high.
I think overall, I just don't even think it's necessary. Like, I just don't think this particular feat's necessary. Like identifying what your armor class is. We already know that you're not proficient in armor, so having this stated that that this is what your armor class is, I don't mind that. The getting AC for dealing damage, I feel like, again, up to 10 times per turn, I feel like literally as a player, I'm gonna feel inundated constantly. Because again, if I have a base of 15 and I attack 3 people this turn, it's gonna go up by 3. But then the next round, like you said, if it's at the start of my next turn, then I'm just gonna go back to 15, and then me and the DM have to constantly remember, how many people did you attack this turn? Okay, well now it's 20. Okay, well now it's 17. Okay, well now it's like every round it's just going to be something different based on who I hit.
It's definitely another
and that's one more thing I don't feel like I would want to track, and I don't think the DM would want to track, to be completely like, as a DM, I don't know if I would want to track that, where anybody's AC that changes every round. You know what I mean? Because that's essentially what it would be. Every round your AC would be different. And I feel like up to 10 is just like, why not just give me a feat that gives me an AC boost? You know what I mean? Instead of having it tied to my attacks, I feel like that's more computations than I want to be aware of. And then this next one, I know the players wouldn't really bother with this, but this next one worries me, not from a DM point of view of doing the calculations. This one worries me in terms of what we talked about in terms of, like, sometimes rules are really fun, but when you add them in and they take away from the gameplay and they extend the gameplay too long, they start to, be cumbersome. So this next part, enemies within 5 feet of you lose 1 AC and regain hit points equal to their hit die when you gain AC this way. So every time you hit them, your AC goes up, their HP goes down, but then their HP goes up. Like, so it's like your AC. So you're an enemy. I'm me. I hit you. My AC goes up, your AC goes down, and your hit points go up, but they also go down. Right? Because I did damage to you, so your hit points go down, and you lose an AC. I gain an AC, but then you also gain HP equal to your hit points. So if my damage output does not equal or exceed your hit die, then you will literally never die.
You'll just get healed.
I will heal you until
no
you
matter
beat me.
What your AC is.
And my AC will only ever go up by maybe 10. So it's an infinite battle. Because again, why are they... And it's enemies within 5 feet. So if I attack you, but I'm surrounded, I'm buffing all of you just by hitting you.
All of them.
It says enemies within 5 feet of you lose an AC and regain hit points equal to their hit die when you gain AC this way. And you gain AC this way whenever you deal damage to a foe. So think, again, even outside of whether that's OP, think about how that combat rolls. Every time I attack, I need to adjust my AC. The DM needs to adjust my AC. The DM needs to adjust every enemy near me's AC and all of their hit points with every single attack. And we've already found out I can have, 4 attacks in a round? Because I can spend my points to attack multiple people. Like, I'm not worried about the OP-ness. I'm literally worried about how long is an attack going to take? How long is how long is an encounter going to take with all of these calculations? You know what I mean? Like, every enemy, there can be 8 enemies surrounding me. So that means 8 enemies are going to change in AC and in hit points every attack I make, every turn. To be honest, that sounds like so much going on. If it's not digitized in a very easy to do fashion, I feel like you're going to be waiting 10, 15 minutes, you know what I mean, between each action. And you got to think too, there's another player on the battlefield, right? And then there's 2 other deities that are having to play this game. How long is it taking for everyone to do a turn? Like, that's my biggest concern right now, is this is a lot going on in terms of any one person having to keep track of. And most of this is going to be on the DM. And Hizboar, you may not worry too much about this, But just keep in mind how long your players would like be sitting around. You know what I mean? How long would it take for you to actually calculate all of this out? And every time someone moves, because then, okay, here's the other question too. It's enemies within 5 feet of you lose the AC and gain the hit points. What if the enemy walks away? Or what if I move? Right? If I move out of 5 feet, do you have to update all of them the moment I move out of 5 feet? Right? Like, because I don't know if it's an AoE or if it's a permanent. So if they permanently lose AC and then I walk away from them, does their AC have to go back? Do they lose the temp HP that they gained? There's just a lot of consistent change. Hoi Leppa, what up? Okay. So let's see. It's actually funny.
Yes, start of your next turn.
So this is a cheat the patron is doing? Oh, I think that was what we were talking about beforehand. I'm assuming that was the bowing audience comment. But okay, so let's see here. So also like this, whenever you deal damage to a foe, you may gain 1 AC until the start of your next turn, up to 5 times. Enemies within 5 feet of you lose an AC and gain hit points. Okay, so it's 5, not 10. I mean, I don't really think the number of AC, I don't think that's really the concern, because I mean, you're just tying it to how many times you can hit. So if you can get 10 hits off, like, I'm not trying to limit the ability. I'm just looking at the time economy, the actual time, like real life economy of game time that you'll be taking up with all of these calculations, without an easy way to do it, right? Without without it being digitized and some sort of like code that knows how to do that. I just feel like that's a lot of things to calculate. So how about this? Whenever not wearing armor or using a shield, your AC is 10 plus your charisma plus your constitution. Nothing was wrong there. Whenever you deal damage to a foe, you may gain 1 AC at the start until the start of your next turn, up to 5 times. Enemies within 5 feet of you lose 1 AC. Whenever you deal damage to a foe, you may gain 1 AC until the start of your next turn, up to 5 times. Enemies within 5 feet of you lose 1 AC until the start of your next turn.
Again, I would ask the same question that Vortex asked earlier. How long does this loss of AC last? Does it last?
It's to the next until the start of your next turn. All of it. So every time you hit someone, there's an AoE. You gain 1 AC for every successful hit. Enemies within 5 feet of you lose 1 AC for every successful hit until the start of your next turn. So it's basically you hit one person and every subsequent hit should get easier.
Not just for you, but for everybody.
Yeah, if you're just cleaving through them. The idea is, I'm assuming you're you're cleaving through them. It's getting easier and easier. Yeah. I get the idea of wanting to make it easier. I don't know if dropping everyone's AC is the way to do it.
My question is kind of like you were asking earlier, like conceptually, what's happening that everyone within 5 feet of me is losing an AC?
I mean, almost if the idea is that you kind of want that like moment where you can just kind of start cleaving through people, and like if you have this idea of multiple hits and you want to like roll from person to person, what I would just do is like, why not, instead of worrying about everyone's AC, why not just for every successful hit you can add you get a +1 to your ability to hit until your next turn. So for every successful hit you get a +1 to your next attack roll.
And it's never going to get you closer to, okay. So when you're talking about, you were talking earlier about critting on an 18. That's an 18 on the die.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the idea would be, so again,
it's not going to help you crit more.
No, but the idea would be every time you hit, your attack die increases by 1.
Yeah,
right?
+1 bonus to attack rolls.
And it stacks for every successful hit, because in that particular case, you're not worrying about calculating everybody's AC. You are just going to be getting technically better, right? You're just cleaving through them. You're doing the thing where you're just bap, 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 and it's getting easier and easier as you go.
No matter who you hit.
And yeah, no one else is going to benefit from this. It's only you, which I think is in line with the branding of this character. I don't think this character is meant to help buff the other. Off. Yeah. So I don't know why the total AC of the character would go down. And I think with that much, output, right, with every successful hit, I mean, this could be against the same enemy too, right? If you word it that way, imagine if you had 3 hits on an enemy and each time you hit them, it got easier. it would also kind of represent you doing damage to them, right? So by having something like that, I think that would be a better representation. I kind of agree. It's just the idea of what's happening to cause everybody to be easier to hit by everyone, right?
I like the idea to add a caveat. If you miss, it all goes away.
Oh, I like that. So it's literally consecutive. So for every consecutive successful hit, add an additional 1 to your attack die. Bro, at that point, why even bother having it last until the end of your next turn? What if this just is an ability that you get at first level as Holy Performer? Every consecutive hit after like 3, you gain a +1 to hit.
That might be kind of cool.
So your first 3 hits, you have to hit yourself, right? You have to hit your first 3 consecutive yourself. But then after that, after your third hit, you get a +1 to hit, which means after that, it's just almost as easy. You know what I mean? You're basically never missing. And you could just say that this effect goes away for any miss or if you haven't hit something within 10 minutes. So that way you can't carry it.
I would say this effect goes away if you don't take the attack action in a turn.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, even better. So it's literally, it's only going to continue if you are just assaulting.
If you're just...
I think that could work too, because it still first takes 3 successful hits to even activate. And then it's just every successful hit after that adds 1 to your to hit roll. And that just means every successful hit after that is going to be easier to make until you're basically only able to crit fail or not attack. You could get so powerful so quick.
That would be kind of cool. That would be a very interesting way to do that.
I kind of like that more than dropping their AC, because I like the idea. I like the idea of where this is going, of trying to be this just unstoppable force, right? You're just going to start plowing through these enemies. But I don't know if dropping their AC makes sense. I don't know if raising your AC makes sense, but making it just easier for you, you're just on a roll, right? You're just at that moment. It's like those action movies, right? You just get that momentum where you're just rolling through the crowd and you're just doing this awesome move. That could be kind of dope. I think I'd get more hyped off of that, because then it also feels, again, it doesn't feel complicated. It doesn't feel like I'm waiting for anybody to calculate, well, what's their AC? Well, what's their AC? Well, you know, these two had different ACs, but they dropped at the same, you know, instead of doing all of that, it's just me going, can I do it again? Success. Can I do it again? Like, I'm more hyped about just not failing that attack roll. You know what I mean? And just seeing how many can I pull off every single round. That would be so much more interesting than worrying about their AC and what happens if I move away from them. Because that's the other thing too. What happens if I walk away, or what happens if the enemy moves out of my 5 feet? To the, you know, what happens to their AC, and you know, why does it run
after them?
Yeah. So that would be, yeah. I would like to see this barrage, right? Like some sort of a barrage attack. I love this idea because it fits right in with, you know, the curtain call. It fits right in, because I mean, even if you had that, right, even if you had this ability to make every attack consistently easier, then imagine how using arms exchange in the middle of that, right? You're going through 2 or 3 enemies, making it easier and easier. Then you change weapons right before the BBEG because you've stacked up all of these plus to hits. Then right as you face the BBEG, you activate arms exchange to get the weapon you've been waiting to use on him. And then you have this +10 to hit. You're like, I ain't missing this shit.
And you got the Crusher feet coming too.
And you got the Crusher feet or the Slasher feet or the Piercer feet coming through that. Like, there's a lot you could do with being able to, like, because again, and that's that moment where, imagine like you have the moment where the BBG is surrounded by his minions and you're just slashing through his minions until you're face to face and you're like,
imagine
bro,
you're
I ain't
eyeballing
missing
him the whole time and you just boom, boom.
And it's
boom,
getting easier,
boom.
and then you're just like, bruh, no crit fail. That, yeah, that might be, again, a different way to go. Not the way you have to go, but I would think I'd be more excited about just seeing if I can keep up consecutive hits.
Update in there.
Okay, so where are we going? So
look at the most recent one, I'd say.
Let me just read through at least myself. So whenever you do damage, when it's okay, +1 a bonus to attack rolls. Yeah. Whenever you deal damage to a foe, you gain 1 AC until the start of your next turn. Up to 5 AC this way. Plus, whenever you gain AC this way, you get a +1 bonus to your attack. So also adding AC so kind of still wanting to keep up that AC. I mean, that would be kind of cool too, because again, the AC would make sense because it's more of a fear AC, right? You just went through clack, 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 all of these guys. So until it's your next turn, they're all going to be like, can I even hit that? Okay. Yeah. So that actually might be a way to go. You get 1 AC for every successful hit, and you also get an equal +1 to your attack bonus for every AC gained this way. That's actually kind of legit. I like that. That's not too bad. Thanks, Lord, for the idea of negative AC. You only hit if you roll under 5. That'd be fucked. So whenever not wearing armor or using a shield, AC is 10. But okay, every consecutive successful attack roll will give you a +1 bonus to your attack roll. This effect ends if you use another action other than attacking or moving. Okay. So we're not wearing... Okay, so here's the official. So we're not wearing armor or using a shield. Your AC is 10, plus your charisma, plus your constitution. Fine. Every consecutive successful attack roll will give you a +1 bonus to your attack rolls. This effect ends if you use another attack other than attacking, moving, or stage offers. Yeah? Okay. I wouldn't even be upset if you added back in the AC. You know, still get the +1 to your AC... and then that's also equal to your attack bonus. That wouldn't be a bad idea because you did have a point of like, you know, before it's the end of your next turn or before, you know, the beginning of your next turn, right? Don't forget dexterity for armor class. Yeah. So I would say that you might be able to also add in the AC because I do kind of like that. You know, it's only at the start of your next turn, so it's basically just that right after you pulled this off, you have a little bit of reprieve to not be ganged up on. I think that's okay. I think that would be totally fine. But I like how you're writing it now. I do think that the controlling all of the enemy's AC, I think that would be more detriment to you and the timeline of the game. Not a detriment to the player, you know, not a complication to the player. I just think that overall, this is the better way of going to make gameplay smoother. Less calculations and more directly to the point, and it highlights the player more. You know what I mean? It lets the player think that they are the ones in control getting that ability because it's every time they succeed, and we all know how it is to succeed a dice roll. Yeah. It's like when you're getting bonuses for every successful dice roll, it's like, fuck yeah, let's keep fucking going. It's that gambler mindset, right? It's just like, let's roll the dice again.
I'm always that dude that gets so nervous. I'm like, bro, watch me fail now. Bro, watch it happen.
And this would like, just give you even more of a reason to just be like, I can't keep failing. Come on. And then the fail would feel so much worse because you're like, I had a +20 to hit and I failed because you nat 1 and you're just like, motherfucker. You piece of shit. Or and this is again Hizboar. This actually opens up more tactical for you because let's say you have a character who is doing this, right? You have a player who's up to like +8, +9, right? As a DM, what do you do against that, right? You're like, well, you're basically going to just like slap I mean, it's only a one-time hit, right? Or, you know, as long as you're successful, but you're like, man, you're about to like slap my BBEG around quite a bit. Unless the BBG can do something to force you to take a different action. That's where the DM gets a lot of fun because as the DM, you could be like, man, you're about to wipe the floor with my BBG. How do I force you to take another action?
You cast like command on him or something like that.
And just do something other than like drink a potion. Yes, bonus action. Fuck you. Like, you know what I mean? Like that would be a whole new tactic against the player is how do I get you to not take an attack action? How do I get you to stop this fucking nonsense?
That would be nuts.
Oh man, yeah, that would be very, very interesting. What if I also add a +1 to damage rolls?
I mean, you could.
Yeah, I don't think you need it, but I don't think it would hurt.
Yeah.
Again, it's just shy of being too complicated, but I see why you want to kind of add that extra, which is why I said I don't know. I don't think if you just said, hey, for every consecutive hit, you get a +1 to your AC and a +1 to your attack bonus until you miss or don't take an attack action. I think that would be fine. I think a +1 to damage and a +1 to hit is fine. I think not doing all three. I don't think doing all three. Choose a pair. Either AC and attack or attack and damage. I think pairing either of those up makes sense. I would probably go the AC route because it lasts, you know, it sounds a little bit better, you know, for one round you get a reprieve of not being damaged. And two, I think that over time, a +1 to damage is not going to matter. Like, level 15, if I'm doing this, and I did it 5 times, +5 to damage. Like, you really got to get into a ton of consecutive hits for that extra damage to matter. I think the AC would be better.
Would you be opposed to? Would you be opposed to it just being a choice?
I would, because again, that's starting to get into that level of complexity where analysis paralysis, right? You have too many choices, and it's just like now you're asking the player
choose
to
choose the thing or don't.
I like having an on or off. I like having a do or don't, but I like having a consecutive. This is what you're going to get if you choose it, right? Not a here's 5 different items. Choose wisely. It's a choose wisely whether or not it's worth it to do it, right?
Right.
And I think it's also easier to balance that way, because then you have a good thing that happens and a potential bad thing that happens. And it's a lot easier to just be like, okay, in this situation, is it A or B that's better? Whereas if you have 5, you could be there for an hour being like, well, if I do this, and then, you know. So you kind of want to like do all of that. Fuck defense. Okay, fuck defense. It's going to be damage. Simple, let the ally use magic to paralyze the character. Make the ground dangerous territory. Become in... Ooh. There you go. Make the ground difficult to walk on, so they basically have to, like, you know... Well, because he did say that you can move. But yeah, make it difficult terrain, so you can just make it forever for them to get to you. So, you know, you could pause their attack actions, paralyze them, or make them, you know, subdued in any way. Yeah, grapple. Oh, man, grapple.
You could still technically attack. You just have a disadvantage on your attacks.
That's true. There's a couple ways around it, so there would be a couple ways around that. But yeah, Hizboar, you make your decisions. Fuck defense. You give them that extra damage. I mean, that's really what this thing is all about, right? It's about doing damage and letting you get hit, right? That's really what this is all about.
Fair.
Yeah. What are you, an HP sponge? Actually, this build is, again, I mean, he's more dishing out the HP, but you know, it's definitely, I think it makes more sense to do more damage than to get AC with the build that we've seen so far. Again, it's a raging class, right? It's a rage build. Who cares about AC? You don't even wear armor. Fuck AC. All right, so now we're finally getting on to level 2. We're already 3 hours in, but we are getting on to page 5. So we basically have like 2 pages left, 2.5 pages left. It's fine. Okay, so Oath of Perfection. Starting at 2nd level, once per long rest, you can make an oath at the start of battle. Doing so grants you all your plot twist points. 1 free stage offer benefit per turn, and automatically applies to covered in blood condition. However, if you flee or lose the battle, you lose access to Curtain Call for 12d8 hours. Okay, so you make an oath. Doing so grants you all your... So you basically do an oath at the start of a battle. You get all your plot twist points back. So you just get all... at the start of a battle, you can get all your plot twist points back. So it makes sense if you haven't had a long rest and you're going from battle to battle. You make an oath, you get all your plot twist points. You also get 1 stage offer benefit per turn. And we haven't gotten to the stage offers yet, have we?
No, yeah, we have. That's the plot twist. That's the
that's right. So you get
stage offers.
So you get 1 of these free every turn. Okay. I'm not really sure what it says to automatically applies to covered in blood condition.
And automatically apply. So
you automatically go into covered in blood. You automatically just become.
Automatically start Curtain Call when you use.
So you make an oath. You already go. So you don't have to hurt anybody. You basically go straight into covered in blood. You get a replenish all your plot twist points, and you get free stage offers.
You making this oath is you like opening like a jar of blood that you've like, and then you like
right, yeah.
You're like, let's go.
Okay, not the direction I was thinking of it. So let's see here. So replenish your plot twist points. Makes sense, right? Totally makes sense. Free stage offer. I mean, you're getting your plot twist points to use your stage offers, so getting a whole free one every turn.
So this feels kind of like going Super Saiyan. This
exactly.
Feels like I'm going hard, and so while it might have cost me a key before to like shoot my little blasts. Now I can do stupid amounts of them. So maybe giving you you get 1 free per turn or whatever.
I mean, I like that it's a stage offer and not more plot twist points because they can be used for other things.
Yes.
So I like that it's more of the plot twist points are there to be exchanged.
I do like the last part. I love the fact that if you flee or lose the battle, you lose access to your primary bread and butter
For 8. I mean, 12d 8 hours does. I mean, it depends on how the campaign works. You know what I mean? It really depends on how like the campaign in time works and how devastating 12d 8 hours is, right?
So honestly, it's a minimum of 12 hours and up to what 4 days?
4 days, yeah. Okay, so this one actually was revised. So at second level, once per month, starting at second level, once per month, you can make an oath at the start of battle, granting all plot twist points, 1 free stage offer per turn, and covered in blood condition automatically. Additionally, gain resistance to all damage types for the first 2 turns. If you flee or lose the battle, you lose curtain call for 12d8 hours. So up to 4 days. Interesting.
I would almost say just make it a week, screw rolling, and then you have to have an HR meeting with your god to have him tell you how disappointed he is in you.
You know what I would like to see? I think so. What I would like to see is this more tied because we already know that this particular class has the ability to know about the wagers happening. I would like to see the oath tied to the wagers, for one. So like, not just an oath, not just some sort of like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna oath to do this, but imagine like the oath had to be tied to like a wager. Like, hey, that guy bet against me. My oath is that he will lose this bet. Or my oath is that I'm going to help him win. Like, your oath has to be more tied to, like, I think the campaign and the setting. I think
or
I'm just
something. Okay.
Yeah, so
I can get behind that.
That would be kind of nice. Or just setting your own objective. Like, you know how the gods can wager against you or for you? The oath would almost be like making your own wager for yourself.
That would be kind of cool.
It's like, you're saying basically like, hey, you all think blah, 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 but here's mine. And you giving up curtain call is like your payment. You're saying I'll pay my curtain call for the next 4 days, but here's my wager, here's my oath. So I would like to see it kind of. I would kind of like to see it tied back into the story, and because my first instinct about oaths would be more like you select a target and like that target has boons and benefits or negatives or whatever. But so the idea of making an oath, I don't know. I mean, once per month, I don't think this is giving me enough benefits to call it once per month. You know what I mean? Only being able to lose my curtain call for 4 days is devastating, but doing this once per month, like, again, what is it? Without knowing what this campaign is like and knowing how time works, like, I don't know, maybe a week, once per day doesn't sound like that bad. Like, really, it's only giving me the opportunity to replenish my plot points. I mean, it's kind of like a second win for a fighter. I don't see why that would be bad once per day. The free stage offer, I don't know if I would want one, like a free stage officer per turn for an indefinite battle, like, an indefinite amount of time. I mean,
actually, I can honestly see. Let me look at the stage offers again. Because I might be able to see. So you have time exchange, you have arms exchange, and you have health exchange. I mean, imagine you didn't want to switch your weapon. And imagine you didn't want to exchange any of your plot twist points or action points. The only thing that you could do that would just almost universally be good is health exchange. Yeah. And that would lightweight just refresh your temporary hit points.
Yeah, it would basically just let you sit there and churn out temporary hit points for that.
Interesting. So I don't see it as crazy beneficial.
I think once per day is fine, or once per long rest, however you want to write that. I think that is fine for regaining your plot twist points. I would say maybe I don't know about getting a free stage officer every single turn, but again, I mean, maybe just because it's level 2. I know it's supposed to be like OP and everything. That's basically at level 2. As soon as I do this, like, it's giving you that extra ability. I mean, I almost want to cap that at like a number of them, right? Like a number of free stage officers, like one each or something like that, or equal to your proficiency bonus or something. Just have maybe a cap on how many free stage offers, but I think replenishing the plot twist points is perfect. I think that's totally fine.
I do agree.
I think activating the covered in blood condition is fine, and I think losing curtain call for up to 4 days is fine. I think the only thing that I really have an issue with is just essentially the unlimited stage offers, because as long as that encounter's going, like you said, I could just sit there and pump out. Now, granted, changing my weapon, probably not that big of a deal. And the time one, what was the time one again?
You can swap out plot twist points for
action. So that one right there, that would be where I would use it. I would 100%. If I got a free, every turn I get a free stage, what is it? The stage.
But here's the deal with that one specifically. It's asking you to trade in plot twist points.
Right, but I would assume that it's essentially a free one. So unless, because it says you get a free stage offer, you get a free one.
But look at the other 2 stage offers. None of them mention plot twist points. You spend a plot twist point to get it, but none of them mention plot twist points. This one, the health exchange says you spend a plot twist point.
And arms exchange, you spend a plot twist point to change weapons.
That's just to activate it. This one is you're trading a plot twist point for something. So if you don't have the currency to do that, like those other ones, it's just like, hey, this has already been paid for. So are we saying that those 2 action points have already been paid for? Is that what we're trying to...
I mean, I read it just as you get to activate one of these for free, as is. Just ignore the expenditure. So you just get to activate it for free, as is.
But the other end of the time exchange is action points for plot twist points. So does that mean I could activate without costing me an action, get myself 2 plot twist points? Because if there's no cost for this one to activate it, then I should be able to get either outcome for free.
You could say that, yeah. And again, we already know that one's broken, though. We already know that one isn't really the best balanced for that exchange rate.
But even with the...
Because even if it was a 1-to-1, it would make the most sense, though. Because, again, you're getting to use the time exchange for free once, so you're either going to get 1 free point or you're going to get a free attack. And that's what I'm saying. That's because that's where I would use it. I would absolutely just, if I was doing the oath, and I did the oath, my first thing would be I'm just going to add that free stage offering. I just add it to my attack, just bare minimum. Because I'm not, like you said, it's not going to help me too much to get the temp HP, especially at the beginning of a battle. And switching my weapon is not going to be that beneficial at the beginning of battle. So as an oath, the first thing I'm going to do is every turn, I'm just going to activate a free action and get a free attack. That's exactly what I would do.
Yeah.
That's so for me, I would just say that's the only thing that I would like to limit is give me my plot twist points back. Give me my potential to lose curtain call if I lose this battle. But with the stage offers, either give me a certain number for free, or just like one of each. I can just activate one of each at any point in the next combat before the next combat ends, right? So again, at any point I can get my action or my points. I can get my health. I can get my free weapon exchange, which means I get a free attack. However you want to roll those out. But giving me a set number also makes it more strategic. I get behind that. Because then otherwise, at that point, if this was a once per day, why wouldn't I just oath at the beginning of every battle? You know what I mean? Like, there's no detriment other than potentially losing the battle. But we also kind of know that this gameplay isn't really meant to lose. So the loss is detrimental. But again, without knowing how time works, what's 4 days in game? We don't know.
I honestly feel like there should be a little bit more if you lose than just losing access to your curtain call. Like I especially especially with what you're getting. Like I want, especially like with the idea of it being tied into a bet, right? Like I want you to put something on the line.
Like not just saying I can't access curtain call, but like
something you might lose. Like if you're gonna activate this oath, like it doesn't have to necessarily be the same thing every time, you know.
Right,
but
right.
I just like that idea. I don't know exactly how it would fit, but I
you know, here's where, because we haven't seen it yet, and we're only on level 2. But what if this is where the ×4 XP comes in? What if you can do the oath, you get all of this as is, you get a full replenish of your plot twist points, you get a free stage offer per turn for the entire battle, and you get your bloody condition off the bat. I'll accept all of that if you flee or lose, not only do you lose curtain call for 12d8 hours, but you lose 1d6 levels. Or a certain amount of XP for however many attacks you made. Like basically tie it, because you get 4 times the amount of XP than any other mortal. Why not tie this into losing XP? Why not tie that into that loss of leveling up, right?
Maybe you lose a fourth of your levels. So if you're level 4, you lose 1.
Yep. But for every 4, yeah. So something like that, like it would be really interesting, because
2.
we did see that before where you gain 4 times as much XP. So what if something like this, like the oath, what if you were saying, I'll do this oath, and if I lose, not only do I lose access to curtain call, but I'll give up XP to the deities, and then they take it as your level, and then you have to actually go, because then it would actually make sense, right? Because anytime I lose, I would go back a couple levels, but I regain my levels 4 times faster.
I like that a lot.
So it's going to be this constant like back and forth going, and it's all on my choice,
and
right?
So it's worth the risk to use it because you level up so much faster, but also there is a risk to using
exactly.
it. So I'm here
and
for that.
the way that Hizboar has this outside of the multi-classing that we talked about earlier, the way that these are built, it's really not that complicated, because it's not like you have to remember how you built your character. You lose 3 levels, it's a linear progression. You're going to know exactly what you lost and what you gained, right? It's not like a subclass where you got to figure out what did I lose and what did I get and what blah. No. You just, it's a very linear process. You just go back 3 levels, and then when you gain them back, you'll get your abilities back at 4 times the rate. So, Hizboar, that might be something for you to look.
I'm not mad at that.
Okay, so let's look at. Okay, so we got a couple different ones. I'm just gonna. It seems like you keep updating it, so I'm just gonna read the last one, Hizboar. So starting at 2nd level, once per long rest, if there is a godly challenge active, you can make an oath at the start of battle, granting all plot twist points, 1 free stage officer benefit per turn for 1 minute, and the covered in blood condition. Additionally, you gain resistance to all damage types for the first 2 turns of combat. If you flee or lose battle, you will fail the challenge, lose access to curtain call for 12d8 hours, and 1d4 godly entertainment class levels. Also remove the 1 minute limit. Interesting. Okay, so removing the 1. Okay, so if there is a godly challenge active, which ties right into the whole campaign concept, because we haven't really seen that yet, right?
Right.
So this ties in, and this class gets to see those. They get to know ahead of time which ones they are. So it's not like a blind oath. You know which oath or which challenge you're directly oathing against or with. So,
okay.
And again, I like the idea you can oath with it or against it, right? So that's that, and that ties into if you lose the battle. It could also be if you lose the oath. Like you may win the battle, you may have killed the enemy, but if you didn't do it the way in your oath,
you didn't, yeah.
So there could be a twofold there, right? Losing isn't always losing.
Exactly.
Because that's what this whole thing is, right? Remember, the way that we coin this is it's not whether or not you win, it's how you win.
Yes.
So just because you win, but if you fucked up your oath in the process, that win may not be as good as you thought it was. So basically, when a godly challenge is active, you can make an oath at the start of battle, gaining all your plot twist points, a free stage benefit for 1 turn for 1 minute. That's the one he wants to remove. So yeah,
okay.
I find that fine. So you still get your stage benefits for 1 free per turn, and you activate bloody condition. So that's just as long as the battle active. And I think that makes sense, because when you're making this oath that not only takes your curtain call but can lose your classes, I'm okay having these unlimited free stage offers, because you're boosting everything, right? This is like your chance to shine. It's your chance to go out of your way and do all of this. And if you lose, you're gonna have it's gonna hurt, right? So I'm okay giving an unlimited amount of those free stage offers if you're gonna be losing levels. And I think 1d4 is a perfect number, like a 1d4 levels, because at any stage, whether you're level 4 or level 15, 4 levels is devastating. 4 levels at any level. I mean, you're level 8, going down to level 4, you've just lost your level 5 benefits. You've lost your level 7. Like, any level, pick any level and drop it by 4, you're losing something major. You're at level 12, you're going to go below level 10. You're at level 14, you're going to drop, like, there's no way that 4 level, and 1 level, you're going to be like, whatever, that wasn't that big of a deal, but 4 levels could, like, 1d6 would almost just ruin the game. You know what I mean? You level up 4 times faster, so losing up to 4 levels basically puts you on par.
I like that. I like that better.
It puts you on par with the rest of your party, right? It doesn't. It still makes you potentially good, but it gives you the chance to be knocked down a peg.
Yeah.
And then have to earn it back. That's the godly entertainment aspect, right? You can't be perfect ever. I like this. I like the way that this is actually unfolding. This is so much better, and I think it will tie everybody into the purpose of the setting. You know, this whole thing about interacting with the gods and the bets, and shining and being out. And, you know, like, I think that this is actually where you expect the class to be at this point. But that's still only level 2. So, moving on, we are now on page 5 of 7 at second level 2 ability, Beautiful Strike. Starting at second level, when you deal melee weapon damage, you can also make a ranged weapon attack against any opponent within 20 to 50 feet of you. This effect can trigger damage-triggered effects, which we've seen before, where that's fine.
Yes.
A beautiful strike made by even more beautiful being. Well done, my glorious tease. Even time slows down to admire you when you begin your enchanting performance. I don't mind these. I think one every time may be a little bit much. I'm seeing like a little well, okay, so they're not on everyone. Okay. But I love the little snippets of lore, but don't need it like every single time. I always like to add them in when they enhance or help give an example of what it is. Gotcha. Because a lot of that can also be done in the gameplay and in the lore and stuff like that. But interesting. Okay, so how do you feel about this one? Being able to do, anytime you do melee damage, you can follow it up with a ranged attack.
I am again, I'm having a hard time visualizing it.
I'm thinking crossbow, hand crossbow, or thrown dagger. I'm thinking, you know, cut, throw, cut, shoot.
Then again, that comes to the question is like, how is that happening? Am I using my switch feature to bring out a new weapon, or do I just have to have another weapon ready?
I mean, my thought would be, you know, when you make a melee weapon damage, you can also make a ranged weapon attack if you have, you know, if one is available to you. I like the limited range, the 20 to 50 feet.
Sure.
That totally makes sense. And I don't mind it triggering the damage triggered effects. That makes sense. I just think that, having any kind of verbiage that just says that you have to have a ranged weapon available.
I would say I would give it this, like,
what about a thrown weapon attack, specifically thrown weapon?
That's what I was thinking. Is like maybe this thing creates some thrown, like, a dagger.
Because you start with javelins or hand axes. Like, you were given multiple opportunities to have ranged weapons, right?
Yes.
So I think maybe I would say, like, so what if it said when you deal melee weapon damage, you can also make a thrown ranged weapon attack or an attack with a hand crossbow, like just those. It basically has to be a thrown weapon or a hand crossbow, because those are the only things that you could justifiably like do in that moment and still like reload. Because you wouldn't be able to do a short bow. I wouldn't be able to swing my sword and then pick up a short bow.
Yeah.
So a hand crossbow is one of those things that can be preloaded. You could say I can shoot it off, but I like the idea of limiting it to thrown weapons because it also kind of just goes in line with the build and what we've been given so far. I don't dislike the ability. I just feel like it's a little open-ended.
Again, I don't dislike what it's giving you. To me, it feels slightly out of place. right?
Interesting.
Not out of place, like it doesn't belong in this class, but like what's happening, it just I don't know. I feel there's something brewing in my head that there might be another way to execute this. Like I like the idea. Like,
I mean, also keep in mind too, is this beating a dead horse because we already have another ability that
gives us extra attacks?
Yeah, because we have an ability that lets us add, an attack bonus, right? We're already adding attack bonuses and damage every time we hit somebody. And we have another ability that every time we hit somebody, it does knock-on damage, right? Where was it? Where
the AOE,
and then every third attack it goes to another person, right? So this is yet another thing trying to give us more attacks by succeeding in attacks. And I feel like while that's on brand, do we need another thing giving me more attacks per attack? Every attack, like how many times do I have to remember? Okay, so I successfully attacked him. Okay, so that means that not only can I do a range attack, but then I get a +1 to my attack and then a +1 to my damage on that range attack, and then I can get knock-on damage by attacking him, and then it's my third attack. So then not only did they get a 5 feet damage, but then 15 feet. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many things that I'm adding to every attack now that I don't know if adding another attack to my attack is really the way I would want to go at this point. You know what I mean? Because again, this is adding in a ranged attack. The other one's already adding a bonus to attack and a bonus to damage. And then another ability of mine is doing knock-on damage, depending on what attack it is, right? So I just feel like from the player point of view, how many things am I calculating and how many abilities are going to keep adding to one attack, right? This is just what, and if I have multiple attacks in a round, I have to do this for every attack, right? So it's getting to that point to where it's like, how many things is the player writing out for every successful attack? But I see the idea here of wanting to add like arrangedness, but is this the character that needs it?
Yeah, I also was kind of thinking like, again, you were going like the barbarian mentality. Like we're going like we want beefy AC. We want to be in people's faces. Like the majority of what I'm going to be doing is not necessarily going to be ranged. And say I get this extra ranged attack, but there's nobody at range. Am I going to ranged attack the person I'm in melee with? Like, you know, so...
how about this? Beautiful strike. Here's a way that you could use this, because here's an alternative rule I've heard being spread around, you know, the D&D sphere quite a bit. I see it on Reddit a lot, and I've seen it on a couple different forums and even on TikTok. What if Beautiful Strike was spillover damage? So there's an alternative rule that people have talked about. I dislike it as a general rule, but I like it as a fill-in rule like this. So spillover damage is the idea that if you kill an enemy, like let's say the enemy has 10 hit points and you do 20 hit points of damage, you can let that excess 10 spill over to the next enemy adjacent. So it's kind of like an additional cleave. Yes. So if you're going to kill an enemy with excess, that would spill over to the next enemy. Would Beautiful Strike be a moment like that, where anytime you kill an enemy, any additional damage not dealt immediately goes to an adjacent enemy?
I could see that, but I also feel like that is something that, not that it wouldn't proc enough, but it feels like...
Because with this, but remember, with this build, how much damage you're able to put out with Godly Entertainment, right? Like, you would expect that your damage output would eventually start exceeding that anytime they're getting close.
But if that's the case, then like I have to think about, again, this is all comes down to like what kind of gameplay we're having. Like, how many enemies are we going up against? As I get stronger, are my enemies getting stronger? Is this like a tower where I go up and like things,
True,
like different battles? And I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of different layouts. So this could turn into a very situational feature if that's the case.
That's true. So, because I was thinking about like the crowd control, remember? Because like a lot of these are like building on the idea that you're just going to be plowing through different minions, like the one that gives you a +1 to hit and a +1 to damage every time you hit. So the idea is eventually you're going to be adding up through these minions, and eventually the idea of like, imagine going one minion, you kill him, 10 points of splash damage to the next minion, but you have another attack, so then you get to do that. Like, because I'm looking at, like, you don't want to make it too complicated with all of the different...
I have a slightly different angle that I'm taking on it, and I don't know exactly how I want to do it, but the idea is going to be something to the effect of you activate this ability, and it, like, lasts for a minute or something like that, and for every attack, for every hit that isn't a crit, your crit range increases out to 15 until you crit, and then it resets or something like that, so that like your hits are becoming increasingly more and more beautiful, right? And until you get to a just top tier like crit hit, right? So you're increasing the chance that you can like hit something more powerfully. Like that's kind of the direction that I'm going with it. Is let me help you crit more on a beautiful strike. That's what comes to mind when I think of that. And I feel like that kind of goes in theme with wanting to be this melee fighter. But
so beautiful strike. We're talking about performance, right? We're talking about like the whole purpose of this is when you go into attack, you're doing a performance. Like we talk about like like a dancing fighter, right?
Yes.
So what if beautiful strike was along the lines of, instead of adding a ranged attack, I just had it. What was I thinking? That
was happening to me twice.
So you know how we talked about potentially allowing this class to crit at 18?
Yes.
So what if beautiful strike was anytime you crit, you're granted an additional attack?
I'm not mad about that.
So beautiful strike is literally you crit and it's so good you can come and flourish and use that momentum of the performance and get an additional attack.
I'm not mad at all. I like that a lot. It's consistent. It stays throughout. It's not super situational. I like that.
What do you think, Hizboar? Is giving your opportunity to beautiful strike at second level? And again, it would only be really beneficial at second level if you also gave them the ability to crit at level 18. Or at with an 18 on the die. And again, that could be also beautiful strike. What if beautiful strike is you not only crit on 18 at second level, but any crit grants you an additional attack? So that's what beautiful strike is.
That would be kind of cool.
Because I like this idea. I don't mind giving extra attacks. I just don't feel like giving that ranged attack makes any sense. And it doesn't really feel like it like grows with the character.
I feel like this is going to be all talked about in musical critical.
Musical critical, okay.
So
okay,
but still interesting.
Yeah. So I think So I beg of you, please look at musical critical.
please look at it. It's coming up.
But yeah, so I would just say that with beautiful strike, I think my biggest thing is it's a ranged attack. You know what I mean? I just think that the idea of adding a ranged attack just doesn't quite fit the build so far. But otherwise, I don't mind, like an extra attack on a crit. I wouldn't mind that. Ooh, even as a completely different side note, if we wanted to go completely a different direction with this, like beautiful strike. What if you can retaliate on opportunity attacks or something like that? So whenever someone opportunity attacks you, you can turn around and just slap them back as a reaction. Would be kind of not necessarily for replacing a beautiful strike, but just in general, like godly entertainment. Like that would be kind of a cool feat for it to have. Is you can retaliate against opportunity attacks.
Your retaliation.
Right, that would just be kind of cool.
That's crazy.
I loved the beautiful strike last time. It may have just been like the way that it was presented with the other details, but with the new build, I just don't see a ranged attack really working right now. Like with the envisionment if I see what godly entertainment's going, especially now that we've really just doubled down on the barbarian aspect of this kind of being like its own version of rage. I'm not really feeling the ranged synergy right now. It's probably just, could have just been that. Could be because I know more about what the intent is of this class and the setting. So maybe I'm also just a little bit biased based on our last review. But interesting. So beautiful strike. I think my only real issue is I just don't really see the ranged aspect of just adding yet another attack to already being additive, but I see where the benefit is, and I see why you're trying to go there. If you do keep the range, I do think that limiting the distance is a fantastic aspect. I think that you nailed it with keeping it at a very short range for kind of like this reactionary attack that you would get. All right, so at level 3, we have Play Dead. Starting at level 3, or starting at 3rd level, you can dramatically drop dead by spending 1 action point, vanishing into an extra dimensional space along with an avatar of your patron. Interesting. Okay. An exact copy of your lifeless body appears where you were. Makes sense. So you're basically feigning death, but it's an illusion. While in this, and then you actually leave the space. So while in this space, you're invulnerable and immune to losing the covered in blood condition. Okay, so it makes sense that you're not gonna disrupt your combat advantage. After 2 turns, you return with half your hit points restored. Okay, so 2 turns, half your hit points, and you're still covered in blood, or to half of your maximum if you had more than half remaining when you vanished. Interesting. So if you're below half hit points, it brings you up to half. If you're over half hit points, it brings you down to half. Okay, so there's a bit of a... You have to decide when you want to use this. Okay. If an ally is within 30 feet of your clone, you reappear next to them. Otherwise, you appear next to the closest enemy. Oh, so you have no choice to appear where you last were. Interesting. When you reappear, all negative effects affecting you except for your own skill effects are cleansed. Okay, so wow, okay. This ability can be used once per long rest. When you reach 8th level, and again at 12th, 16th, 19th level, you can increase the ability score of your choice by 2. Oh, one ability score of your choice by 2. Or you can increase 2 ability scores by 1. As normal, you can't increase an ability score above 20. Oh, I'm not sure why that was put here. Maybe that was a mistake. Interesting. So 3rd level ability is you can basically feign death. You can drop dead dramatically by spending an action point. Now, by spending this action point, you drop dead, essentially, but in your place appears essentially an illusion. So an illusionary copy of you drops dead, and you go into a pocket dimension with your patron. You just pop into a pocket dimension, and there you and your patron are just chilling for 2 turns.
Okay.
You do not lose the covered in blood status effect when you do this.
Nice.
When you come back, from the 2 turns, a couple different things happen. This is where it gets kind of weird. So as an action point, you fake dead, you go into a pocket dimension with your patron, and an illusion is where you were standing. Okay? Lasts for 2 turns. And you keep covered in blood. When you come back, if you were below half health, you will be brought up to half your hit points. Okay. If you were over half your hit points, you will be brought down to half your hit points.
So no matter what, you come back with half hit points.
No matter what.
Okay.
So that's I found interesting. That's your damned if you do, damned if you don't decide, kind of sit.
Okay. I like that.
Also, when you reappear, if an ally was within 30 feet of your illusion, you will appear next to them. Okay. Otherwise, you appear next to the closest enemy. Little strange, little convoluted, but I see kind of where the idea is. When you reappear, all negative effects affecting you, except for your own skill effects, are cleansed. So I'm assuming that any condition you gain during battle is gone, other than the ones caused by bloody. Yeah.
If you were okay.
Yeah. So what? Yeah. And it can only be used once per long rest.
Okay.
It sounds like a lot. It sounds like a lot of conditions in terms of like just everything that's going on. But it seems like the essentialness of this is it's a quick heal. It's a quick condition removal. It lasts for 2 turns, and then you appear next to an ally or an enemy at the end of it, right? So it's basically a quick cleanse, quick heal. I don't know if there's any major purpose of the you vanish into an extra dimensional space along with an avatar of your patron. I don't know why that's put in there, aside from the ability to ask questions and talk and gain favors. Like, there's got to be a reason.
I'm instantly thinking of this ability very strategically. So my first instinct is, hey, I just made an oath at the beginning of this battle or whatever, and they know what's going to happen to me if I lose. I want to activate this ability at the most opportune time where it looks like I'm about to die.
Make them think
that they won. And then I get to go into this pocket dimension. Maybe I can chit-chat with my patron.
Be like, hey, we got them.
We
got this.
I didn't lose. Listen, it's fine. Don't trip out. Like, everything's going to be all right. Just wait what happens. My ally knows whenever I do this little trick right here, he's going to go hang out by the little enemy. And so when I get there, I'm going to be able to do a little coup de grace, stab him in the back, do some craziness. And we gonna come out on top, all right? I got you. Like,
Hizboar, basically, you're 100% correct. That's exactly what the intent is.
Okay.
So you have the scenario exact. Is this is supposed to be in tandem with everything else that's going on? It's your way of bringing the show up and maybe getting some
it's
insight.
Heightening the tension. Everyone's like, oh no, or a great comeback story, or something like that. Yeah.
Or being able to technically cheat. Be like, oh, yes, you won that bet, sure, but I won this bet. Like you could definitely do something like that. So, okay, so realistically, I don't see anything wrong with this. It's really not. It's not like it's not even really a second wind. I think that being able to talk to your patron halfway through the battle and get some potential battle insight. I think that could be super beneficial for even losing half your hit points. Depending on where you are with your hit points. So I don't think that's a big deal. I think that being able to talk to your patron is the clutch point of it. I think that otherwise it would have just been a meh. Like, okay, cool, play dead. Teleport, get half your hit points back.
Right.
Teleport to an enemy, teleport to an ally, 2 turns. Like, it was fine. There was nothing wrong with it. I think the clutch aspect is being able to talk to your deity or your patron. I think that is what makes this super strategic and way more tactical, especially in the environment and in the setting.
Okay.
The moment you play dead, so good the necromancer tries to raise you again. So to be honest, the avatar of your patron comes because of panic that was caused by you dropping dead. Oh, so the idea is that you're and that's I think one of the areas where I would have the hardest time personally in this setting is from my perspective, the way that I run deities, these deities seem dumb. Like, I did a power that I have that my deity knows I have, and he's like, "Oh my god, did you die?" Like, bro, did you not know it was magic? Like, it's just a little bit weird, you know what I mean? Like, I get that that's the lore of the setting, but
put it this way: if it will hopefully trick the other deities, maybe it'll trick yours.
Well, no, and that's the idea, is right. Like, the deity shows up, like, hey, you're not really dead, right? But like, for me, that's just really hard to imagine that my patron's like,
why are you panicking?
It's like he's like, oh my god, he died. Oh my god, I should go check on him. Like, oh, it's your ability. Like, don't you know I have that ability? Like, it's very weird to me to have gods that would react to that, but I do like that it's ingrained in that lore. You know what I mean? I do like that the idea is that he is thinking about why these things are happening and not just here's an ability that you can use, right?
Right.
Like, there's actually, like what we do, you know what I mean? There's actually a cause and effect to all of these things. So, there, as weird as it is to me to think of a god being tricked that easily, at least it works with the consistency of that setting, and it helps build that lore out to where all of the deities are going to be basically, like you said, reacting that same way. So yeah, so I think that this one doesn't really need any change. I mean, if I were going to change it to keep with the OP-ness, maybe instead of the ally within 30 feet, why not just, when you come back, you can choose to be next to an ally or the nearest enemy, like the nearest ally or the nearest enemy of your body. That's it. It's the nearest ally or the nearest enemy. Don't worry about how close they are. You know what I mean? It's just more of I get to be friendly side or foe side. And I think that might just, kind of make it dope, right? It's like your patron sends you back anywhere on the battlefield and you get to choose. Like, Or again, not just anywhere on the battlefield, but
Right.
the closest enemy, closest.
I mean, it's not much more powerful than the 3rd level blink spell that just allows you to come back within 10 feet of where you disappeared from.
Yeah. So I would say that would be, I wouldn't say I would change that. I would just say that if you are looking to make this a little bit more, again, just OP for this character, just drop the 30 feet and say you can either be at the nearest enemy or the nearest ally, period.
And I'm assuming that little blurb, that second paragraph, I just forgot to remove. It's supposed to be in the...
When you reach level 8, yeah, 12, yeah. So that's just the ability. I read that and I'm like, I don't think it's supposed to be here.
Yeah, probably not 5th.
All right, so now we're getting to level 4. Ability score improvement acts as normal, or you can increase 2 by 1, 1 by 2. As normal, you can increase the score above unless it's... Oh, charisma is the only thing you can increase by 20. I thought
that was interesting as well.
I wonder what the lore purpose is for that. Like, why charisma?
It feels like it's their primary stat in this class. You know, a lot of the stuff is
charisma and constitution seems like.
Yes.
So okay. So just an opportunity to really let them shine and just go all out.
And it's god level gameplay. So if you're gonna be able to have something over.
If you are like impressing the gods to the point to where they're like talking to each other about you, I would say like charisma 20 is probably necessary.
Right.
All right, so yeah, that's pretty good for level 4. Level 5, warming up. Starting at 5th level, whenever you deal damage to a creature, the next creature you damage during the same turn takes an additional 1d4 plus your charisma modifier psychic damage. This effect can chain. So, again, just a lot is happening throughout this gameplay. Every time I attack, that's a lot on me as a player to remember. Yeah, it's a lot to remember, and it's just a lot to roll. Like, now I attack someone, that person... So, I attack someone, and for every consecutive hit, I'm getting a plus to hit, a plus to damage. I'm doing knock-on effects for everyone I hit, plus every third time I hit, I get an additional knock-on effect. And not only, but every other hit I do, that person is going to take an extra 1d4 damage. Right? Because I hit them, and then I get the 1d4, and then the next person I hit, I get a 1d4 on the next person. So it's like, I'm worried that maybe my problem is I haven't like been able to articulate this. I'm worried that all of these are really just stacking on I hit someone, therefore a laundry list of things happens. Maybe that's the problem. It's because they're all triggering on I hit someone. And if I have 9 different things that trigger just by hitting someone, and I have 3 attacks per round, and I can do abilities that add attacks per round, again, it's not even, it's the game time it's going to take to calculate all this, and who's remembering all of this? Is it on me as a player? Is the DM going to remind me of every little thing? It's at that point to where how long is one attack going to take?
For me, it's a little bit about... It feels like it keeps adding another thing. And what I mean by another thing is like, if I say when you attack, you get to add +1 to your AC and +1 to your attack. That to me is one thing. And even if you added another and on there, it'd still just be the one thing. But if I said when you get an attack, you can also do X, Y, and Z. And then when you do X, Y, and Z, you can also do... That's a one more thing. So if there's like a chain, like a separate event that occurs based upon what occurred here, then that to me is like, all right, now I have a whole lot to carry. But if I just add a feature of something that already existed, that feels a little bit easier for me to deal with. So if a lot of stuff was triggered off of the attack, but just added features to what already exists, I would have a lot easier time holding all of that than I would. Okay, now I have to do this. Now there's another domino. Now it's going.
And it's a lot of remembering because it's like now I have to remember. Okay, well, and this is again. Whenever I deal damage to a creature, the next creature I attack. So it's like, again, every time I'm attacking, I'm getting stacked bonuses. I'm getting splash damage. Every third attack, I'm getting additional splash damage. Now I'm getting the next creature I get, right? So it's not only do I have to calculate everything I've done on my turn, but then the next creature gets all of that plus this, but then not the next creature. Only every other creature gets this, right? Because this doesn't stack. If I hit a creature and then the same turn hit another creature, that one doesn't count for this again.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it does, and I'm assuming that these wouldn't
I
just
mean,
keep
it's still
stacking
your next
every
attack. It's just your next attack. So
Yeah, but it says whenever you deal damage to a creature. So if I attack a creature and I get this, but then the next creature I attack during this turn for this extra damage is an attack on a creature, which means the next creature in this turn is also going to get the D4 because it's every time I do damage, right? So that's why the other questions of like how many of these things are stacking every time I do damage and every time I attack a creature. And then how many attacks am I getting per round? How many of these variations am I going to have to split off? And for the DM, how many characters are you going to be calculating damage for? How many NPCs are going to be taking damage every turn with these knock-on effects and with these extra damages? And again, I can do this extra damage, but remember, previously the original ability was like I hit a creature and then I can do a ranged attack, which lets me do the knock-on effects, right? So I do damage to you with my sword, I shoot that person over there with my crossbow, but because I did damage to you, not only does that person get hit with the crossbow, but they also get the extra D4 damage. But now I've hit successfully twice this round, so now I have a +2 to my AC. I just feel like, and then again, it's a lot of these things are not only on every hit, but then a lot of these things only last for like a turn. So it's like my stats are going to be so all over the place every single round that is it going to be more paperwork than it actually is roleplay? Like that's now what I'm starting to worry about is maybe there's too many of the same trigger. I don't mind having extra abilities that I can do extra things, but if the trigger's always the same, I'm basically
it's
just
happening all at the same time.
And I'm just like, it just seems like I'm gonna either get confused and mess up a lot of these numbers because I know I would, you know what I mean, like just trying to calculate all of this, or I'm gonna spend too long on it, or I'm going to have so many things that are base that I'm going to forget that I have special abilities. Like, I mean, once I attack someone and do my extra range attack and get all my pluses and get my consecutive hits and get my every third hit bonus and do all of that, am I going to remember to spend a stage point or a performance point? Am I going to remember my stage abilities? And what about the fact that I have a free stage ability? Am I going to remember that I get an extra one because I can spend points on it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's going to be a point to where how long is my one turn? How long is my one initiative?
Yeah.
And there are some things that last, like multiple initiatives. So I'm starting to realize that there's a lot of things happening on the same trigger. And I'm already having a hard time. We're only on level 5.
Yeah.
And I'm already having a hard time remembering like how many things trigger just hitting an enemy. And that's not even including the other things I can do on my turn. So I'm starting to feel definitely overwhelmed on how much I have to keep track of already, not on top of what I can keep track of. Like, this is just the stuff I have to do. Every hit, I'm going to calculate that. Every hit, I'm going to get the extra attacks. Every hit, I'm going to get the extra damage. But that's just what I have to keep track of, not even the other things I can do. So I'm starting to definitely feel as a player, I'm sure, again, playing in this scenario and just basically this being the only game would be a little bit easier. Mm-hmm. But I'm definitely feeling the strain of remembering all of the shit that I can do.
Yeah, and theoretically, like a lot of this stuff will hopefully be made easier as you level up because you will be having practice at using all of these abilities when it's just that one ability.
True. So it's an additive effect.
Yes, you're going to get introduced to one new ability. So I have all that other stuff that I remembered. Now I just got to pay attention to this one thing.
And then it's just going to be second nature. And it's just, they're going to add together and eventually it's all going to be the same attack.
Again, you got to think, how much practice are you realistically going to get between levels? How much?
And that's another big thing. How many encounters are you planning per level? How often? I mean, I'm just looking at, IRL game time. This feels very boggy. Like it feels awesome. It feels like in retrospect, thinking back on the campaign, you're going to imagine all of the cool things that you did. But I'm thinking about like, what does that day of gameplay look like? I have a feeling I'm going to be my nose in a calculator and on paper way more than I'm going to be in the moment in, like cashing in on all of the descriptions and what's actually happening. I feel like I'm going to be way more paper and penciling this. And that may not be the worst thing, but I feel like there's so much good lore here that I feel like I'm getting drowned in the choices and in the calculations. And it is meant to be, big and fantastic in like, again, it's supposed to be a high level gameplay, but I just don't know. And maybe that's it too. Maybe after, doing a couple, gameplays and you're finally just like, I want something more complicated. But I just have a feeling that like when I sit down and think of how an encounter is going to roll out, I'm really like starting to worry that these are going to be 10, 15 minute rounds. You know what I mean? But that's per person. Like, I have a feeling it's going to take more than just a minute or two to really flesh out what you're going to do this turn, which enemies you're going to hit, and then doing all your dice rolls, doing all of your, hey, this happened, so trigger this. Okay, this didn't happen, trigger this roll. I'm just that and then again, this is only one class. If all the classes are getting to this level, how long does a single round, not even a whole encounter, how long does a round take? And that's maybe that's why it's capped at 2 main players and 2 deity players. Maybe, it helps with the timeline, but now I'm also thinking, what are those the deity players, right? The players that are playing the gods. What are they doing all of this time? Like, do they have dice rolls? Do they have character sheets? Or are they just metagaming the ideas for the DM?
Are they an initiative?
Right, and again, so it's like
maybe they have little pieces that they can intervene in the battles or something like that.
Yeah. So again, I'm just thinking of IRL time. How much is this all really like taking, right? Like how long is it gonna really like calculate out for me having to figure all of this stuff out? What's going on, Hizboar? Let's see. So what if you get attacked your next turn? We'll deal. So what if I say when you get attacked your next attack will deal bonus damage equal to the amount of damage you were dealt.
When you get attacked? So it's a different trigger.
Right. So, okay. Interesting. So remove the AC and stat gains, though. There's only a +1 bonuses to attack and damage rolls.
I think that was on the earlier ability because you had been talking about
gotcha.
Stacked elements.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Take it easy, Hoylepa. Probably already missed you, but take it easy. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay, so starting at 5th level, whenever you deal damage to a creature, the next creature you deal you damage during the same turn takes an additional 1d4. Versus whenever you get attacked, your next attack will deal damage equal to the amount you were dealt. Well, let me read the rest of this real quick. So, shadows. Creatures that reside in the mirror dimension. They spend their entire... Wait, is this part of warming up, or is this something different?
I believe so.
So they spend their entire life searching for mortals who are their true loves. When they find them, they begin to tail them and protect them from dangers invisible to mortal eyes, such as godly beings and entities from the darkness, all without expecting anything from the love except their happiness. While they guard their love, they appear as what we know as shadows. Without them, there wouldn't be the term shadow in the mortal realm. If a being has a shadow underneath their feet, it means there is at least one creature that loves them unconditionally until the end of time. That doesn't seem like that's part of warming up. That seems like it's something different.
So in the original, it is listed directly after warming up. So I'm not 100% sure. It kind of looks like it, but
okay. This is just part of like the lore flavor, so that's not really a part of the abilities. Okay, so that's just part of like lore.
Which one?
The shadow thing. It looks like this is all just lore.
Oh, all of that. Oh,
yeah. It just looks like it's just part of like how the idea of the realm goes.
Got you.
So, warming up. It comes after the one step after another. You were like a reaper himself. If he was something to look at, scratch that gladiator. He can't. Oh, it was supposed to come after this note.
Oh.
Shadows was supposed to... So it was just, again, it's just more lore.
Got you.
Okay, so warming up. Whenever I think of, like, warming up, I think of kind of like, you're not... Again, this isn't even my final form kind of moment. Like, okay, now I'm warmed up. Like, I'm not even there yet, right? So, first off, when I think of warming up, I'm thinking of either the precursor to you getting stronger or it's the now I'm warmed up. Like all right, gloves are coming off, sweatbands are coming off, weighted clothes are coming off. I'm warmed up, let's get serious, right? So when I think of warming up, especially in that context, I'm thinking that. Now, granted, that's a fighter's concept. Now, we're talking about this entertainer, right? So the warm up is like what you do before a battle or before your thing, right? So I'm going one of two ways with this. When I think of warming up, I'm either thinking of something that's happening before battle, like something that you can do to like, if you can do this before battle, like once per long rest at the beginning of battle, you can warm up.
Like stretching is warming
up.
up.
And you'll gain bonuses, right? You'll gain like damage or whatever. The second type of warming up that I think of like in battle is the, you finally make the guy bleed and they're like, okay, so we can stop playing around now, right? And that's when everybody, like, again, takes your weighted clothes off, takes off your limiters, basically
Broccoli, let me drop my wristbands.
Yeah. It's basically just like it's all of those anime tropes of just like, okay, now can we stop playing? Can we actually go our power levels now? Can we stop hiding what we really are? Like, so it's one of those moments. It's either something I feel like it should be something that I do before battle, but we've already seen that. We've already had an ability that lets you prep before battle. So other than that, what I would like to see is if this is supposed to be something that's like more damage.
I kind of like the idea of what Hizboar mentioned. Like, instead of it triggering when you do damage somebody else, it's when you get damaged.
Right.
It kind of plays along to the things like, all right, now we can get serious now, because it's like a lot of the times when you see those little anime moves, it's like I'm defending you with one hand. I don't really even need to try, and then you finally land a hit on me. And I'm like, all right, now I can take my jacket off. Now I can.
So what if it was more like okay? So how do you like this one? So what about for warming up? I don't know if warming up is the right title for this, but here's what I'm kind of getting vibes off of. What if whenever you take damage, you can choose to spend a not a performance point, but a
plot twist.
A plot twist point. So anytime you take damage, you can spend a plot twist point. You'll still take the damage, like whatever, but whenever you take damage, you can spend a plot twist point. And then at any time and you can do this any number of times. And at any point, you maybe have to spend a plot twist point to finish it or not, but at any point, again, you rack those up as many as you want, right? So let's say I did it 3 times. Mm-hmm. At any point, I can call back that in, right? I can stop warming up, use this ability, and on my next attack, I can deal additional damage equal to however much I've pulled. So if I get attacked and I get attacked for 10 damage, I can spend a plot twist point. Next attack, I get attacked.
What does the spending a plot twist point do?
It basically stores it. So I still take the 10 points, but then I get a 10-point pull. And then let's say another attack, I take 12 points of damage. I spend another thing. I still take 12 points of damage, but now I have 22 points. And then at any point, I could be like, I'm going to hit you. I'm throwing all this damage on you as well. So essentially, you can spend plot twist points to fuel an attack based off how much damage you've taken when you spent it. So you still take the damage. You'll still lose the HP, but you get to do that equivalent damage later. And anytime you spend a plot twist point when you take damage, you add to that pool.
I feel like I really like where that's going. I feel like in order for it to be really valuable, you'll need a lot of plot twist points.
Well, when you get to level 20, you can almost every time you get hit, you can just sit there and rack them up.
Up until that point, this is very minimally helpful.
Well, but it's only very minimally helpful on standard attacks. But let's say the BBEG crits on you. It's not a death blow, but he crits on you. Fuck it. Spend a point, and I'm going to take all of that damage and throw it back at him. It's more of a strategic when I get hit heavy, I want to be able to dish that damage back out.
But every time that happens, you're taking away your ability to use those plot twist points on anything else.
True.
And I think that...
But that's why it's an accumulative thing. That's why you would have to, like...
that too, but that's the thing, is it's like, okay, so how long does that accumulation last for? Like,
I would say, like, the encounter.
And so if I only have 4 plot twist points, in order for me to build up a decent amount of damage, I'm probably going to have to use more than one of those plot twist points, which means I'm going to need at least 2, maybe 3 just absorbing damage. And that means I have 1 left to do anything else, and all that is going to give me 1 attack. One bit of damage.
But again, you're thinking of standardized attacks. I'm thinking of you would use this only when that attack is going to be substantial against you, when it matters, right? You're not going to use this on a 7 damage attack.
Sure, but even if somebody did 50 points of damage to me, right? Significant amount of damage. It's one hit that I get to use it out for.
Yeah, that could be your killing blow, though. And that's way better than getting a couple hit points of temporary HP back or swapping out my weapon for a marginal amount. I mean, that's what I'm looking at is later down the road, as you get more strong and as you get more of these points, especially at level 20, because it goes beyond level 20, being able to absorb damage and not absorb it, but being able to use and dish out that same level of damage, I'm not thinking is going to be a very common thing. That would be an ability that you would only use against like boss fights. It's when that boss has that legendary action or that one ability that's like, hey, here's my show of power.
That doesn't
for
feel
you
like
to
warming up to me though.
No, it's not the right name for it, not for sure, but just that ability of being able to say your strongest attack, if I can survive it, I can throw it right back at you. Yeah. Like, that's what I'm thinking of in that ability. And again, warming up would not be the right name for it, because I think warming up is like...
Doesn't that make it feel a little too situational? Like, too rare of a thing? Like, how many combat encounters are you going to go without using this?
I mean, when you're talking about being, like, deity level stuff, I'm feeling like most any fight's going to have at least that one attack that's, like, kind of worth...
What if this is a one-on-one fight with some dude? Right? Like, are you planning on using this on like his powerful attack and then throwing it back?
But that's the thing is like it's one of those things where I don't think you're planning on ever using this until that attack goes, oh shit, I want that damage. Let me burn a point. I don't think this is something you're going into battle going, I'm gonna save these two to absorb damage. It's literally if he gets this hit off of me, I'm going to burn a point to gain that damage back on my hit.
Yeah. And
see, I think that's the idea of what I'm going across.
It's kind of losing it for me, especially because of where this feature is being laid. It feels like giving more resource allocations, like losing more of my resources for this ability. I would want to get an ability here that, like this ability originally was trying to give you, something that you just get, something that you just can do, something that's a part of your
But haven't we had
build.
enough of that so far? Like, I mean, we really haven't had a lot of like truly sacrificial things just yet. I mean, everything
would say that
is.
We've got a good
it's
amount.
I think it's a pretty equal exchange for most things. I don't really think that we've had anything that like has truly needed you to like really sacrifice, because that would be like you're taking the hit. You're still going to take the hit, but the ability to redo. I mean, again, I don't think warming up would be the right name for this at all, because warming up again should be something either before battle or it should be an indication that you're finally ready to play, right? The idea of absorbing damage and dishing it back out seems like it's not in line with that.
I could kind of see it like, imagine if instead of plot twist points, you could do it in an encounter many times as like your proficiency bonus. So like you would get like 3 of these, right? And so I can absorb up to 3 things this encounter, this battle, this whatever, the bet, whatever, the challenge, right? And I could dish that out as response, and then I can't do that anymore.
See, like, that it still sounds like, isn't that what a plot twist is though? The plot twist is I'm now as strong as you. Like, you hit me, like, the idea is that however hard you can hit me, I can hit you just as hard. Like, the plot twist is, it doesn't matter how strong you are, if I can survive it, I can throw that much. And again, the idea, too, is imagine if you did something that was like a magic spell that did damage to me, but I can dish that back, that same damage out as a melee attack. That's also what I'm thinking, too, is like, you're also converting whatever damage type it was into a potential damage type of your own, which could be kind of cool too, right? Like, situationally, that could be like, really, it's get hit with lightning and then be able to just fucking strike back with an equal amount of damage.
Again, for where we're at in the build, I would want something more consistent and less situational, especially because I know that there are elements, there's pieces that we've gone through so far that are like, that are very consistent or very non-stop, but there are also elements like, especially when I have a build and I'm looking at what I can do, the more I can do with my resources. You talked about it earlier about this paralyzation of choice. It's like, all right, I have all these things I can use my plot twist points for. What am I actually going to use it on? Like, what am I actually going to use it for? I want to feel like I'm building my character without losing
I don't think I think I'm missing where you think you're losing anything. I think that that's exactly what the plot twist points are for, is to literally change the outcome of the game and being able to say, I'm going to dish out that exact amount of damage back to you.
I don't disagree with that.
I don't think there's any loss there.
I
see
think
where
the loss comes when you have too many things to spend it on. That's where the loss comes.
I don't think there's really much to spend it on, though, because really it's just those stage offerings right now. That's
you
really
have your stage offerings. You can convert your points into different things.
That's the stage offering.
That's one of the stage offerings, but you also I swear they mentioned it earlier when you were talking about when they were talking about the Holy Performer. Not the Holy Performer.
No, I'm pretty sure that was that's why I kind of wanted to extend it to being able to use those plot twist points more, because really it's, other than the stage offerings, I mean, that's really all we have. Is it's either the conversion, or it's using, getting your your health, or getting your weapon swapped out. So that's where I was kind of going with having like another option. But going back to like the original warm up and how it reads, though, like realistically, kind of going back to what you were saying too, is really just getting damaged and being able to deal that damage. Is that even really where we would consider a warm up anyway? Like, in general, when we're talking about warm up, like because you were talking about also at the stage of this that we're going, is damage allocation like that really the direction we want to go with this build, right? Like when you were talking about how at this stage in the build, right, like the ability to take in damage and dish it out is a cool ability. Like we're not, neither of us are arguing about how the ability could be useful, but is now the right time? Because again, what we've seen so far from this build is partial crowd control and damage output. Those are like the two things that we've seen, right? Being able to control yourself in the battlefield, or can kind of control aspects of the battlefield, but it's a lot more about like the damage output. And so converting your damage that you take into damage output also kind of falls out of being an entertainer, right? Like it doesn't really feel like it has anything to do with being an entertainer. That just almost feels like a fighter ability that you would want. So what else would like at this stage, level 5, you want something kind of substantial, but you want something to like, I keep going back to that idea of you're a performer, right? So the warm-up should be like your second wind. It should be that whole thing where you're like, okay, you thought you were fighting me. Let's do something new, right? And that's kind of where I would like to see this warm-up, is like it's basically like your second stage of the fight. Yeah. That would be kind of cool.
So it's interesting because we have our primary condition, your curtain call, right? Mm-hmm. You get your bloodied condition, right? This is where you primarily operate. That's theoretically your norm, right? So the idea is, okay, what's a step up from that? If we're like, okay, now I'm getting serious. If we're like, hey, I want to see another level, right? What is?
And there would have to be a proper exchange too, right? You can't just be more powerful just because you want to be more powerful. Otherwise, again, why would I not use it, right?
100%. Why would it not be my norm? It's.
I mean, we're getting caught up on the name. Maybe it's just the fact that we're trying to think of like why warm up would be a little bit better. But I still think like maybe I'm just getting lost on. I don't dislike the idea of taking damage and dishing it back out. Maybe I'm just caught up on, maybe it's just too much of a freebie of just like, again, just starting at 5th level whenever I deal damage.
that the way it's written right now, I agree with that, because it's every single time, all the time.
Yeah, I think like a different type of trigger would be nice. Maybe you're right. Maybe it doesn't need to have another like plot twist point expenditure. But
like if they were more abundant, I would be okay with it. Like for a monk, you get basically as much as your level.
Ooh,
right?
Ooh. What about this? Okay. You have to make a triangle to figure this out, right? You'd have to like make your own like Hizboar. You'd have to decide what progenerates what. Mm-hmm. But what if warming up, starting at 5th level, at the beginning of battle, or maybe this is, spend a plot twist point, something like that. But at a point, warming up as in you can choose one of the 3 damage types, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing.
Okay.
And you become resistant. But you become vulnerable to an opposite one. So you'd make the triangle, right? So if you chose bludgeoning, you would become vulnerable to slashing. If you chose slashing, you become vulnerable to piercing. If you chose piercing, you become vulnerable to bludgeoning. Whatever your triangle is. But warming up basically is that idea of you're halfway through the fight, they're getting at you, and you're like, you know what? No more bludgeoning damage on me. Or resistance to bludgeoning damage, right? Mm-hmm. It's that idea of warming up, right? You're like, okay, let's stop playing games here. Let me stop acting. You're not going to touch me with that damage anymore. And it's a choice, right? So it's going to be per battle. So if you're fighting multiple people, it could actually harm you. But if you're only fighting the one guy, that could be the level that you need, right? Does that sound more in line with like what we're thinking of this level?
I do like that. I like that a lot.
Because we also haven't had a lot of defense stuff.
Very much.
We have not seen any real major defense stuff.
So
being able to like just give yourself a resistance to one thing and a vulnerability to another.
And I would be totally okay spending a plot twist point to activate that ability. Like I activate it, and maybe for the rest of the encounter or for a minute or something like that, I have this
I mean, I wouldn't mind it being for the rest of the encounter because you lost that plot twist point for the rest of the encounter. Sure. But then changing it, right? At any point, you can change it at the cost of a plot twist point.
That would be cool.
So you could just literally, cool. They change their weapon, you change your resistance. Or you change enemy, you change your resistance, right?
And maybe I am forgetting that we do have plot twist economy with our actions. Like we can adjust those things. Like what did Hizboar finally come out with when it came to the trade? Did they update the
I think Hizboar finally said it was a 1-to-1.
Is it okay?
Yeah. So giving us an update. So he says, tried this out. So for starting at 5th level, whenever you take damage, you may store 1 plot twist point. You may use all stored plot twist points at any time during the battle to gain a 1d8 extra bludgeoning damage per point used this way on the attacks you do on your next turn. So essentially, instead of what I was saying where every plot twist point you store the damage, this one is anytime you take damage, you just burn a plot twist point, and at a later date you can add, or at a later time you can add 1d8 per plot twist point. So it's like a 1d8 per time you got hit. That's not necessarily bad, but I feel like it runs more into the issues that you were saying, right? Because that's only a 1d8, where I would much rather, if I'm gonna like you said, if I'm gonna burn the plot twist point for extra damage because there's other options, I want it to be that moment where it's like, oh, he's about to crit on me, max damage, I'm gonna save that damage, right? This isn't something, I wouldn't want it to be something where I know I'm gonna get hit and I'm gonna intend to get hit so I can do more damage. I want this to be I only have 2 left, I'm thinking about doing this, but out of fucking nowhere I'm about to take 40 damage, and I'm like, oh, hell yeah, I want that extra. That's what I was thinking, right? It was definitely, you were very, very right. It was very situational, but it's that moment of, I want that guaranteed damage. Yeah. I want and the next time I hit someone, that's the damage I do.
I do see that value.
But at the same time, oh yeah, we forgot about the class motto is about fuck defense.
That's right.
Yeah, so when it comes to warming up, yeah, I know we say fuck defense, which is why actually the idea of being able to just get a resistance to one of the 3 and a vulnerability to one of the 3.
That means I'm taking the damage.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt me as much.
Exactly. So I think because when we're getting pedantic about the naming, I think that's more in line with the naming. I don't mind the plot twist points, but I think capping it to 1d8, I think Kage is right. No one would ever use it. I think economy-wise, a 1d8 and extra damage is not compelling in order for me to burn a plot twist point, right? For the other things that I could do. Whereas if I knew I could absorb, not absorb, but if I could just take all of that damage and then dish it out later as just like an aggressive, like adrenaline rush, that would be dope. But again, super situational, and maybe that is kind of a burn at level 5. You know what I mean? Like you're burning a whole level 5 ability for only when you're going to get hit, like really, really bad. and there's no other alternatives, right? Level 5, if you're just never going to get hit, oh well, your level 5 ability is never useful. So I could see why it's also situational to a fault. Okay, we have a new updated one. So whenever you take damage, you may store one plot twist point, imprinting the amount of damage dealt to you. You may use all of the stored plot twist points at any time during battle to gain a bonus extra bludgeoning damage equal to the total of all the imprinted damage on your next turn. I kind of like that, and I like the idea that it's all at once, right? So no matter how many you've earned, you have to use them all at once. I think that makes sense instead of dishing it out piece by piece. I think it's just an accumulative. If I've taken 100 points of damage and I've racked them all up, that's all one smack, all of that damage. I would even say if you want to be beneficial to the characters and make sure that this stays OP, add in a tiny little thing. This can be activated after a successful hit. As in, you don't have to call out, I'm using this damage. You can wait to hit them and go, fuck it, I'm using the damage. So, because that makes it really OP.
I would also say that if we are going to determine the damage for this extra type, it should be force damage, not bludgeoning damage.
Yes, I was gonna say something about forcing the damage. I think it should be your whatever your weapon is.
Either whatever the weapon is, or something
like
force damage.
but if you're gonna force it, do something like force damage, psychic damage, something additional. But yeah,
no, I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind that, like the idea that, you can absorb damage and then dish it out all at once. I think that's good. I also think, maybe changing your resistance or getting a resistance to something and then getting a vulnerability to something else. I think that could be a really cool concept for warming up. Yeah, because really, I think I'm just getting lost on the name at this point. Now, I think all of my ideas are just spiraling around what I would expect warming up to mean.
And I think a lot of the times, we try to take the name and go the direction the author intended to go with the mindset, And so that's kind of, well, at least for me, that's why I get kind of hung up or try to find something that follows the path that the name seems to present.
Yeah. Okay, last alternative, and then we'll move on. Because, we're talking about warming up. We're talking about, like, the idea that things get, you're getting better as you go. What if starting at 5th level, I don't know how you would do this mathematically correct, like how you would make this work, like, progressively. But what if it was like, for every so warming up is basically starting at 5th level, for every 2 rounds that you're in active combat, you get like a +1 to your AC or a +1 to hit. So I know you said fuck defense for this character, but the idea being warming up, as in starting at level 5, the longer you're in combat, the better you get at something. Like, literally, you are warming up the whole battle. So it's that idea that if this is 10 rounds, suddenly you should have a + to hit or a + to your AC because you're fucking warmed up now. You're 20 rounds in, the other guy's getting tired and you're just getting started. Like, the idea of warming up, meaning the longer you're going, you're like that anime guy who just keeps smiling, being like, oh, are we started yet?
So, okay, this might be a little bit off-brand thus far, but I still think it kind of fits. What if instead of having anything to do with attacks or defense, you increase your movement? Now, theoretically, you are getting a pretty decent number of attacks, right? Now, imagine you're going up against, like, a bunch of minions, and these minions can get thwopped with, like, 1 attack. And
so you want to be able to move around more
from minion to minion, right? Like, the idea could be there that having an additional movement speed will be helpful for you.
Like, you can add 5 feet for every round you're in battle or something?
For every other round or something like that, yeah. Like, for every, like, full round. Now, granted, to be honest, I don't think as a DM I've run combat that's lasted more than 4 rounds.
Most
Like,
yeah, like, there's a lot of times that it doesn't last that long, which is why I'm thinking like the longer you're in combat, the better you're getting, because it kind of falls in line with like, you know, the longer the battle, the more you want to be able to do, right? So the more you can start to show off. So that was my final alternative for
sure.
how to keep the warming up concept.
I like where you're going with that.
Because like you were saying, it gives you something guaranteed. You don't have to choose to have it, but you don't just get an uber power right away. It's more like the longer you're in battle, the
grows.
better you look.
Yeah.
So that could be really interesting.
And I feel like movement kind of goes with, you know, you're dancing, you're moving around a lot.
I think movement actually works. Like you were saying, more battlefield control because you can move between enemies a whole lot more. I think that could work. You know, like just gain an extra 5 feet of movement or an extra square every round every full round you're in battle. So if it's round 3, you get an extra 15 feet of movement. If it's round 5, extra 20. Like it just that that 25. You know, just that idea that the longer you're here, the better something's getting for you. And movement would also make sense because you'd also be more likely to get cocky and provoke opportunity attacks because you're constantly moving. You'd be more likely to rush into a situation, accidentally get yourself caught, right? Like there's a lot of different ways that could actually work out both to your benefit and the DM's benefit. So,
yeah.
So yeah, Hizboar, a couple of different options. I think warming up it's either the name is just throwing us off, or at this stage at level 5 with everything that you've already given it, maybe it's just that opportunity to do something slightly off-brand than what we've been seeing so far, just to kind of give it that more well-roundedness. If you don't want to go AC, you know, movement's nice. But yeah, there's definitely a lot to be played with there. I think just the idea of, once again, adding just more damage or another attack based off of an attack might just be, I'm just now counting, okay, now how many things do I have to do this round for each attack? Not just the whole round, but each individual attack that succeeds, what are all the triggers that happen?
Right.
So do you want to start at 5th level? Every round you're in battle, your movement increases by 5 feet. This is my fave, and it's simple. It is simple, like fresh air.
It's a simple fresh air.
Hey, and maybe that's it. Maybe you just need that 1-5 where it's like, no frills. Just
that's it.
That's just 5 feet of movement every round. Goodbye. Move on. So hey, I'm glad if we're helping like solidify that too.
I like it.
All right, so moving. Ooh, another level 5. We're getting so much from each level. So no shame. Starting at 5th level, your speed increases by 15.
Rip.
Your speed increases by 15 feet if you're not wearing any armor or clothes that cover up your body. I mean, I have a feeling that, like, bro, you've already mentioned that you don't have proficiency in armor. And we've already mentioned that you get bonuses in armor. I don't know if we have to get... I mean, you can multi-class.
That's true.
So we have to... I don't know if constantly saying with not wearing any armor, like... Pretty sure that's a given at this point. Yeah. But multi-classing is a thing, so...
For sure.
So that would be hilarious that, you know, you get 15 feet, but plus 5 feet of movement every time. Interesting. So no shame. Now, it's interesting because I get the no shame... And it's because, you know, you're naked and all of that. But, you know, at that particular case, the skill name is no shame, so no armor. Yeah, so I would say that it says when you're not wearing armor, but I would probably go, if you're really going the spectacle route, no shame, you know, you make us blush. Mm-hmm. If you're really going that route, at 5th level... If you enter combat with nothing but your weapon, you would get this. Like the idea is, it's not just no armor; it's you are buck naked.
I'm going hard.
It's you are buck naked. You have nothing covering you. You have no pouches. Like the idea would be, you have to sacrifice everything but your weapon, but you are fast as fuck, boy. Like I would be more likely, because again, it's more of that optional thing, right? Because I don't think we need another guaranteed bonus. Mm-hmm. Like we already got a bunch of guaranteed bonuses, but having that optional of like, hey, if this particular challenge, like a swimming challenge, like there's gonna be so many different ways of challenging, right? So the idea is, if you in this challenge go
so crazy too, yes.
Like I'm just because because we're talking about challenges and we're talking about different things, it's not just a spectacle. I think this should be you not only have to be naked, but it's like you have nothing on you. So all of your equipment, you have no potions, you have no you can carry a weapon, you can carry a shield. Everything else is stark naked, and that gives you the extra maybe an extra 15 feet and a bonus to everything dexterity based.
And you'd still be able to use your pocket dimension weapons.
Exactly. So you'd still get your weapons, but maybe you can get 15 feet of extra movement, and you can get advantage on anything dexterity. So saving throws, stat checks.
Like what was it called? Acrobatics.
Yeah, anything that has to do with dexterity could be advantage, and you get an extra 15 feet of movement if you were stark naked, and you basically say at most you can carry one weapon and one shield. Like, I would be down for that because, again, it's not just a spectacle at that point. It's a tactical use of, well, this challenge, I don't need my health potions. I don't need this. I don't need that. So I can be naked for this challenge, right? Like, there would be the more tactical use. And I feel like that would make it more balanced than just you're not wearing armor, but you still get all your other equipment. No. Drop your fucking equipment if you want that bonus.
Drop it all.
But if the challenge requires speed, you know what I mean? Like, what if a challenge is a race? Or something like that, or being able to climb or swim or go through an obstacle course. Like, there's so many ways that you could make being naked more than just my character's naked. Like, you could actually make it like justifiably difficult. So that might be where I would go with no shame if I were doing it, just because, again, I'm already not wearing armor, so I'm just gonna automatically get an extra 15 feet of movement, even though I'm carrying a bunch of stuff. Like, I don't feel like it's a detriment enough. I'm basically just getting free movement. But also, if we tie this into what we just talked about, so if you take our idea of the warming up being that for every round you get an extra 5 feet of movement, so that's one thing you get at fifth level. The other thing you get at 5th level is if you also strip down, you automatically get 15 feet. So they actually go both in tandem. So level 5 is nothing but movement. You get two different abilities that completely give you different movement.
I genuinely still would not be mad at this.
And then if you're naked and you survive a couple rounds, you're basically just fucking Lightning McQueen around that bitch. Right? Interesting. Yeah. So yeah, I think I would like to see maybe a detriment, right? Like a whole, you got to get rid of everything. Let's see. At 5th level, increase speed by 15 feet if you enter battle with only your weapons equipped. That's beautiful right there, because on top of you get 5 feet of movement for every round you're in combat, and then you get a start with an extra 15 feet if you come in naked. Bruh, you are just gonna be like, dude, if one of the challenges is a sprint run, you're just gonna be fucking gone, dude. 15 level, increase your movement speed by 15 and gain advantage on dexterity saving throws if you enter battle with only your weapons equipped. I think that's beautiful. Advantage on dexterity and an extra 15 feet of movement. I think that's absolutely gorgeous. And then again,
that's just pretty clean.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't change that. I think that's fantastic. Because again, it also gives the characters a good choice, but it's that whole like, can I really like, is speed worth the things that I have, right? Because you can either use things or you could use your speed. I think that, and that's a unique balance. Like, I don't think anyone really like gives you that option of get rid of all of your useful items and become fast as fuck. like that's kind of a legit way of going about it, right? Like, that would be kind of cool. Okay, so we only have 2 more pages. Level 6, fighting style. So you adopt a particular fighting style of your specialty. Choose one of the following options. You can't take a fighting style option more than once, even if you get to choose again. You ignore prerequisites of the fighting style of your choice. Okay, so you basically get to be any fighting style that you want.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Only thing I would say is, generally speaking, for most of the classes I've seen, this is coming kind of late in the game. Like, normally you get this before 5th level. This is happening just after 5th level. Like, normally.
So what does this really do for you? What is choosing a fighting? What are the typical fighting styles?
So fighting styles, there's some pretty cool ones. One of my favorites is blind fighting, where you literally just get blindsided.
So there's basically like fighter feats. What we would normally consider to be a fighter feat.
Yes, yeah. So you can have like archery, where you get a +2 to all your ranged attack rolls. You can get dueling, which means if you have a weapon in one hand and the other hand is empty, you get a +2 to your damage.
Gotcha.
Like,
okay.
You can just do different things. Like,
so they're just
they're
boosts. Okay.
The types of weapons.
Level 6 does sound pretty late for that.
It just feels like you would have established the type of fighter that you are early.
Would you think that maybe... So would you say that because level 3 only has one thing, would you say choosing a fighting style at level 3 and then giving them a second fighting style at level 6, is that too much?
No, especially with where we're at, getting a second fighting style is already something that I've seen in standard 5th edition. So,
because you think about like you said, like blind fighting, right? Can you imagine having like a +2 to normal damage, and then at level 6 be able to get blind fighting on top of that? Like maybe that's the way to go. Maybe level 6 should be fighting style, but maybe it should be a second one. What do you think, Hizboar? Should 6th level be a second fighting style? And then that, because again, that's basically getting like a whole extra fighting technique or a fighting feature. So being able to blind fight, being able to get your extra archery. I mean, you probably wouldn't do archery. If there's any kind of fighting styles that give you resistances or extra damage with like certain damage types, that could go into your ability, your other abilities to like do extra damage based on like bludgeoning or whatever. Because when you pull your weapon, if you pull a bludgeoning weapon, you get the bludgeoning feat. But then this also gives you a bonus. Your fighting style gives you a bonus of bludgeoning damage. You could like really start to stack up some bonuses here. That would be sick. So yeah, I'm not going to change the fighting style. I do agree if it is a little bit late, it would be kind of cool to give him a second fighting style. That might be interesting.
I'm looking.
Oh, here we go. Archery, blind fighting, dueling, great weapon fighting, interception.
Yep.
Protection, superior technique, thrown weapon fighting, 2-weapon fighting, close quarter shooter, mariner, and tunnel fighter. You would like these two. Blessed warrior. You learn 2 cantrips of your choice from the cleric list spell. The count as godly and intimate spells for you, and charisma is your spellcasting ability for them. Whenever you gain a level, you can replace one of the cantrips with another cantrip from the cleric spell list. Druid warrior. You learn 2 cantrips of your choice for the druid spell list.
Same thing. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, and see that right there. That right there tells me this would even be better as a second fighting style. Can you imagine getting both of those? Getting cantrips from both cleric and druid
that would be
by 6th level? Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, man. So Hizboar, consider that. Consider throwing your first fighting style on level 3, and then throwing a second fighting style at level 6. I think that would be fucking dope.
That'd be kind of cool.
And it would really make your entertainer, right? Your godly entertainer just like that much more, mixing and interweaving, different fighting styles for a better performance, creating something brand new would be like, I mean, can you imagine drunk blind fighting?
Bro, is there no, that's specifically monk. Never mind.
Yeah.
I thought there was a fighting style, like a drunken fighting style, but
problem is like, how would you really represent that in game? Like, it's all about visual, right?
Yeah.
So you'd have to just basically give yourself like a plus to hit. Like, it doesn't really do much. Okay, so level 7, backstage. You are the main character. I thought you said you got rid of main characters, Hizboar. You are the main character, and you hate people that try to steal your spotlight. Starting at 7th level, whenever a character takes their turn before you in combat, you gain a +1 bonus to your damage rolls until the end of your next turn. I don't like this because, I mean, granted, this would be typically like it says character, so I'm assuming that means your other, like not any NPCs, right? So it means like one of the actual players. Because this is meant to only be like a 2 to 4 player campaign, it's probably not going to be like that bad. If it were a party of 6, you'd almost be guaranteed to always be behind somebody, right? But I get this idea, right? Like,
is this enemies and allies?
It just says you're the main character. It just says whenever a character takes their turn before you, right? So it's like, it's very vague. I don't know if it's only your player characters. I don't know if it's like certain named NPCs. I don't know how this follows. I get the idea. I loved the idea. I love the first sentence. You're the main character and you hate when people steal your spotlight. I love this idea. But I don't know if a +1 to damage just because someone went before me represents that correctly, right?
I would almost say, and this might be a little aggressive, but it's like whoever goes before you in combat, the first thing you do and this is like only like during the first round of combat, but your first thing is to go attack that person, enemy or ally. Like you
that'd be rough. That'd be almost like a curse.
Like lightweight, but it could do good things. Like maybe you get like a bonus to that particular attack. Now, again, we're in like this high level gameplay. I don't think one attack at the beginning of combat is gonna lay out one of your allies. But
I mean, what this could do is I was thinking like, so backstage, right? So it's basically saying like you don't want anybody, like you don't want anyone showing you up, right? Mm-hmm. So I was thinking that okay, so NPC or PC, just not monsters. So it has to be like a person or something.
Gotcha.
So what I'm thinking here is backstage. You don't want someone showing you up. You don't want to be put backstage, right? You don't want to be like waiting there while someone takes all of the spotlight.
Mm-hmm. They're getting applause without you.
So So here's what I would like to see on this one. Instead of it being that you just get like a bonus to damage whenever someone goes before you, what I would really like to see this would be like a twofold thing. So the first part is that like backstage, you don't want to be shown up. So what if it was like, if an ally attacks an enemy within 5 feet of you and doesn't kill it, you get a free opportunity attack on that target. As in, you're going to show me up by attacking someone next to me, like the guy I'm attacking. So if you don't kill him, I'm going to get a free opportunity attack to basically like show you up and maybe get the killing blow. And then you add on the secondary of that of if anyone like crits before your like before your turn that round, like on that same turn. So anybody before you that crits, you automatically crit your next round, or you get an advantage on your next roll in order to try and crit.
I like advantage on your next roll.
Like the idea is you want to show them up, right? You don't want them to look better than you. So I'm trying to think of like, instead of just getting more damage, I'm looking at this as I don't want this to be super situational where it's like only when they crit. But I'm looking at this as an opportunity of like, when they do something that makes them look good, you need to show them up, right? You need to one-up them. Almost should be called the one-up, right? Instead of backstage. But that's what I'm looking at this, right? Like, it's the idea that you don't want to be shown up, and if someone does something spectacular, you need to follow it up to show the gods you're not going to be shown up, right? And that's what I'm thinking, right? Like, if someone tries to attack someone that's next to you, you should be able to do a free opportunity attack to maybe get the kill shot. So you damaged them, but I killed them. It's that whole, you're not going to do, you're not going to do better than me. Or if someone crits, you get some potential to crit or advantage because you want to make sure that you look just as good. That's what I feel, especially when I'm in the Godly Entertainer. I don't want to just do more damage, slightly more damage because someone went before me. I'm thinking I need to react when someone does something awesome. You know, when someone kills somebody, I should be able to do something to try to do that. And but again, you know, you might only be one enemy, so you don't want to burn it off of a thing, all right?
Yeah.
But that's what I'm thinking. Like, if you're within 5 feet of someone who gets attacked, you get a free opportunity attack because don't show me up. Like, I want to attack. This is my target. I don't know. I'm just feeling like this should be much more of a reaction to someone doing something good, and you get to do something better. That's what I feel this should be. But not every attack, not everything you can one up, right? It should only be things that would have gained the attention of the god,
something like that.
So you know, killing an enemy, doing a crit, or again attacking an enemy that's next to you, basically being like, "It's my fucking target, bitch." Like some sort of retaliation is kind of what I was thinking in terms of like again, you don't want to be put backstage, you don't want to be one-upped, you don't want anyone taking center stage, you want the spotlight. So what can you do to get that spotlight, right? Like, what would you do in order to like? Just no, I can't let them do that.
Right.
And that's why things like advantage would just be good, right? Just anytime, you know, someone does something, you get advantage on your next turn just to make sure that you don't look bad, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm coming from. I feel like, especially at the stage that we're at now and at level 7, +1 bonus to damage is just, and only to the end of my turn? Just because someone went before me, I don't see it.
So as a barbarian, you have this thing called reckless attack. And once you activate it, every attack you do after it has advantage, right? But also every attack against you also has advantage.
Right.
So that's kind of the drawback of that one. But I was thinking, like, if somebody before you in initiative crits on the first round of combat, maybe you get advantage on all your attack rolls on your upcoming turn, so that you know, because I really like that ability. I really like that
like a retaliation of you did something good, I have to one up you. Like I think that's where this power should be, Because one extra bonus damage, a couple levels later, I'm not going to care. Like, you know what I mean? And
you already have that ability to stack the heck out of your bonus damage.
Yeah, so I think this really needs to be more of a, someone does something cool, you do something cooler. You know, whatever that means, however you want to represent that. I think this really should go with that first sentence. You're the main character and you hate when people steal your spotlight. That means that it's not just someone went before you, it's say they did something to literally put you down a peg, and you can't have that. You need the gods paying attention to you. You need the gods' eyes on you. Like, that's your character class, right? The other character classes are probably not going to be that way. So this needs, I feel like this power should be you trying to always stand out and just not ever be put to the side. I think that this should be a spectacle of some sort. I don't know, maybe an auto crit is a little bit much. You know, if someone crits you auto crit, that might be a little bit much, but I think being able to either do more damage or have an advantage on your next attack rolls, something to basically let them know, nah, you don't get to look good, I do.
No, I feel that.
That's kind of how I would go for it. What about reducing the critical threshold by 1 per creatures starting before you?
I mean, for how long? For the entire encounter?
I mean, I'm assuming with most 5th edition is static initiative, so if 3 people are always before you, plus 3 always.
So that would mean your range would extend to 17.
Yeah, I would use either the at 7th level, use a free opportunity attack if any ally attacks an enemy within 5 feet of you and fails to kill the target, or reduce critical threshold. I think the opportunity attack, I think, totally works. Like, someone attacks someone within 5 feet of you, you get a free opportunity attack. Mm-hmm. I think that just kind of puts that nail in the coffin of, if someone's going to kill that enemy, it's going to be me.
Right.
I think that kind of pushes that. If you're going to go that, I would like that over the critical reduction, but that's just because personally, I would have given the class a crit at 18, personally. So I would have already given the crit reduction. But I think that the opportunity attack, I think, falls in line with being selfish. Like, it just really falls in line. And again, we're really more about just more attacks, more stuff. That makes you a little bit more engaged during other people's attacks as well. They attack someone near you, you're going to fucking attack them too. I would also suggest, if you're going to go that route, if you're going to choose the free opportunity attack to enemies within 5 feet of you, I would also suggest doing you also gain advantage if someone in initiative before you crits. Just an additional opportunity to not let that
got you.
Outsway you, right? Because someone within eyesight of you crits, you get advantage on your next turn, just so you can have a chance to crit back, right? Like, that I would also add. But I do just like the idea of opportunity attack if someone attacks an enemy near you, because I look at that not so much as you're going to get freely attacking a whole bunch of enemies. The intent, in my opinion, is they're attacking your enemy. Yeah. You're standing off toe-to-toe with somebody, you're doing your godly entertainment thing, you're covered in blood, you're doing all the spectacle, and someone comes over and slaps your enemy, and you're like, excuse you, that's fucking mine.
Exactly.
So that's how I play that out in my head. All right, so also at level 7, we have Prelude. So we have Backstage, which is not letting anyone else show you up. So now we have Prelude, starting at 7th level. When you use Curtain Call, you can use 2 stage offers without spending their cost. Now, is that upon activating Curtain Call? Because that's what I think it should be. I think it should be upon activating Curtain Call, you use 2 right then and there. Not you get 2 free ones later, like on the next turn.
Yeah. No,
I'm assuming
that's for
that.
Sure how I read that.
So you activate Curtain Call and you pull a weapon, or you activate Curtain Call, you get some temp HP. You activate Curtain Call and you do an exchange of points. But the idea is that you activate Curtain Call and 2 of those abilities will activate
for free.
Right off the bat. No issues there whatsoever.
I like that one. That one's really clean, really straightforward.
Using the ability, you get 2 stage offers right then and there. Starting Curtain Call level 7. You're also getting the fighting style. You get the Backstage. So that's actually pretty legit. You can get some extra HP. You can pull your weapon. That's fine. Totally fine. Level 9. Finally, we get to musical critical, the one that we have been wanting to be read. Starting at 9th level, when you achieve a critical hit with an attack, your next attack will also be a critical hit. Additionally, your critical hit threshold is reduced by 1. Critical hits triggered by musical critical cannot re-trigger, so it makes it, just not going to get infinite. Right. Critical threshold is reduced by 2 at level 13, by 3 at level 17. Okay. I could see an argument for both cutting the critical threshold by 3 starting out, just for the class. Mm-hmm. I also don't hate this.
I don't
hate this. If it were like just straight up at level 9, you're reduced at 2, 13, you're reduced at 3, and whatnot, or 2 at 13 and 3 at 17. Like, I don't hate it. I think I would have preferred to have it from the beginning because I think it would be more powerful of wanting to hit those crits. I don't hate this, but I don't know if I like the
double critical.
When you achieve a crit, I think it should be when you receive... I think how it should read is if an enemy crits on you, your next attack on them is a crit. That I'm okay with. The second part to this should be, if you ever crit, naturally, your next attack has advantage. That I like better than auto crit on the second hit.
I will agree with that. Because,
I think if you crit already, you should get advantage to crit again. But you shouldn't auto crit, because that's basically giving them 2 free rolls, right, for the price of 1. Like, critting is hard enough. But if you give someone a advantage on their next attack after a crit, and then they crit again, guess what? They get advantage on their next attack. And if they crit again, they get advantage. Like, that's a stacking opportunity that I think would be awesome. Because you can imagine just crit after crit after crit, and you're just letting it go.
And you still have to
roll it.
Crit.
And that's what I think.
Advantages are guaranteed for that. So.
And it's kind of that whole thing of, like, musical, right? It's your performance. You're just doing it to the beat, right? Crit. Mm-hmm. Crit. And then the idea of, I don't mind getting a guaranteed crit against someone who critted against you. It's that retaliation, right? Like, oh, you hit me with a crit.
So.
It's that
much falls in line too.
It's like that blind rage. Like, oh, you fucked me. Oh, fuck. Like, you have to go back at him, right? So that's where I would do is I would say critical hit on me. I get to return the favor with a guaranteed critical hit. Like, if that's my next target, because that's also a big deal. That may not be my next target. He may have hit me with a critical hit with a bow. He may have hit me with a critical hit and then moved.
So that's the question. Is it only a retaliation crit? You have to be hitting the person that crit you?
That would be my rule. Is if someone crits on you, your next hit against them
so that would actually play into the movement speed we got a couple rounds ago, because if they ranged attacked you,
chase that bitch down,
forget you. I'm coming for you, dog.
And guaranteed crit, dude.
You ain't playing me.
And then
I will take an opportunity attack for a guaranteed crit.
Exactly. And so I think that, and then again, I think both of these should stack. I think it should be that, and it should be if I crit at any time, my next attack against any enemy is at advantage because I'm on a roll, right? Like, it's just that whole, you're on a roll, you have that musical critical, let's keep it rolling, right? Let's keep going.
Right.
And I think it should be stackable. I think by level 9, we should have a crit stack. Something like that, where it's like you can just crit, get advantage. And if you crit again, you still get advantage. And you crit again, I think it should just continue to roll.
Especially in this gameplay, that's fine.
Yeah.
For sure.
And then, when it comes to the critical threshold, Hizboar, that's completely up to you. I would have given the 3 reduction off of your critical threshold from the very beginning. I think that falls in line with this class. But by starting it at level 9, going to 2 at level 13, and 3 at level 17, I think that is the way to do it if you're going to level cap it. If the only other option is by 5. 1 at level 5, second one at level 10, third one at level 15. Those are really the best ways to do it. I think the only difference is how early do you want it. If you want it as early as possible, give it to them right out the gate. If you want it to them semi-early but want them to earn it, do it every 5 levels. And if you want it to be a late game feature, do it like this. 9, 13, 17. I think all those 3 are phenomenal options. I really do think the critical threshold reduction is a huge cornerstone to this character. I think, as we mentioned it right at the beginning, that we wanted it. I don't care when it happens. I think that should be a cornerstone of having that reduced critical however you want to do it. Okay, we got another option here. So using the condition lets you use. Okay, so. So starting at 9th level, whenever an enemy attack targeting you crits, you critical hit them back when you critical hit them back, and when you retrieve a critical hit with an attack, your next attack will have advantage. Additionally, your critical hit threshold is reduced by 1, then by 2 at 13, 3 at 17. Yeah, the only slight modification to that is whenever an enemy attack targeting you crits, your next attack against them is a crit. Like, I don't want to... It just sounds like when you say you critical hit them back, sounds like it's an automatic. If you get critted, it's an auto.
Pop.
I don't think it's an auto. I think
I
it's...
have to go hit them.
My thing is, on your next turn, if you go after them, you're going to guaranteed crit. But it has to be a choice, right? It's not an automatic. It's if you go after anybody else, you lose that opportunity, right? And kind of like what Kage was saying, because that will make it clutch when they hit you with a ranged attack, and you can take an opportunity of attack to disengage to go guarantee that crit. That's the key that we want, is it's not a guaranteed, but if you choose to attack that person back, it's going to be a guarantee. But I don't know. You might not have to reword it. You can just explain it when you say it. That would just be my only just thing. Okay, here we go. So whenever an enemy attacking you, or whenever an enemy attack targeting you crits, your next attack targeting them also crits. Perfect. When you achieve a critical hit with an attack, your next attack will have advantage. Perfect. Boom. Done. Easy. And then he's going to keep the critical threshold. Starts reducing at 1 at 9. Will reduce 2 at 13 and reduce 3 at 17, which I think is fine. Definitely stacking that late game, which I think is okay. Because even though you're stacking it late game and you don't get it for a while, once you get it, it racks up pretty quickly. Like 9 to 13, 13 to 17 is a lot faster than like level 5, 10. Right. It feels like it's going to like get stronger really, really fast. But yes, you were absolutely correct, Hizboar. I think musical critical is actually one of the best ones so far. I think that's really a good cornerstone and a good highlight to this class.
No, I very much like it.
All right, interval, level 11. So starting at 11th level, if you drop to 0 hit points while under the covered in blood condition, you can make a DC 10 charisma saving throw. If you succeed, you drop to 1 hit point instead of 0, but you can't move from your current spot until the end of your next turn.
So, if this happens, does this prevent the expenditure of your remaining plot twist points that would normally happen when you go unconscious?
Oh, sorry. So if you hit 0 while undercovered in blood, you make a DC 7 or DC 10 charisma if you succeed. So it sounds like this would happen first. You'd make your charisma throw. Mm-hmm. If you failed, then your...
It's where was it? I think that was in other ways to lose the covered in blood condition.
Correct. Yes. So if you have unused plot twist points remaining, you instantly regain consciousness. Yes. So what I'm thinking happens is you do the first one, and if that fails, this happens. Though, when you think about it, you'd rather have this happen because you get more life and you can move.
You get more life, you can move, but you lose all your plot twist points. That one, at least you have some left.
You have your plot twist points back, but you're at 1 hit point and you can't move until your next turn, like until the end of your next turn. So really that other one actually kind of screws you more than, like, you'd want this to happen. Read the second paragraph on it. Let's see. Additionally, you can use one stage offer for free without worrying about the usage limit. Saving throw DC increases by 5 each time this feature is triggered. After a long rest, the DC resets to 10.
So you can use a stage offer for free without worrying about usage limits. Okay, so...
But that's just an addition too. It still doesn't cover what we're talking about, which is when you drop to 0, this first triggers, gives you a chance to go back to 1 without movement. Whereas the other one automatically triggered, healed you as much as it possibly could, and you're back on your feet ready to go immediately.
I'll say this. That one line that says ignoring usage limits especially with how the second plot twist feature was worded originally, where it said you can only use this once per turn. If that goes away and you're at level 11, and how many plot twist points do you have at level 11 potentially?
Six.
So you got 6 plot twist points, and I have an unlimited. I can use all 6 of those plot twist points to give me a bunch of extra actions, and I want to just do a last ditch effort. I don't care if I got one hit point or not.
But it's saying that you can only use one offering for free. You can only use one stage offering for free without the usage of it. So you can only use. So
you could at most stack it twice. You could at most do it 2 times.
Yeah, you can't. You just additionally at level 11, you can just use a stage offer for free without using the limit. But to me, so Hizboar is the additionally you can use one stage offer for free. Is that meaning when you drop to 0 hit points and you come back to 1, you can then use a stage offering for free?
I'm thinking so.
Which
I don't even think that happens on your turn though. I mean, maybe you'll use the health exchange one.
And that's what I'm trying to say is is that where you're trying to get at, Hizboar? Is that when you use this ability, you could, even though you can't move and you're at 1 hit point, you could use the other, you could use a thing, but the other one's giving me a D8 for every plot twist point I still have times 2 plus my modifiers, right? So I just can't imagine using the free stage offer for a one-time quick little temp HP health boost is going to be the same as wanting to just burn all of my points to get my life back. Now, granted, it's still the difference of losing all those points, but I'd much rather lose those points to get that much life back than have 1 hit point but have plot twist points that aren't as useful. Because again, we can use plot twist points to change my weapon and get a free attack. I can use plot twist points to get a little bit of temp HP back, or I can get more actions.
I will say, at the very least, it's strategic depending upon what's going on, because maybe you need to end the battle with a certain number of hit points.
That could be a challenge.
Maybe
that could be a challenge.
Maybe that's not a bad thing to be low, right? And 10 hit points don't count, so the 10 hit points will just keep you alive and to do what you got to do. Plus, you can still play with your plot twist points, so it might be worth it. Situationally, yes, you might choose one over the other more often than not when it comes to using that free what's it called, stage offer, but I don't think it's bad. I
have a different idea, because something that I haven't seen yet, and it would go into, because I'm looking at the name too, and I'm like, interval, like how does that play to it and everything. But one thing that popped into my mind thinking about the name and where we're at with combat, because I like the idea that this is trying to give you like some extra free actions. We already have that other one that will kind of like bring you back up from 0 hit points. So we have a couple things that are trying to keep you into the fight, right? So I know we haven't really seen a lot of things that have like reset on short rests, but there is multi-classing, right? Mm-hmm. So what if we had an alternative to interval, which would be intermission? Because going along with the entertainment thing, right? Intermission is usually the thing in the middle of the play or whatever.
Of course.
So what if intermission could happen where, starting at 11th level, in the middle of a fight, you can activate intermission, kind of similar to Play Dead, where you can create an illusion of yourself and go into a pocket dimension. Imagine you can basically activate this intermission for 2 rounds. You can go into that pocket dimension, and you just have your your patron there like you would do normally. But unlike the other one where you're just feigning death, what if at level 11 it's the same thing as feign death? You get all this, basically the same thing. You go away, you come back, you teleport somewhere else. But what if you get the added benefit of getting a short rest out of it mid combat?
Why do I like the idea of standing them instead of you? I mean, granted, I was thinking in a particular situation, like, it's just a one-on-one combat, but imagine just being able to send your enemies into a pocket dimension for 2 rounds, and then you're just left by yourself. You just get a little breather for 2 rounds. You can take a potion if you need to. You can like relax. You just got 2 rounds to just chill and do what you got to do, and then prepare yourself for when they come back in the exact same place, in the exact same positions, doing the exact same things they were a second ago.
That could be interesting. That could definitely be interesting.
That's when I hear intermission. That's what I think of.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like a pause in battle, right? Because I'm trying to look at like because I'm trying to think about interval, right? Like, what is this trying to do? It's giving you the chance that if you have your covered in blood condition, it basically saves you from a death, right? But bringing me to 1 hit point, no movement till the end of my next turn. So even at my next turn, I'm stuck there. I have 1 hit point.
I will say it feels like it's just asking you to die again.
And I'm getting 1 free stage offer, which can give me twice a hit die plus my bonuses, right? I just feel like I don't know what it's meant to do for me. Like, I mean, I already had something that I was waiting to go to 0 hit points for, because if I have any plot points left, I'm going to get a bunch of life back and I'm going to be on my feet anyway. Mm-hmm. So if I have that, but this triggers first, I'm trying to figure out, in my mind, how am I going to abuse this? Not abuse it as in how do I like find a loophole, but if I'm actually going to get this, what is actually going to happen in that 1 to 2 rounds that I'm stuck in that position with 1 HP? What am I really going to do that's going to benefit me, that's not going to immediately end in me going to 0 hit points again and activating my other ability? And even though I get a free stage offer, I wouldn't want, in those 2 rounds that I'm, the round that I'm up and then the round that I'm stuck there, I wouldn't want to use another plot twist point because I'm most likely going to die again, and I'd rather save my plot twist points to regen my health again. Right? Because they're going to give me the ×2 XD8 plus my modifiers, right? So if I go down to 0 and this brings me back up with 1, I personally cannot, even if everything we've seen so far, if I can't move, if I'm stuck in position, outside of a ranged attack, what good am I? Like, literally, I'm a guy with 1 hit point who can't move. I might be able to get a little bit of my hit points back, like twice a hit die, but that's only 24 hit points. Plus my modifiers, I mean, at most, I'm going to get 30 hit points back. But at this stage, I'm pretty sure that guy's going to hit me for more than 30 hit points again. You know what I mean? And if I'm already getting 2 times, if I had 3 plot twist points back and I'm getting 3d8 plus my charisma plus my constitution times 2, I just feel like it's almost like, am I really gaining a action economy here, or am I just, like you said, kind of waiting to get hit again?
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where I'm wondering, like, what is Interval intending to do at level 11? Because if it's really just another way to cheat death, I'd almost want it to be like, why not Interval being like, if you were to drop to 0 hit points, Play Dead automatically activates, and then when you come back, it's as if you took a short rest. Like, that could be Interval, right? So it's basically Play Dead, but automatic, so you don't have to Play Dead, right? You get thrown into the dimension, you come back with the equivalent of health that you would get at a short rest, but it's the same kind of concept as the Play Dead, you just get that extra life boost, right? That sounds a little bit more...
I do like the idea of kind of like a little short rest, some health bonus, and...
Because at level 11 at that point, like, I can't imagine just not dying being that beneficial, right? Like, I just feel like it's not really keeping me in the battlefield, and I don't know how I could turn that into a spectacle for my gods. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I almost got brought down, now I'm at 1 hit point, and am I going to do something really cool, or am I going to look like a fool and immediately go down again? So I'm wondering if there should be something a little bit more like second windy, where at level 11, if you've gone down, this is your chance to, show that you don't go down easy. And I don't think standing in place at 1 hit point really highlights that you're not going to go down again. So I think that's kind of where I'm at, is I just don't know. I think my biggest critique is I just don't know what the goal is, like what the purpose of having this at level 11,
That's fair.
Okay, so we got some from Hizboar. So what are we looking at? So starting at level, if you drop 0 hit points while covered in blood, make a DC charisma saving throw. On a success, drop to 1 hit point instead and remain immobile until the end of your next turn. Use 5 stage offers for free. The DC increases by 5, resetting after a long rest. But so if you fail, you're just gonna die. Like you get up to 0 hit points if you're covered in blood. If you make your charisma, you'll be at 1 hit point but still be standing there, right? But then you get to do 5 stage offers for free. And again,
so I think that would allow you to stack multiple
the healing, right?
Not healing, stack multiple actions. So like you can't move, but you can still attack and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if I poured 5 of those into turning them into action points, and then I can get all of those action points because it says it does remove the limit on doing one
so you could
turn.
you could do that. I mean, again, at that point, I'd rather heal. Like I'd rather just do 5 heals at twice my hit die, and then again. Okay, so sorry, this one starting at 11th level. If you drop to 0 hit points while covered in blood, make a DC 10 saving throw. On a success, drop to 1 instead and remain immobile. Use 5 for free without worrying about the usage limit. The DC increases by 5. So my only thing with this is, again, my interpretation of this is if I'm getting 5 free stage offers, I'm most likely intending to use that to heal myself. Again, I can't move. So unless my enemy is right there in front of me, I'm most likely going to burn all of those free usage to get all my health back. And if that's the intent, why not just have the ability to heal me, right? Like, why not just say, instead of dropping to 0, you're healed by these number of dice or whatever?
I honestly think the opposite should happen. Or at the very least, add this feature. The opposite being not that you're immobilized, but you get moved away from the enemy. You get moved away from whatever dropped you.
Oh,
right?
interesting.
You get moved to safety. Like,
gotcha.
Like if you're going to immobilize me, at least immobilize me more than 30 feet away from the enemy.
So they can't close distance almost immediately.
Something like that. You know what I mean?
Because most combat, the enemy's going to immediately go after you again.
Right. But like, imagine if when you go down and this curtain just encircles you. Kind of like what's his name from the Karate Kid when he's wearing his little shower curtain costume.
Oh, yeah.
So imagine that just happens and then they go to like attack it or something like that and it's just empty and then you're somewhere else on the battlefield or something like that. I don't know. That's kind of
almost like activating blink or something. Like you just move.
Misty step or whatever. You just go into another spot.
Yeah.
And it's almost like, well, I don't know. The thought process is like it's almost like your patron coming in and scooping you up, but are they allowed to intervene in these types of situations? So who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like at level 11, I get wanting to save the character from death, but immobilizing them with 1 hit point, even with the ability to just like heal, I just feel like at that point, why even give me the option? Just heal me. Like I have the ability, just not kill me. Because again, being immobilized at 1 HP is just so... I just question why. Like I'm literally just a sitting duck. There's no reason the enemy isn't going to attack me again. There's no real reason I shouldn't boost my health with those free actions, right? Like you said, unless it's like super, super down at the end and I want to be a spectacle and I just want to blow all of mine on extra attacks. Yeah. But I don't imagine that's how this is going to get played, right? This is going to get played to the best of its ability, and that seems super situational to benefit from that over healing. And if I'm going to blow all of that on healing, why even give me the quote-unquote option, right? Like, why give the illusion of an option when in reality, it doesn't make sense for me to stand there with 1 hit point, right? Like, I just can't imagine that's worth it to even do an extra couple attacks. I'd rather get my health back and continue the fight for a couple more rounds than try to get all my attacks in right now.
Right.
And again, going along with the build so far, is a saving from death. Again, I'm trying to think of like the character that we're building here, right? Like what you're trying to do, the show that you're trying to make here,
right?
Like what you almost go down because you don't want this to be too much of the character can't die, So you kind of want it to be a show. You want it to be more of a spectacle than just, hey, you can never get brought below 0 HP now that you're level 11. Because that's basically what this kind of sounds like. It's like, yeah, now that you're level 11, you technically can't die on the first try. So it's like, is that really all this is? Is just, I can't die on the first try, But keeping me at 1 hit point and immobile, you might as well just killed me. Like, I have a really hard time feeling like I have a whole lot of opportunity to do anything in that one turn. So I don't know how else to fix it. How else to I don't know if I can choose a way that I would feel better about this as is, right? The idea that I'm going to 0 hit points. I feel like if it's just going to heal me, just let it heal me. Like, make it like a second wind, right? You come back with 25% hit points or something. But if that's just too direct and too much, I think doing something like, again, doing like a intermission or something where it's like I can take a pause and come back with essentially the equivalent of like a short rest. It's not a huge thing. I'm not going to get all my major powers from my long rest back, but a short rest, even in the middle of a battle, being able to choose how many, hit die I recover, from a short rest or whatever, being able to get maybe a couple spells back or, some basics.
Other features.
Like, that would be kind of dope. Because, again, we haven't seen a whole lot reset on a short rest on this class. So it could be that maybe that would be the opportunity. But, yeah, I just don't know if it makes sense to just have a class feature that just means I can't die once. You know what I mean? Especially when it really doesn't do anything for me to not die. I kind of just would rather blow my plot points and get all my life back.
Yeah.
So, and that's just my personal my personal take on level 11. Just, I'd expect to be a little more untouchable than just unkillable, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
More untouchable, less unkillable. Okay, we got one more. So starting at 11th level, if you drop below 0 hit points while covered in blood, make it to DC 10 Charisma. On a success, drop to 1, and instead of drop to 1 hit point instead, and remain immobile until the end of your next turn. Enemies within 40 feet of you are also immobile until the end of your next turn. Use 3 stage offerings for free without worrying about the usage limit. DC increases to 5. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think that one makes even less sense. Like, you and all your enemies are now immobile. And again, what's the goal here? If everyone's immobile for 2 rounds,
why not just make nobody immobile for no rounds?
Exactly. And just, again, if the whole point is for me to use my stage offerings to heal, just heal me. Like, just, if I don't want to say that you're trying to be railroady, but if every intent is to make a decision, but you're giving the idea that you could make other decisions that don't benefit you, I don't really know if that's choice, if that's true choice. You know what I mean? It just feels like there's an obvious choice, and then there's
the bad
other choices. But again, that's just that's just approach, right? Like we talked about, like there are some things that we want to keep simple, some things that we want to keep optional. But I think this one is just, if we're trying to keep the character alive, just give him like a second wind. You know what I mean? Like, don't add in options that really aren't going to be chosen. You know what I mean? Like, unless there's a goal. Like, unless there's a goal or a situation you can imagine, like, I know here's certain challenges that they're going to face where I know they're going to want to make these choices. That would be different, right? If you knew for a fact that there were going to be choices that benefited from it. But that's where I'm just having a hard time understanding, like, why I would do anything other than immediately heal.
Right.
And if we're all immobile, we could just save time and not play 2 rounds and just say it all happened, right? Like, so. Just,
unless the idea is for them to be able to do things while they are immobile. Like, I mean, granted, if everybody's immobile, but you're still adjacent to me and you can still attack me, then I'm also still dead.
Yeah. And, so that's where it's like, I'm not 100% sure I really understand, like, what the intent of doing this is, other than just trying to keep the player alive a little bit longer, which I think there are just other ways that we could, use that, like, just divine favor or something like that. Right. But okay. Oh, wow. That's a jump. We're going from level 11 to 11-15. So there is nothing 12, 13, or 14.
Well, let's look at the table because there's something there.
Was there at 12, 13, 14?
I mean, it wasn't empty.
Ability score improvement at 12.
Okay.
13, you get musical critical 2.
Remember, you get it increases your your crit range increases.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. The deficit. So now you can crit at 18 instead of 19.
Yes.
And then at 14, you get another fighting style. Is that normal? Do you get normally 2 fighting styles?
No.
So we talked about this earlier about giving the first fighting style at level 3 and the second at level 10. So this one is saying first at level 10, second at level 14.
Interesting. Traditionally, and they've done it with the other ones. I honestly didn't even notice that in there when I was creating this. Otherwise, I probably would have added a little 1-2 kind of like the musical critical has.
I mean, I don't dislike it. I just think I still think this should be the third one then at this point. Like, if you really want to go all out,
Shoot, heck yeah.
I still think fighting style should have been like close to level 3. So even a third fighting style, I wouldn't be upset with. No,
I'm mad at it.
Okay, so then we have Conductor. So that's going to go straight to level 15. Okay, last page. So Conductor. Starting at 15th level, you gain the ability to plant your melee weapon into the ground and conjure a duplicate of the weapon to strike at distant enemies from below. This lets you use melee weapons as ranged ones, still dealing melee damage. The range of this effect equals that of a short bow you own, matching the rarity of your current melee weapon. Interesting. There are 3? 6, 4, and 6, 10, and 14? Oh, we missed... so apparently the first fighting style came at level 6. We didn't even see that because it wasn't listed.
Well, 6 is the one that we read.
Oh, 6 is the one that we read.
10 is the one we didn't read.
Oh, I didn't even see that there... Okay, so there are 3 of them. Okay, so you get 1 at 6, 1 at 10, and 1 at 14. Okay, so that makes a little bit better sense then.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. And just, without them being in this list, it was easy to...
Yeah, very much so.
Okay, so... okay.
Short bow range is 80 short range, 320 long range. Just
That's hella far.
But it's at disadvantage. Anything past 80 is a disadvantage.
It's still hella far.
It's true.
So, my only thing about this one, it's a cool ability. Like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I think the range is a little bit excessive.
I would say you get the short bow's short range.
Yeah.
Period.
80 feet would be fine, but I think anything beyond that
is still a lot.
I like the ability. I just don't think it fits. Like, it just doesn't. I don't understand why my character can do this. Like, out of everything that makes sense, I'm an entertainer. I'm doing all of these things. Stabbing my weapon into the ground to make it go a distance just doesn't. I don't know where that ability came from. Especially with the name like Conductor. I'm not really sure how these things. I'm thinking of like Conductor, like you're controlling the battlefield, right? Like.
I mean, I was thinking of Conductor like I'm controlling an orchestra.
Like that's the thing. So I'm thinking about like controlling the battlefield, where it's like
He was like
I
a
don't even
train
know how,
conductor.
Yeah, that's something. I'm thinking like you're actually making like commands on the battlefield or something, or, I don't know. This one feels very out of place. Sticking your weapon in the ground and attacking people at a distance.
I really do like the ability, but I kind of agree. It feels like I feel like you would need to not change the lore, but like give it place it somewhere else. What's the right word? Articulate it slightly differently to make this fit for what we have.
What about this? So going with the name and the theme, right? You're entertainer, everything's in performance, right? So what if with Conductor... Here we go. With Conductor, combining it with... What's the Oath? Combining it with Oath, because Oath happens at the beginning of the battle, right? Yeah,
Oath is kind of rare.
I know. So here's the deal. So... because it's going to be 2 parts.
Okay.
Second part's going to tie in with Oath. So the first part of Conductor is starting at 15th level, you have 5 points, or points equal to your proficiency bonus, points equal to curtain call, points equal to however many plot twist points you have. Pick a number, right? You have that number of points. Starting at level 15, you have a number of, like, you could say basically starting at level 15, you have a number of initiative points equal to your plot twist points. It's doubled if you start the combat with Oath.
Okay.
So right off the bat, it's
Double.
either you have initiative points equal to your plot twist, and it's double if you start with Oath, right? And what these initiative points are is you're the conductor. You get to shift anyone, any number of initiative that you have points for. So you can put yourself 5 up and that person 4 down. You can put you and your buddy 3 up each. You can drop all of the enemies 1 initiative each. But if you have, so like let's say at 15, right? So you would start with, at level 15, you would start with 7 plot twist points. And if you started the combat with Oath, you'd have 14. But you use those points to shift anyone in initiative. You could put yourself ahead of someone, you could put someone behind you, but you could literally conduct initiative. You, after initiative was rolled, you could be like, -3 from them, -2 from them, and give me 4. And that's your ability is as a conductor. You literally conduct battle. You get to decide who plays in what initiative. That could be so devastating.
Now the question is, do you get to shuffle it every round?
No. It would just be start of the round. You get a number of points either equal to your plot twist or double if you do the Oath.
So,
but it's one time. But remember, it's static. So that's it for the rest of combat. That's because 5th edition uses static initiative.
So what if I did something a little bit different, going along the lines of what you originally said, and what the ability originally is, and I only have one small change. So the original ability was you stab your weapon into the ground and it attacks somebody at range. Well, what if instead of attacking somebody at range, you make somebody attack themselves? So I am conducting you. I'm almost controlling you. So it's almost like I take this weird puppeteer like control over you and your weapon, and it's almost like me attacking through you type deal. And it kind of plays on the showmanship of the whole experience in the first place. You know, I'm conducting you from way over here or doing whatever else.
You know,
and it's basically just doing a regular attack.
It's interesting. It's almost kind of like the Echo Knight, but you're using the enemy. It's like you can attack through an enemy.
Kind of lightweight, yeah.
That would be really interesting. How do you justify that?
It's hard because like you're taking control of somebody, so like maybe instead of an attack roll, it's a saving throw, but then that kind of takes the control out of your hands and like puts it into their hands.
Yeah.
But still, like that to me gives the right energy for this.
Yeah.
It still gives them the attack that they would normally have. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, there's something to be said there. Like again, the conductor, you're conducting you're orchestrating things. You're trying to, I always look at conducting as it's all about timing, right? Who goes when. That's why I thought of like adjusting the initiative because you're conducting the battlefield of who gets to play their part. But if we're going to like an extra attack, I kind of like the idea of being able to like, I don't know. The idea of being able to attack anyone, anywhere on the battlefield is just very... this character's all about movement and getting in people's faces, right? And we've already had the problem before with attacks granting other ranged stuff. It just doesn't feel in line with what we're doing.
I do like this one because it's still a melee attack, and it's still melee. It's just like, oh my gosh, you're over there. And
what if this would not be named for conductor, and this would probably you'd want this earlier than 15th level, but I just thought of a really interesting one is what if you had an ability to where if you successfully make an attack on a creature, you can move away without provoking opportunity. And I imagine this being like you have a line of enemies, and so you attack this one, then you run to the next one, attack that one, and then you run past them. But because if you successfully hit them, they don't provoke opportunity. So that would be a cool ability. Maybe not for
like,
this one.
I like that ability.
But that just sounds
I
kind of
like
cool,
that.
right? Especially for this character of just being able to run through enemies and again, you have so much mobility and everything, not worrying about those opportunities. So you just hit this guy, run to the next guy, hit that guy, run to the next guy, and they're just basically like, you're too fast, right? You're just weaving in and out that they can't actually hit you when you pass by. That'd be a cool ability. Not saying it needs to replace this one, but just as another option for you, Hizboar, just as another throw in there to be more combative, is being able to, anytime you make a successful attack, you don't provoke opportunity of attack when you move out of range, right? That would just be kind of cool. Last time it was a puppeteer skill, but we hated it. Yeah, I don't know. Conductor is like, I don't know. I feel like with the sticking my sword in and ranged attack, I feel like that's just kind of out of the norm. I'm trying to think of like what else makes sense for like, I'm thinking of like the imagery, right? Like, so we're a conductor. We want to like tell people, we want to like do some control. Sticking the blade into the ground is a very big showful thing. Like you're basically saying I'm unarmed, come at me kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But like, what kind of show, like what does that actually mean? You know what I mean? It's like, it's like when they do like the line in the sand and then they like pass the line and we go. It's almost like that thing of like what you like stick your sword in and then you can like I'm thinking about like you stick your sword in, you're dancing around it and then it's giving you like extra attacks or something. Like I'm just trying to think of like, again, it's like the idea of conductor gives me the idea that I'm in control of something. And the visual of me putting my weapon in the ground is kind of like this idea of I don't even need this. Come at me. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like Oh. What if it was more like a taunt? So what if like conductor was like the ability where you could put your weapon into the ground and as long as you're within 10 feet of it, you can like basically point at an enemy and like taunt them and then like they're aggroed to you. And it's basically just like you can guarantee as long as you're within like 10 feet, you get a one-on-one with that enemy.
So it's almost like the opposite of fear?
Almost like the opposite, yeah. But like no other enemies would mess with you, right? So it's like you put your thing in the ground, you say you. Let's go.
So it repels other enemies and
it's like it's almost as if you're basically like you and me one-on-one, let's go.
So
you're conducting the battle.
Like what's that paladin spell? Compelled duel.
Yeah. Cuz it's like, you're conducting the battle. You're finally conducting the battlefield and be like, everyone back away. This is me and him. And everyone respects it. They're like, all right, spot. And it's like a 10-foot area. It's like a spotlight. You think about like the entertainer. So it's like you can even say like the area glows. But the idea would be like the battle now hones in on you. You've decided who the two fighters are in this game. And everybody's now watching you too.
I think it would be just thematically. You stick your sword in the ground. And they stick whatever weapon they're compelled to stick whatever weapon. And then it's just a fist fight. And you all just freaking
But you know what's even better about that? Is they think it's a fist fight until you use a plot point and pull out one of your weapons.
Gotcha.
Bitch!
Plot twist.
Yeah, so, okay, I think with the name of conductor and the visualization of sticking your sword into the ground, I just think, with conductor, there needs to be some sort of battlefield control. Now, maybe not puppeteering, to the not necessarily puppeteering to fully control somebody, but conductor definitely means controlling the battlefield or making calls, right? Like, adjusting initiative, I think could be really clutch. It can get kind of messy if you're doing that every combat, but it could be really clutch. I think commanding someone to do like a duel with you or like kind of just like, again, no matter how big the battle is, being able to be like, no, this battle, kind of like, in an action movie when everything kind of goes in, like it's a battle in the background, but you're really just watching the two main fighters. That's what this ability basically sounds like it should be doing, right? It's basically like, hey, gods, watch this. Me and him. And then it's like, everything else that's going on, I don't care. It's me, my god, versus you and your god. Let's go. And it's like the whole thing of everything.
Maybe that's what the challenge was. You said you were going to beat this guy in combat in this battle, and that's really all I care about. I don't care if the rest.
And so you can do this to basically push the rest of the combat away from you, and it's like, this is my goal. And how cool would that be? Because that means no one else can attack them, and no one else will attack you, right? So it's like the idea is you've taken this enemy out of battle for your allies, but you've also been taken out of the battle for your allies, and it's like you guys are locked in this like the movie trope where giant medieval battlefield, and yet the two kings are able to have a sword fight with nobody around them. It's kind of like that idea, right? It's like this whole idea of everyone back away, we're the stars of the show, this is the duel of a lifetime.
Well, I kind of like the idea, like hypothetically, if you had the Heavenly Imp as your pet here and like all of this went down, I kind of like the idea, like, the Heavenly Imp is still battling everything else, and he's still, like, running around, and he's got to survive, and if somehow he goes down before you're done with this little duel, you guys might lose, so, like, get you some.
Right? Like,
that would be interesting.
And then imagine having, like, a backfire to where if one of your allies, whether intentionally or unintentionally, attacks the guy you're attacking, there's another big, like, downside to you guys.
Drops a fireball or something like that.
Yeah, just like the idea of, like, you've locked yourselves into this battle so nobody can interrupt it, for whatever reason, kind of thing. Like, that would be really interesting. I would like to see something either somewhat battlefield controlling, and something more akin to, just some sort of battlefield control and more akin to the character that we've been seeing. I think the ranged attack just feels out of place with everything else we've seen so far. You know what I mean? Even with the original build, I can understand why we didn't like a full puppeteering and full like control of another character.
Yeah.
But just a ranged attack, I feel like with everything that we've seen in this class, I just want to see another ranged class. I'm almost at the point to where it's like I don't think this is the kind of build you want a well-roundedness to, because of what we've seen and what we've heard about how this whole setting works. I think you want things that are specialized. I think you want this guy to be the in-your-face character. I don't think you want him to worry about ranged. If you worry about ranged, that's the other person, right?
Yeah.
The imp or whatever other class. So, yeah, I think that keeping this in mind of, like, especially the duel, like, still face-to-face, you get all of your other abilities that you can stack into that duel. Like, yeah, some sort of way to control the battlefield, control initiative, control another person in terms of, like, aggroing them. Those would kind of be things I think Conductor would be really good at.
Okay.
Because the only other thing I can think of is because we're not really a magical based user, so it's not like we can really control. Like, it'd be kind of interesting if you could like use this to control environmental effects. Like, if there's spike growth, you can move it. If there's like darkness, you can move it. Like that would be kind of a Conductor. Like, you can, but you're not really a magic user, so conducting the magical forces also doesn't fit. But conducting a battle, like a guy saying, you and me, right here, right now, just us, put my sword in the ground, let's go, hand to hand. Like, and again, I kind of like your concept of it, of like this ability, when you do that, basically like challenges them to a hand-to-hand combat. That's even more of a show, right? Like that idea of, I don't need my weapons, I'm unarmored already, let's just brawl this out. Like, that's kind of dope. I kind of like that idea of, especially if the challenge is like they were like, oh, well, we're going to throw him a special challenge because this guy, he has a special weapon that just kills anybody. And he's like, oh, special weapon, huh? No weapons. Like, oh, that would just be like devastating to the other enemy of just like, oh, I can't use this one weapon I know will kill you. Oh, well, that sucks.
Right.
So yeah, I think that's where I think we would like to see that on level 15, especially with level 15 too. Sure, you know what I mean? I think just adding a ranged attack is just a little bit like, that's it. That's really all it is. It's just adding a ranged attack too. So maybe not as powerful for level 15.
Okay.
About the ranged class thing, you were right.
Just like saying you want to see another class.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, there is just a whole range class. That's even awesome. That's where we want to see the synergy, right? We want to see those like those collected synergies. Holy crap, we are pushing 6 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get going soon.
Well, we got 2 more, so
let's do it.
This is it. All right, so applause at level 18. Starting at level 18, whenever you succeed on a performance check, your patron applauds, causing a thunderous blast that damages enemies within 30 feet of you for your godly entertainment level, times D4 thunder damage. Interesting. So your level D4 thunder damage every time you do a performance check. If you roll a critical fail during one of your performance checks, spectators, except for your patron will start booing you, dealing your godly entertainment level times D4 psychic damage to your party. I like that. You are immune to this damage as mishaps are inevitable in performances. So basically, you damage all of the enemies, or you damage your allies, but you never damage yourself. That's interesting that you don't damage yourself. I would say that would be more devastating if there was more than just one ally. But we're only.
I'm curious why mishaps are inevitable in the performance, but when you bow, you still hurt yourself.
Yeah,
I would reverse those two. I'd be like, you're fine bowing because mishaps are inevitable, but applause?
Well, and you're bowing. You're deciding to end the curtain call. You're like doing the bow. You're damaging everybody, but this is a failure, right? I agree with you. This
is your patron being upset and
you being
you.
Booed, yeah.
And so, listen, yeah, they're inevitable, but you need to take that. You need to hold that.
And in the levels too, flopping those, like losing, like taking damage at level 18 versus not taking it at what level 7 or whatever, the curtain call, or like level 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I think you're right on that one. I think I would reverse that and do ending curtain call damages everybody else, and this one is the one that hurts you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's
other than that though, my only concern is just because early on, like, the only problem with this, and again, it's very OP, but like you said, the bread and butter is bloodied. And at the beginning of every turn, you have to make a performance check to stay covered in blood.
And potentially, when you hit level 20, you're making nonstop performance checks on every single one of your attacks using that one ability that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage just at the beginning of your turn. At any time you do a performance, like that's
if you succeed.
That's so much though. Like every time.
That's a lot. That's every turn. At least every turn.
That's a lot of roll. That's a lot of dice rolls. Like
I might exclude performance checks to maintain the bloodied condition.
Like performance checks to do special things, not just to maintain, like not to upkeep.
Yes, like just that one I would exclude, but anything else, like, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that that's the problem, is because it's the beginning of every turn. You're basically just like
without choice, without question, like you're just gonna be doing this.
I do like the applause and everything. I love the getting damage if you fail. I love that.
Yeah.
Of a critical fail. You know what? Because what if this was starting at 18th level? Whenever you succeed a performance check, you gain like the +1 to hit, +1 to damage, and then when you crit, your patron does that amount of damage. Because the opposite is when you crit fail, you take that damage, right? So I'm wondering, should it be a crit success, all of that damage goes out, crit fail, all the damage comes in, but a success is just you get more powerful. Like your patron just keeps basically buffing you the better that you're doing, right? Would that make this a little bit more evened out?
I feel like it would make it feel better if you accumulated something every time.
Because it's every performance check. Instead of just doing bursts and bursts, I love the idea. I remember reading it the first time, and I loved the idea of this uber powerful ability for your god to come out and, you know, applaud and do damage. But every performance check is a lot.
Imagine this. Imagine you get 1d4 for every successful performance check. Right? 1d4, but you get to store it. And then you get to choose. You can like use an action on a subsequent turn to release this applause that you've built up from your person, and it's however many D4s you've accumulated.
What if they released on a crit? So at level 18, every performance check stacks a D4, and then whenever you crit, all of those D4 come out. That is your damage, not your normal damage. That is your damage.
I like being able to choose when you bring it out. I like being able to be like, hey, this is what I want this for. Like I'm building up this applause. I'm saving this applause for this. And I also like if you do crit fail, it doesn't matter how much you've saved up. Whatever you have saved, you take it.
I like that too. So should it be activatable then? Like to activate applause. So however long you've been stacking it up, to activate it, you have to burn all remaining
I'd say
plot twist points.
I'd at the very least say it's in lieu of your attack action.
But what I'm saying is like the idea is like the trigger would be burning all remaining plot twist points. So it's strategic, right? If you have all your plot twist points, you don't want to burn them all just for this one ability because it could technically only take one. If you have one left, you burn it, you get to do this damage. Like you said, you get to choose, but the choice burns any unused plot twist points. So you always have to have at least one plot twist point to burn. But if you haven't burned any, this is going to take it all, but it's because you get to basically unleash any amount of damage you've been accumulating.
Perhaps
because it's something that should be a trigger, right? Like, you know, you get to stock it up, but I still feel like you shouldn't just be able to do it just at a whim, right? Like there should be some sort of thing that lets you trigger it.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. Like if you do all remaining plot twist points, even if you have one left, you still get to use the max damage. But it's more detrimental if you use it early on and didn't use any other plot twist points, right? Like the idea is it's supposed to just expend you because it's the biggest. Like it's going to be one of the big attacks.
I'm just trying to feel like if there's any way to like optimize that, because that's the first thing someone's gonna do if they see that rule. It's like, all right, what's the most optimum way for me to do this repeatedly every single time? I'm gonna do this first, this first, this first. I only have one left, and then I'm gonna go down this road.
And you know, and if that's the case, but that's where the encounters would be different. You know, the challenges would be different.
Sure.
Because I really do like the God Applause, the ultimate damage. I like the kickback. I would like to see a little bit of a middle ground there. Like something that the ability does, and then the God's reaction is like the best version. You know, like the crit version, right? Mm-hmm. It just seems like it's a lot of damage to just happen on every performance check. Every performance check is a little bit too much, right? But waiting for a crit is not controllable enough. I do agree. Level 18, you don't want to be waiting for crits to do these powers.
How about instead of it costing you... And I know this might sound aggressive, but you want to talk about blowing your load. Instead of costing you a plot twist point, it drops you out of your bloodied condition. It like ends that. And so if you want to go back into it, you have to go back into it.
Interesting. So it's kind of like an alternative to your bow.
Yes.
Interesting. What kind of an extension of the bow out?
And
like when you choose to end it, then you get the applause.
You usually get the applause when the curtain falls, but this is you just ending your curtain call.
So yeah, basically just an extended version of bow. Then really, it should just be
an alternative to bow.
Yeah, just the bigger version of when you bow to end curtain call. Your God will applause, dealing damage equal to however many D4s you've accumulated.
They'll boo if you... Well, no. They'll boo if you screw up in the middle. It'll still be like if you get a nat 1 on any of your performance checks, they will boo you out and you'll take whatever.
I mean, maybe ending it. So maybe the applause ending it requires a performance check. So you've racked up all of those D4s, and then when you want to end it, you do one more performance check,
possibly screwing you over,
and either doing damage to you or doing damage to everybody else. That would be interesting too. Yeah,
that's fair enough.
Okay, so yeah, I really do like the God's power. I just don't think I think it's just the every performance check. I think that's where we're getting hung up on.
You know, you're definitely right, and I definitely think if it's gonna be every performance check, then definitely a way to mitigate it. But if we did talk about just removing the performance checks that are
the upkeeps,
the maintenance ones, yes.
According to Hizboar, we were the ones that suggested that the party take damage, not you. And I'm assuming that's from the applause when it says that you're immune to this damage, but not your party.
I'm gonna have to go back and look at that.
Because I don't remember bringing that one up, but I do want to say that we did discuss the bow out and the like the arrows damaging you and your party. I remember talking about that. I just don't remember the godly applause hurting anybody.
Maybe it might just be the way that it's worded this time around.
Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of changes too, so there's a lot of different insights that we have.
Fair.
So with applause, I love the max damage. I love the fact that it can come back at you. I just think that if there's not an intermediate ability here, like if those aren't the 2 crits and then there's something in the middle, I would just like to see it change off of every performance check. I think that's just my only hang up, is that's just, you're literally basically just a walking applause at that point, because everything you do is based on performance. So, yeah.
You took a turn.
But I do like that it kicks back on you. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And then we have finally level 20, the Curtain Fall. So this is like the ultimate of ultimates. So at level 20, you can invoke Curtain Fall. Doing so resets your levels, returning you to level 1.
Good God. All
so
right.
this ties into ×4 XP. The divine wagers made by your patrons are tallied, and you receive 10% of their earnings. Your patron may offer more to retain your services, but if you decline, the next highest earning deity or divine being becomes your new patron, granting you 10% of their earnings and a special personal item. If you gain a new patron this way, you will be moving to their dimension. You can select a number of mortals to accompany you equal to the number of times you used Curtain Fall thus far. So it's kind of like moving your party to the other thing. So this is interesting. So this is basically kind of like a new game plus option, where at the end of the campaign or at the end of a time that you've come to level 20, you essentially get a chance to restart with a new patron and some extra money or any kind of valuables, whatever that means, and you get a new item. You'll go to this new place with, I'm assuming, your party members, because you can select a number of party members.
Well, the first time you use this, you can't select anybody. The second time you use this, you can select one person.
So you're staying.
That's a lot of resetting.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of resetting until you can bring your party with you. And then Hizboar mentions that this is the only way to get God-touched items. So you have to... So I'm already going to tell you that already immediately puts a large barrier into me wanting to play this. Mainly because, like, that tells me that this is one of those games that requires Game Plus. That means I have to play this entire game with this class all the way through level 20.
It says you may also get them through a challenge.
Via challenge, okay, yeah. Because it's like, that means that, like, I'd have to go through level 20 to reset with the same class, even though there are 11 others I'll be able to choose from. To do all this again, and the only real benefit is I'm going to get a different deity, which... We've seen that the powers don't change. Mm-hmm. Like, the deity's powers don't individually change your abilities, right? So the only thing you're really getting from changing deities and restarting is a new magical touched weapon. Or a godly touched weapon. It seems like... I'm not a huge fan of game pluses in video games. Like, the idea that it's just the same game, but a little bit harder. Mm-hmm. I'm not really enticed by that. So if I know that that's one of the primary ways to get a God-touched weapon, and that's kind of one of the limitations of this class, is you have to have God-touched weapons, that's a pretty big barrier of entry. Like it's basically telling me this is a dedication. You're gonna have to play this character more than once.
I'm assuming you'll at least get one that you can use the first time you're around.
I would definitely.
You can't use anything else.
I would hope so, but then again, it's like, what's my enticing to go a third or fourth round? Like, I'm just collecting these weapons. Yeah, I can store them in that ability of mine, but how often is this game going to change to where I'm going to want to stay this character, right? Like, it sounds like in something like this, you'd want to change them up every time.
He already said there is gameplay beyond 20th level. And so once you get this at 20th level, if you use this and restart back to 1, Plus, you just got to 20th level and you're unlimited curtain calls. And you're gonna. I mean, maybe you.
I mean, assuming this is any time after level 20, right? This is any time.
It's any time you use this ability.
Yeah. Well, and that's why it's not even really an ability. It's more of it is basically a reset, right? Like the whole purpose is to start over with a new weapon.
Oh, so that's the whole thing it does. The whole
it resets
thing is
you.
just.
It's the entire intent is to reset you, get you some money, and get you a new item. I don't know if that's enticing. Like, I honestly, it was cool, but it's like I wouldn't want to play this a second time. Like, I don't know how many times I'd be able to play this. I'd want to go try the 11 other classes.
It really depends on how long it. Now, granted, you do level up a lot faster than everybody else. So while you're at level 20, they might still be at level 10, and so you're just going back to like catch up with them,
right?
Play little...
But you may not even be playing with them because you choose a different deity and then go to their dimension, and then you're under that deity's, that patron's issue, and your other players may not come with you this time. So you may, I don't know how that works for their progression and for your progression. Are you an enemy of theirs now?
Yeah.
Interesting. So let's see. You can also do challenges. 10% of winnings can mean 20 god. So 10% of all winnings can mean 20 god-touched items. So that's not really like apparent. I don't know if that's really like been made like
clear.
But yeah, so you could get a bunch of items from that. So there's a great axe, a martial weapon, 2 hand axes, and an explorer's pack. You may not use this ability. This is why you're 4 times faster. You can select a number of mortals to accompany you equal to the number of times you've used Curtain Fall thus far. This is the effect when you use the ability, meaning you use it once. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I'd like to see how this plays into the rest of the lore in the campaign, because it feels like this is just kind of a new game plus mode, and I don't know what the draw would be. We don't really know what Game Plus looks like and what the other characters would be doing, like, your level 20s or whatever. We don't really know, like, how that would all synergize with the purpose of resetting to level 1, right? Because you can't keep up with the same people you were gaming with, because you're just too low of level at this point, even though you gain levels fast and you're pretty strong at the gate. But it's like, it kind of feels like you're going to be way ahead of everybody most of the game, and then at the very end, you're now going to be way behind them, right? And so it's going to be this, like, you're going to have this always awkwardness of trying to keep things synergistic. So I'd really like to see, obviously, more examples of the other classes, and I'd also like to see what Game Plus really looks like for us to wrap our heads around the benefit of doing these resets. Let's see. So meant that there are no levels above 20, but most classes have a way to keep going. So there isn't really leveling up after 20.
Interesting.
But there's gameplay. So that's kind of why I guess you could not fall too far behind. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, maybe it also is just kind of interesting that it doesn't really feel like it fits with, like, a singular campaign mindset. You know what I mean? Like, you're not really tied to this deity for any reason other than mutual benefit, and then you can just change deities later. It's very definitely need more lore, definitely. But that was it. That was all 20 levels. So, trying to go back, like I said, this changed so much. I definitely think that doing a change log wouldn't really have made a lot of sense in terms of, like, some of the things that have changed. But looking at this, I think that overall, I think this one tells a better story. I think this one fits in terms of the majority of the abilities. I think fit better than what I remember last time in terms of, progression, synergy within itself. And I think this one has a lot more opportunity to synergize with other classes that aren't just the Heavenly Imp. We'll be interested to see how the Heavenly Imp, like, goes along with this.
Synergize with as companions?
Yeah. I think this one has a lot better chance of synergizing. I think there's been a lot more balancing while still keeping this class a highlight and one of the more powerful, I believe, of the classes, which it sounds like it's supposed to be. I think it's better in its naming scheme too. I think it's fallen much more in line with the entertainment side. Overall, for what I understand of the campaign and of what we're expecting from this level of gameplay, I think it falls right in line. I think it hits all the expectations that we would expect. Like, so far, everything that we've been told, everything we've seen, everything we've conjectured about this setting, I think falls in line with this. Even the areas that we felt that this class kind of dipped maybe away from what our expectations were, or what feels right for the class. I think that this class fits very well with the setting that we're being presented, right? Like, I think that it feels right for the ideas that we have about what this gameplay is going to be like. Now, it does still have some complexity that I think will be a hurdle for just most TTRPG players. And that just comes with learning any kind of new process or any kind of new system. But there is a lot of conditionality in a lot of these abilities, right? They're not just black and white. It's not like this level, you get this ability, this is what it does. Yeah. A lot of these things are conditional. They have triggers. They have specifications, some of which are more balanced than others in terms of either they're intuitive. Others are more balanced in the sense of it has a good ratio of what do I get? Should I do it? What do I get if I fail? Like, it has that good back and forth of not everything is just I'm going to use it because I can, right? There's a much better amount now of choice, like actually deciding which one do I want to use. And not anything feels too one-sided. Not anything feels as if it's going to be the only thing you choose. But I do feel like it could use maybe a little bit more balancing. But I think, again, with these showcases, a lot of that is just personal preference, and not seeing the big picture. So where we might see something as a weakness, it could be the actual strength. It's just that without the big picture, without knowing everything that Hizboar knows.
The getting a actual outline of what gameplay in this world would look like seeing what combat would look like, seeing like what a day in a character, a god's, a challenge would look like. I think that would give us a lot of perspective. How
the wagers work, what the wagers are going to look like in terms of what the players are going to say, how the DM reacts to them.
And Hizboar's doing a great job of, especially when we ask the questions, like giving us reference to like, hey, this is the idea that I had for it. But
yeah, it's not just it sounds cool or anything else like that.
At once, I feel like it would be very helpful.
And that's the biggest challenge of doing, especially with the showcases, is like we can give all of our thoughts and opinions on what sounds right and what sounds balanced, but really, again, without knowing all the things that Hizboar knows. I mean, most of our advice is very biased towards a D&D mindset, and it's very biased towards all we have written, right? Like, we don't know what the gameplay for the deities looks like for the players who are playing those gods. So from my perspective, it kind of sounds like they're going to be sitting around just coming up with ideas and kind of, giving them to the DM, but it doesn't sound like there's going to be a lot of integral gameplay. So when we get these classes who seem like they're going to take several minutes per turn, my question is, well, what are those other deities doing? Like, what are those players doing? Are they just sitting there waiting? Or are they just kind of like, every 10 minutes you're like, oh, hey, come, what do you guys want to do? Right? Or did they have just as many activity? Like, do they have just as many actions as this can do, right? Do they have just as many if-then scenarios or conditionalities? And I think that's where it's kind of hard to judge whether or not this has too many options or if this is right in line with everybody else. So we'll have to judge that as we see a few more of these. But overall, I think it's really good. I think it's an improvement on the one that we did last time. I think in some respects it's less complicated, but it still has some complexity that will be kind of a bumpy road. I think it's a lot more in line with the expectation of the character, though, and the building blocks of an entertainer. Like, it definitely feels more like I'm putting on a show than just being the strongest fighter, right? Definitely looks like I'm more about the performance. There are a couple things, though, that I found somewhat confusing in terms of the approach. I don't know. I think it's getting really good. I think it's getting a lot better, and I think it does. I think this is one of this is one. I have a feeling that as we go through more of these, this one's going to kind of stand out as like the showrunner, right? This one's going to kind of stand out as like probably the main character of all of them, even though you don't have to choose this one. I'm starting to have a feeling that this one's going to be like a. Why wouldn't I? Or at least why wouldn't one person?
You gotta be the entertainer. I was it last time. It was so good though.
Right. So I kind of feel like I'd like to see. I hope the other ones are just as exciting, but I'm kind of just starting to feel like this one's kind of meant to be like the bread and butter of everything. But we'll be able to see that for sure later. Yeah, there's a lot of good things going on with this. But there were just a couple things that just didn't quite sit exactly right. So
would you say it is an overall improvement from the last one that you remember reviewing? Because the last one we reviewed was, I believe, a 4.
Yeah, and now I'm trying to remember why I gave it such a high. I think it was just the sheer creativity of it gave it such a high mark.
And for what it was, we were taking it outside of High Point and outside of
and because that's the other just the idea of these showcases. It's really hard to put a number on something that is really just by itself, in isolation. It's definitely not worse in any respect, right?
Very much. I would agree with that.
Like it's definitely an improvement, but I wouldn't call it perfect. Like I wouldn't call it like just ready to roll.
Now, for clarity's sake, we do have 0.5s in this system. So if you
I've thought about that too.
I definitely get what you mean on that front. It's hard, especially with such a, I don't want to say a small range. I mean, it's only like 1 to 5 stars,
Yeah.
So like,
well, and that's why I'm wondering, like, did I even rate the last one too high? Like, should that one have? I mean, because now that we've seen what work was done on it, I'm now trying to like recontemplate like what I remember from the last one, and it's like, this one is better than the last one, but I wouldn't call it a 5 out of 5. And so now I'm wondering, was I more than I needed to be generous on the last one? Should that one have been more of like a 3 to a 3.5? Because I'm really looking at it, I'm like, this one is getting there. It's close. It's the only thing it's either missing is some changes or the synergy that we don't see, right? But I wouldn't call this 100% like it makes, perfect sense. Everything, works in complete flow. I think there might be a few things that could change. So, and, we're still new. I mean, we've only done 4 showcases, so we still haven't even really nailed down. Like, I have my process for High Point review, but I don't really have a way to. I haven't really decided how the star system works. So, but we aren't treating these as different. We are keeping them updated. So, like like on the leaderboard and everything. So I might go with that. I might go with the assumption that I gave the last one too high of a score, because the last one, as great of an idea as it was, it probably should have been a 3 or a 3.5. And that's mainly just knowing now how much better it's gotten and just how much more synergistic it is with the idea of being an entertainer. That's probably where that misconception comes in. So I think I'm going to leave this one at a solid 4 out of 5 because it does deserve to have a higher than average, right? This is way more thought out than the average homebrew or the average custom thing we've done. There's nothing wrong with this, right? There's no way that this is a 2 or a 1 out of 5, right? Like, absolutely not. This is very well thought out. It's very well balanced with the lore, and it stays in line with the theme. But there are things, you know, some small balances that could be made. There are some things that could be cleared up for, you know, confusion's sake or just for clarity's sake. Now, granted, that could just be us. So I want to keep that caveat that misunderstanding could just be our lack. I mean, we've literally only read, you know, one chapter of a novel here, right?
Likely a lot of their players could have the perspective to like see this in a much better light. So.
Exactly. So that's why I don't think at all it's a 1 or a 2 for sure. I don't quite think it's quite there for me to give it a 5 out of 5 because I'm not there to say like 5 out of 5 for me would just be like, so when are we playing? Right? Like, when am I rolling up this character? When are we playing? Now, looking at it from last time, I know I was extremely interested in playing it. And from a player's point of view, it sounded really cool. Like a lot of those abilities with curtain call and everything were really awesome. And I think that's where I got my hype up for like a 4 out of 5. But looking at this now, I'm way more hyped of it now, but it's still not perfect. So that's more on me and my previous scoring of not really having a scoring basis. But like I said, this is not...
Wasn't this the... Oh, no, I was about to say, was this the first one that we did? But we did technically the Goblin Encounter.
Yeah.
But this is the first, like
actual class. And that's what I'm thinking. Like, this is like the first, like, solid one thing. Because even, like, the Goblin Encounter was... that was a whole thing, right? Mm-hmm. So this is really like the first thing that we've really reviewed, and I feel strongly about that. It's definitely not average. This is definitely not a 3 out of 5. This is definitely not your everyday run-of-the-mill, what I would expect a TTRPG to look like, right? This is too methodical, too well thought out, and too well creative, right? Like, I mean, we're not just talking about people who can do cool sounding or cool looking attacks. These are fully thought out, unique abilities and unique classes that are serving purposes, not just for pandering to a player and being able to do cool stuff, but in-game wise, these are filling certain roles. And that's where I'm actually more interested in looking at is seeing where that synergy of those other classes come in and what roles they fill. Because this one's obviously kind of fulfilling the like the spectacle role, right? This is the favorite. This is really what it is. It's the god's favorite, right? This is like the one that they're all secretly rooting for or secretly afraid of. And I'm really hoping to see that in other areas where like we already seen like with the Heavenly Imp, it's the sidekick character. It's, you know, it's the godly entertainers, like, you know, like sidekick. It's the one that's going to help really synergize with that one and show it off. So I'm really hoping that we see some other ones. Like, I'd love to see a class that's all about usurping everybody else. Like, you know, this one's all about don't one up me. Mm-hmm. I'd love to see a class that's all about like one downing people. So it's like, I'm not going to sit here and try to one up and make myself look better. I'm just going to try to make you look worse. Like, what if that was a whole class where it's like, I'm not here to look better. I'm just here to make you look worse. Like, not to like harm you or to like make you die or anything, but I'm just here to make just your performance. I just want you to look like you're mediocre.
Apparently all the gods are supposed to hate the Heavenly Imp.
All gods hate Heavenly Imp. That's interesting. Well, because the idea too is not only is it like a sidekick, a pet, but it's also meant to be like a target against the godly entertainment, right? So that would be really interesting. So yeah, Hizboar, sorry if you were a little bit disappointed, but retconning a little bit of my past and learning more about how we're going to do the showcase and everything, I am going to leave this at a 4.5 because it is fantastic. It is not a 1, it is not a 2. It is much better than mediocre or average, so it's not a 3. But I do feel like it could use a little bit more. And I just think the 4.5 would be... I think a few extra changes we could get it to a 4.5. But yeah, I think a solid 4 out of 5 because it's always on the right track. And again, keep in mind that is not a final score in the sense that it's from the perspective that we don't have all of the information. So I can only give it as high of a score as I know I can justifiably do. And without the rest of the information, I really couldn't justify any higher, because what if you come out with 5 other classes that just knock this one out of the water, right?
Exactly.
This one's really great. It's really creative. It's really well written. It has some areas of growth, but I also need to leave a little bit of an open mind for this may not be your best piece of work, and not everything can be a 5 out of 5.
A different one is going to be your favorite.
All right, well, we'll find out about that. But yeah, not everything can be a 5 out of 5, and I had to remember that for homebrew review. Not everything can be, like everything. I think is like, I mean, hey, we're getting an average, a decent average. But yeah, I can't do too much on the highest. Can't love everything, even though you guys are really creative and really good. You guys are just so fantastic about creating stuff. I mean, Cosmic was mad that he always gets a high score, and it's like, stop giving me good shit. Give me something crappy, and I'll give it a 1.
Tell you suck if you suck.
But yeah, that was really interesting, man. That was a 6.5 hour read. Wow, that was a lot. So we are gonna have to pre-plan, not start an episode late on the next time we do the Heavenly Imp.
Sure.
So if that one doesn't go very far, hopefully we'll be able to go through that one a little bit faster. But hey, streams, sometimes we're gonna have a 6-hour stream. You know what? It happens. But it was a lot of fun. I'm really interested in seeing more from this whole setting, to see more of that synergy and more about what kind of highlights we're going to see from these classes, right? Like, what other areas are they going to fill other than, like, being the favorite and being the star of the show. So that was really great. Hizboar, thank you so much. That was fantastic.
Absolutely phenomenal. Much appreciated.
Yeah, like I said, we don't know 100% what the what the future of the showcase will be, whether that's going to be a YouTube exclusive, whether it's going to be a Discord exclusive, or we're just going to add another day. But we definitely are making plans to at least separate it from Homebrew Review. So that we may just do another deeper discussions where on Fridays we start doing more showcases like this. I don't know exactly.
And we can go through the whole compendium.
Yeah. So I don't know. We are going to be changing that up in the next couple months, but we're just kind of keeping an eye out for how we want to split that up, because obviously showcases are a little bit different. But again, that was fantastic. It's really late, so I think we're going to let you guys go from here. It is almost 2 o'clock in the morning where we are from, and that is far too much for a work day. So we're going to be getting out of here, but we wanted to thank everybody who showed up today. We had Hizboar, we had Zenshichi. I got to say that right. Zenshichi was here earlier. They bounced a little bit. We did see Hoi Leppa in chat for a little bit.
That's right.
So yeah, I want to thank you all for being here. We have all this other person, Kage is in there somewhere.
Who's that?
I have no idea. But anyway, you guys have been fantastic. Hizboar, thank you so much for the read and for all of the changes. We are looking forward to Heavenly Imp in a couple weeks. I don't know exactly when that is, but we will let you know in the Discord.
Yes.
And otherwise, that is going to be us. So for the rest of you out there, if you liked what you saw and you want to submit your own homebrew, or if you want to just chat with the community, you can join our Discord, and that link is now in chat. If you want to join the community, submit ideas for us to talk about on Fridays, or submit homebrew review for Mondays, that would be fantastic. And if you liked anything you saw here, if you missed anything on this episode, if you want to see our previous episodes, we have all of our live streams on our VOD channel on YouTube. That is also in the chat as well. Otherwise, that is going to be us for the rest of tonight. It has been fantastic being with you all today. Thank you so much for keeping us company. I hope you all had a fantastic weekend. I hope you have a good week ahead of you. We will be back on Friday for more deeper discussions. I hope you all join us for that. Have a great rest of your week, guys. Cheers.
This is my friend.